Hey guys, Hussein and welcome to YouTube channel. So in this video, we are going to be learning about ReactJS from scratch and I'm going to make you a React superstar. So before we getting into the actual content of this course, first of all, we have to ask ourselves is that what in the world is that technology we are currently learning? So what in the world is React? A React is a JavaScript library for building the UIs, or also known as a user interfaces. So what is all of that gibberish means which I just said? React is a JavaScript library, and a JavaScript library is referred to those code which is already written for us by a React team, and we can use that code to build awesome user interfaces. And this code is came from the React official site, which I'm going to show you just in a second. So now let me just tell you a little bit history about ReactJS, like where is ReactJS came from and when. So React is developed and maintained by Facebook in 2011, and it uses something called a component model, which we are going to be diving into in a really great depth, but you don't have to worry about it for now. And it also allows us to build modularized app, and there is a famous quote about React is like, learn it once and write it anywhere. So what is all of that gibberish mean, which I just point out right here? So React is the most popular and powerful front-end library developed and sponsored by Facebook, like the most popular and powerful front-end library. If you want to work with any kind of library, so React will be the best choice for you. And it is using something called a component model. And you can think about a component model is just like a component is a piece of a UI, like a user interface, that has its own logic and appearances. And a component can be smaller as a button or larger as an entire web page. And we are going to be learning a lot about component model, but this is just a definition which I kind of want to give you. Okay, so it also used a separation of concerns. So back then, like if we weren't using ReactJS, so we would just create a file for HTML and we would put all of our HTML in one file, then for CSS, and also same will goes for JavaScript. And that will be, like we can call it a separation of concern, but that wasn't that much cool, you know? So we would put all of our HTML code into one file, CSS into another, and all of our JavaScript file into another. I mean like JavaScript code into another file, but that wasn't as useful as ReactJS. So in ReactJS, don't worry about this slide which I'm showing you right now, but I just kind of want to give you the test of it. But in ReactJS, we can create something called a component. So we will create a component for hero, for timer, for calendar, for colors, for hero, for I don't know, for navigation, for buttons, for all of that kind of stuff. We will create that component and we will put our HTML, CSS, and also our logic into one component, and we can reuse that component anywhere inside our project. So this is why ReactJS is super popular and a lot of people are loving it. So now let's talk about the code which I just mentioned, like learn it once and write it anywhere. So if you learn ReactJS, so you can use it in a lot of different kind of places. Like if you learn ReactJS and you also learn a React Native, so you can build a mobile application. And if you learn ReactJS and you also learn about like Electron.js, so you can also build desktop apps by using ReactJS. And we also have React 360 and we have different kinds of other things. Like you just have to learn React once and you can like use it anywhere you want. So that was just a quick theory which I want to give you before we getting into the actual code. Alright, so now let's talk about the prerequisites for this course. So if you want to jump into ReactJS, there are just a few things which you have to know already. So the first thing which I want you to know is that what in the world is HTML and CSS. If you want to take my course, feel free to do that. If you want to watch someone else's course, or if you already know HTML and CSS, that's completely okay. But I'm just showing you the things which you have to know to jump into ReactJS. So the second thing which you have to know is JavaScript. So you already like obviously have to know JavaScript before getting into this course. So here you can see I have like JavaScript course, which is not like a complete bootcamp course, but this is a course which will help you like master JavaScript, and then you can take this React course. And also you need this React to know, I mean like JavaScript to know for ReactJS. So you can also check out this playlist, but you don't have to know every single thing in this playlist. If you watch all of these videos, so you will be in a totally good shape. You don't have to know iterators, generators, and next method, like that's completely optional. And also you don't need to know classes for this course. and everything else will, like, if you learn it, that's going to be awesome idea. If you want to check out more content, so I've got like a lot of courses which you can see right here, and I'm going to post a lot more. All right, so now let's talk about the setup of React.js. So for this course you would need a few things, but they are totally optional. You can use whichever kind of coder you like. You can choose like whichever kind of browser you like, but in my case I'm going to be using a Google Chrome as my browser and Visual Studio Coder as my coder. Okay, and also I'm going to be using Node.js, and this is not optional. Like, you have to install Node.js into your machine, and you just have to come to this link, which is like nodejs.org/en, and it will bring you to this landing page right here. Then just either download this one or this one, and then hit just next, and it will install it in your machine. Okay, so this is for Node.js, and in in Visual Studio Coder, you just have to come to this link, which is like code.visualstudio.com, and it will bring you to this landing page right here. And by default it will detect your operating system. Like, I happen to be using Windows, so here you can see it automatically detect my operating system. If you're using some sort of other like Linux or Mac OS, so it will detect your operating system as well. And if you want to download it for something else, like for Mac OS or for Windows or for Linux, you can also download it manually if you want to. Anyway, so that's just side topic. You can like use Atom or JetBrains products, or I don't know, you can just choose whichever kind of coder you like. But in my case, I'm going to be using Visual Studio Coder in this course, and also Node.js. And now let me just cut these two, and now let's just talk about the React new documentation. So back then we have like old documentation which is deprecated, and you won't believe me, I re-record this course, and the previous course was about like 10-hour or 11-hour. But when this new documentation came out, I decided to re-record every single thing in that course, and this is just a new version of that course. So in that course I use like class-based components, but in this course everybody is nowadays using a functional-based component. You don't have to know both of them right now, which I'm talking about, like functional and class-based components, but nowadays everybody is using a functional-based component, and even React.js wrote all of their code in functional-based component. So this is what I've decided to go with this course. So here you can see this is a component. You don't have to worry about that. And if you want to come to this link, you just have to go to react.dev, and then you can search for anything you want, like I don't know, how to install something, or I don't know, components, and then hit enter, and it will just give you that results. Okay, so built-in React components or components. So I'm going to just click on that, and you can learn more about that. Like here you can see this is a class-based component which we are not going to be using, and I'm going to show you how to create this component, like if you're working with the old code base. So I'm going to show you how this works, but you don't have to learn class-based components. Anyway, so that's just a side topic. So now let me just get into the setup of React.js. Alright, so now let's talk about the installation of React.js. So in this particular section, I'm going to install React.js in my machine. So some people use React White or White, however you want to pronounce that word. And I'm going to make a separate video on that. But in this course, I'm going to be using a I'm going to be using Create React App. So how that will look like. So the first thing which I want you to do is that I want you to open your terminal in your machine. Like, it doesn't matter if you're using a Linux or a Windows or a Mac OS or whichever kind of operating system you're using, but I want you to open your terminal and then go to like where you want to create it, your React app. So in my case, I'm going to just cd to my desktop. So I'm going to just write cd and de and hit tab, and it will just auto complete it for me, and then I'm going to hit enter. And now let me just create my React stuff, like all of the code which I'm going to be writing in this course, in my desktop. So now if you want to generate a React app, so the first thing which you have to do is that you have to write npx, then just write create, then dash react, then dash app. This is not optional, like you have to write this command right here, and after that you just have to write space and then give him like whatever name you want, but make sure the name shouldn't include React, or not, I shouldn't have to say include, but the name should not have to be React because it will not work. Okay, so you just have to give him like whichever kind of name you like, but in my case I'm going to just give him name of like React Master, or you know, not React Master class, but my app would be fine. So I'm gonna just give a name of like my app, and I'm gonna hit enter. And I have to say, like, it will take a lot of time to install React.js in your machine, because it download a lot of things for you, like Babel for compilation and server for hot reloading and all of that kind of stuff, which I don't want to mention right now. But it will take a lot of time to install React.js in your machine. So I'm gonna just fast forward this video, and I'll see you in a second. Alright, so now I've successfully installed React.js in my machine, and if you get any issues, so feel free to message me directly on my Twitter account, and I'll do my best to solve your issue. Or you can also quick Google search and you will get a lot of responses there. Anyways, so here you can see it is saying, like, first of all you have to cd into that app which you've created, and then just use npm start. So what I'll do is that I'm gonna just use like code, because I'm using a Visual Studio Coder, and I'm gonna just write like my for my app and hit tab, and I'm gonna just hit enter right here, so it will just open that folder inside my Visual Studio Coder right here. Okay, so now I'm gonna just say bye bye to this one, and here you can see this is how my React app will look like. And I already forgot to not sidebar visibility, but and this is how my Visual Studio Coder will look like. So I'm gonna just make it bigger, and I'm gonna zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything. And now let's just discuss these folders which we have and which React.js gives us. But before I do, let me just mention a few things. I'm gonna just open my terminal right here, and you already have to know how to open a terminal, or you can also open your own terminal right here, like just write terminal and hit enter and go to that directory, and then just use npm start if you don't know that. So if you're using a Visual Studio Coder, so I want you to just hold control and hit tilde, and tilde will be the key underneath the escape key. So you can just hold control and hit tilde, and it will just open your terminal right here. Okay, so what I'll do is that I'm going to just write like npm start and hit enter right here. So I'm going to just make it a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. And here you can see I just use npm start command and hit enter. So it will take a little bit of time, and it will now open my development server. But if this is the first time you're opening your React project, so it will take a little bit of time. So just wait for it to do its thing, and it will open your React project in a second. And here you can see it is saying like compiled successfully. And where is that? And here you can see this is my React project right here. So here you can see we have that logo, and we have this message like edit src app.js file and save to reload your changes and stuff. And if you want to learn more about React.js, so then just click on this link, and it will bring you to React documentation right here. Okay, so this is just a basic setup, so I'm going to just close this one right here. So now let's just discuss what all of these file means. So here you can see the first folder we have like node modules folder. After that we have a public folder, then we have src, and we have get ignore package.json and package log.json file, and we have readme.md. So now let's just discuss this first one, which is this node modules folder. And this node modules folder contains all of the project dependencies for which our React is depend on. So all of that stuff which our React.js is depend on, like React library, React DOM library, and all of that kind of stuff, which will be included right here. And anything we install into this React, which we will see later in this course, they will be also included inside this node modules folder. Okay, and this is a huge folder, and it is containing a lot of like countless folders and files. So I'll recommend you to not mess around with this folder. Don't delete anything, and don't add anything manually to it. So I'm gonna just close this one. So now the second folder we have is a public, and public is a folder that stores all of our static files. Like by static files I mean like HTML and images, SVGs and logos and stuff. So this folder contain all of that assets file. So here you can see we have this fav icon, and let me just close this one. Let me just reopen that. Okay, it's not giving us, okay, it gives us that icon right here, and this is that icon which you can see right here. Let me just this logo right here. So this is that SVG logo, I mean like favicon. And then we have this index.html file, and this one is really important, which I'm going to show you just in a second. But here you can see we have these two images, which is not that much useful. So what I'll do is that I am going to select all of these, except this index.html file, and I'm going to delete all of them. Okay, so now I'm going to go inside to this index.html file, and now here you can see we have or just basic HTML right here. We have a little bit of comments, so I'm going to just remove these comments from here. Let me just remove that. Also these comments as well. If you want to read them, feel free to do that, but my recommendation will be to do not. So I'm going to just remove these both links from here, and also this rel favicon as well from there. And yeah, everything is fine. Website created by, or I'm going to also remove this metadata. We don't need that as well. Save our file, and now let's just refresh it. Anyway, so that's completely compulsory. And now here you can see, I want you to notice this div. Let me just zoom in a bit. We are going to be placing all of our content, which we are going to be creating just in a second, inside this div, like this div with the ID of root. I want you to keep that in mind, like this div with the ID of root exists inside this index.html file. Okay, so like this one is the most important thing in your React app. So like we are going to be rendering all of our components and all of our logic and our CSS into this div with the class of ID root. Okay, so I want you to just keep that in mind. Anyway, so we just have this one file inside this public. You can keep the rest of that other stuff, but I just deleted it because that wasn't necessary. And then we have this src, and src is a folder where we put all of our source code we write. So we are going to be placing all of our source code, and here you can see we have this app.css file right here, and which includes a little bit of CSS. Then we have app.js file, we have app.test, index.css, and we also have this logo.svg file. So what I'll do is that, let me just show you what all of that means. Here you can see we have this app component, which you don't have to worry about right now. And here you can also see we have that image, which is this image right here, which is loading because of that CSS. If we comment this line out, save our file, and let's just refresh it, and here you can see that logo is gone. And this is just a basic simple React app. Okay, so what I'll do is that I'm going to just remove a little bit of things from here. So I'm going to select this app.css file, also this app.test, index.css file, but not index.html file. I mean like index.js file. Let me just select them manually. I'm going to select these three files. I'm going to also select these two as well, and also this app.js file, and I'm going to just leave this app.js file and index.js file as well. So I'm going to just remove all of them right here. So I'm going to just delete that. Now what I'll do is that I'm going to get inside this app.js file, and I'm going to remove both of these logs from here. I mean like both of their imports, and I'm going to also remove these JSX. And what I'll do is that I'm going to just write like h1, kind of a weird syntax for you if this is the first time you are seeing JSX. So this is, or welcome to React. Save our file, and it is giving us error because of the index.css. I'm going to go to inside this index.js file, and I am going to remove these comments and this report web vitals. We don't need that. I'm going to remove this import. I'm going to also remove, not this one, but this one, just this index.html, index.css file. Now if we save our file, and here you can see we are getting welcome to the React.js or React, which we wrote right here, like welcome to the React.js. So this is our initial setup. I'm going to close these two files. So now we are left with these files right here. So this gitignore is a file which allows us to ignore stuff, and this is a git related stuff. If you don't know what a git and github is, so you don't have to, but if you want to know what a git and github is, so I've got entire courses on that if you want to check it out on my YouTube channel. Anyway, so this file will allows us to like not push some stuff into our GitHub repository. So here you can see we are just ignoring this node modules folder right here, which is this massive node modules folder. If we don't want to push this node modules folder into our GitHub repository, first, it will take a lot of time, and second, that would be horrible. Like nobody want to mess around with this node modules folder because this is supremely huge. Okay, so this is what gitignore will do for us. And then we have a package.json right here. I'm going to to talk to you about this one just in a sec. Then we have our package.json. So this file records our project dependencies and configures our project. Okay, so like here you can see the name of the file is my app, version is this first one because we didn't change that, and here you can see we have some sort of a testing library and stuff which you don't have to worry about. We have scripts like start, build, test, eject. You don't have to worry about that as well. What you have to keep in mind is that package.json file will record all of our project dependencies and configures our project. Okay, so then we have our package.log.json file, and it also records the exact version of our packages that we've installed. So we install, like, let me just tell you about, let me just show you ReactJS package. If I can search for React, and here you can see we have a testing library. We are not interested in that. Anyway, so this file records the exact version of packages that we've installed. And then finally we have this readme.md file. This is just an instruction on how to use this project, like which we are currently building. You can delete that if you want to, but if you want to write some documentation or comments or some stuff for other engineers, so you can also write it right here. And if you want to preview this file, you can also do that in Visual Studio. So you just have to hit F1 and then just write like greater than sign and readme preview or preview readme. Okay, so this one, markdown preview open. So you can just oh my goodness, I just lost it. Markdown preview and hit enter. And here you can see like how your instruction will look like. Getting started with create React app, available script, npm start, npm test, and how all of that file will look like. Anyway, so that was just a deep dive into these folders and files which I want to show you. Alrighty, so now let's discuss about the code which is inside this index.html file. Okay, so the first thing which we have is that we are importing two libraries. The first one which we are importing is a React library, and the second one which we are importing is a React DOM library. So both of them will be available inside this node modules because we've created a React app, and that too will come for free. Okay, so we are importing a React, which you already know what a ReactJS is. It will allow us to write a React components, which you will see just in a second. And then the second library which we have is something called a React DOM, and React DOM will allow us to render our content which we are going to be writing in ReactJS into the browser. So this one will allow us, like this pure React will allow us to write a ReactJS code, and this React DOM library will allow us to render all of our content which we are going to be creating inside this React into the browser. I know that sounds a little bit confusing. And the third thing which we are importing is this app component which we've created right here. So this app.js component, I'm going to double click on that, and here you can see we have just like a function right here which is returning HTML. This is JSX, which I'm going to show you in a second, but here you can see like you can say like this is HTML. Anyways, so this is a component which we've created right here, and we are just rendering that into our browser. So now we discuss these imports. So what are these things? So first of all, we can also cut this code from here, and we can put it inside a variable like const I don't know, root1 or component or element, whatever name you want to give them, and then you can place that element right here. So what is this variable and this get element by ID is doing is that we are getting into this public folder, and inside this public folder we have this index.html file right here, and inside this index.html file we have this div with a class, I mean like with the ID of root right here. So we are getting this div right here inside this file, and this is just an element, and what this React DOM.create element will allow us to tell React to control that element. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to cut that from here, and I am going to just paste it right here. Okay, so this is how everything looks like, and then we have our React render, and this render method allows us to render all of our content into our page. And we can remove this React strict mode. I'm going to just hit Control D one more time, or you know what, I'm going to just delete it manually just like so. Save our file, and this is how my index.html code looks like right here. Okay, Alright, so now let's discuss the first technical topic of this course is that what in the world is components in ReactJS. So components are independent and reusable bits of code and that serve the same purpose as JavaScript function but work in isolation and return HTML. So in ReactJS we can create two kinds of component like class-based component and functional component. But in this course I'm going to show you both of them, but a lot of time you are going to be using a functional component and you are not going to be using class-based component that often. Okay, so how to create a functional component? Well, the syntax will look like this. First of all, you just have to create a function, but the name should be starting with the uppercase. Here you can see I just want to give this component a name of component. The first letter is uppercase and the rest of them is lowercase. We can also use kebab case, not kebab case, but we can use a camel case if you want to, but this is important. Like if you want to create a React component, like React functional component, the first letter will be uppercase and the rest of them will be lowercase, and it should have to return some JSX. You don't have to worry about what JSX for now, which I'm going to tell you just in a second, but you have to know, like if you want to create a functional component in ReactJS, so the first letter of the word will be uppercase, like the name will be uppercase, and it should have to return some JSX. You have to keep that in mind. So now let me just write some code and then I'm going to explain every single thing one by one. So I'm going to just go inside my folder right here. So I'm going to just close all of these files. I'm going to collapse this public file and I'm going to just go to my app.js file right here, and inside there I'm going to delete every single thing and say bye-bye to all of them. So if you want to create a functional component in ReactJS, so the first thing which you have to do is that we have to write some sort of function result keyword, just like a function which we are creating in JavaScript, and the first letter of the word will be uppercase. So in this case I want to give my component name of like app. So here you can see I write the first letter uppercase and the rest of them will be lowercase, and then my parentheses as usual, and then my curly braces right here. And what I'll do is that I'm going to just return like h1 in this case, h1 of like hello Hussein, okay, my name. And finally I'm going to export this component so that other file can also use that. So I'm going to use export default and then app, like the component name. And now if we save our file and go to our browser, and here you can see we are now getting hello Hussein right here. If you change that to something else like hello Alex, so if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting hello Alex right here. So this is how you can create a functional component in ReactJS. So now let me just show you how to create a class-based component in ReactJS, but you don't have to know that. Like if you want to learn it, that's cool. If you don't, that's completely okay too. So if you want to create a class-based component, I'm going to comment this line out. You just have to first of all write a class result keyword, and then what you have to do is that you have to give them some sort of a name, and the name should be uppercase. Okay, so I'm going to just give him a name of like app, and it should have to extend the functionality from my React. Oh, you know, let me just use component right here, component. There we go. And now let me just close that. But we also have to import our component from ReactJS because we are using it right here. But if you don't want to import this one, so you just have to write this React uppercase, then dot, and then component. You can use it right here just like that, or you can import that component manually and then you can use this extend and component. Okay, so here you have to use a render method to render your content. So I'm going to just use a render method, and inside this render method I have to return some JSX. So I'm going to just use my h1 of hello I don't know, John Doe or something. So I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see we're now getting hello John Doe on the screen right here. So what is all of that gibberish even mean? So first of all, we are just importing this component from this React library right here, and first of all we are creating a class, then we are giving some sort of a name to that class, and we are extending the functionality from this component. So what is extending means? You already know that, like if you've worked with the OOP in JavaScript, so you already know what all of that means. Extending just basically means like borrowing the functionality from this component and then using it with this app component which you are creating right now. And then here you can see we have this built-in render method inside this component, and this render method allows us to show content on the screen. Okay, and finally we are just returning some HTML code right here. I know all of that were looking confused, so what I'll do is that I'm going to remove this class-based component and say bye-bye to them for all of the time, because we are not going to be using any class-based component in this course. So now I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting hello Alex. So now we successfully create component right here, but now let me just discuss a little bit theory about components in React.js. So here you can see I am on this React official web page right here. So I'm going to just go to just reactjs.dev or react.dev. So like here you can see we have a few components. So this navigation will be separate component which we can reuse inside our project again and again and again. Then we have some sort of other component like button component, and we are using like a button component for learn, for references, for community, blogs. And then we have one other component for this light and dark mode right here, and we can separate this component to a lot. Like here we can create a component for all of this hero section right here, or we can just create a component for simple button or for simple navigation, or even for just some, I don't know, like for this text, like support a Ukraine and provide some money to it. So we can create a component for anything. And in React.js we are going to be creating our user interfaces by using components. And here you can see this text will have their own different component, this info will have their own component, this one will be totally different component, this one will be different component. And in React.js we are going to be creating a lot of component. So here you can see we have just single one component right here. So we are just creating a video, we are not, but React community is creating a video playlist, and you don't have to worry about this gibberish syntax for now. But they're creating one component right here, and they are reusing it again and again. Like they're using a map method which you already don't have to worry about right now. But we can create this UI into separate component. Like we can create this UI into one component, this one will be for another component, this one will be for another component, and we can render all of these components into one single file. And by the way, if you create component once, you can reuse that same component in different kinds of projects, but you just have to tweak a little bit things around and that will work for you. And here you can also see like they are providing a different kinds of styling into this component, and also different kind of functionality. Like if I click on this heart button right here, so here you can see that animation, and also this heart is filled. If you click on it one more time, so that heart become outline, and we provide a little bit of color to it. So we can provide our JavaScript, HTML, and also our CSS styling into just single one component, and we can reuse that component again and again inside our project. So that was just kind of a basic theory behind how to create component and what components are. And here you can see they're rendering different kind of components which you don't have to worry about, and I'm going to show you all of that in action. So I want you to visit to your favorite site, like I don't know, whichever kind of site you want to visit, and think about that site like for different kind of components. Like how would you create different kind of components for that site? So like let's suppose if you go to Google, like I don't know, if you just go to Google, so you can create a component for like this section right here. You can also create a component for I don't know, this section maybe. And you can also create a component for this bookmarks if you want to, and stuff like that. Anyways, so that was just a basic theory behind components and how to create a basic and simple component in React.js. So now let's just discuss this horrible syntax right here. Like what in the world is this HTML code doing inside this JavaScript function? So now let's just discuss that a little bit. So that weird looking syntax which you saw a second ago is nothing but JSX in React.js. So JSX or JavaScript XML, you can also call it like JavaScript XML or JSX in React.js. So what is that JSX even means? A JSX allows us to write HTML in React.js, and JSX makes it easier to write and add HTML in React.js. But that JSX, I mean like that HTML code which you are going to be writing in React.js and you can also call it a JSX will be compiled into pure JavaScript. Okay, so we are going to be writing HTML code, but that code will be compiled into JavaScript code because of a Babel tool, which I'm going to show you just in a second. So how to create a JSX? So JSX is this code right here. So all of that HTML things which you learn in your HTML and CSS course, so all of them will be applied. Like if you want to create a section, article, input, form, button, or I don't know, whichever kind of thing you want to create in HTML, you can also create it inside your component right here. Okay, so you just have to write this code, and your ReactJS will compile all of your code into a pure JavaScript. So if you don't believe me, let me show you. But before I show you all of the code, first of all, I would like to just create a section, and I'm going to hit tab, and now inside this section I will just write h1 and hit tab, and I will just say like, hello, my name is Hussein, and after that I'm going to just write my paragraph, and I'm not going to give him any classes and stuff, which is another story which I will tell you in a second. And this is some content and happy face, and I guess that would be fine. So now I'm going to save my file. And here you can see we are now getting like, hello, my name is Hussein, and this is some content right here. But now let me just show you how all of that works behind the scenes, like how all of that code is compiled into JavaScript behind the scenes. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just copy this code. So I want you to come to this link, which is this https bamblejs.io and then /REPL, and I'm going to just hit enter. So it will now brings us to this page right here. It will take a little bit of time because of my internet connection, and I'm going to remove all of that code from here. And instead what I'll do is that I'm going to paste all of this code right here. I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it right here, and here you can see it will now generate this random looking code for me. And what I'll do is that I'm going to copy all of that code, and instead I'm gonna place it right here. And now I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see we have this pure and stuff. So I'm gonna just select that, hit Control D to select it and remove it, save our file. And now let's just check him out inside our browser, is that how this code will look like. And we are getting a compilation error, React is not defined. Now let's get into React. Now let's get our React right here. So React from React, save our file. And here you can see we are now getting that same result right here, like, hello, my name is Hussein, and this is some content right here. So what is the difference between the previous code which we wrote, and what is the difference between that? And as I said, that we are going to be writing our HTML code, or you can also say a JSX in a React world. We are going to be writing a JSX, and our React.js will help us compile all of that code into this gibberish, like this weird looking code. Like it will say React and then create element section, and inside this section we are not going to be providing any props to it. After that we have another create React component, like React create element. We are creating h1, we are not providing any classes, any props to it, and we have this text right here like, hello, my name is Hussein, and we are creating a paragraph, null, like no classes, no attributes and anything like that. And this is some content right here. Okay, so let me just write some more, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So I'll just write like form. You don't have to write this code which I'm writing right now. And inside this form I'm gonna just write I don't know, a text would be like something else, and placeholder will be enter your name or email or something like that. Save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this form input with a text of nothing but with a placeholder of enter your name. And now I'm going to just copy this component from here. Let me just remove that. I'm going to copy this component from here, and I'm going to just paste it right here, and it will now give us this result. I'm going to copy all of that, and I'm going to paste it right here. And also I'm going to need to get my React, because we are referencing this React right here. Hit Control D to remove these comments, save my file, and now let's check him out, so whether it's working. And here you can see I'm going to refresh my browser, and here you can see it is working totally fine right here. Okay, so we are now getting this input, and inside this input we have this placeholder of enter your name. And here you can see we have this ugly looking syntax like react.create element, and then we have a form inside there, and we're not providing any classes, nothing to it. And we have an input, and that input will take a type of text, placeholder will be enter your name. So congratulations, we don't have to write this ugly and messy code. Instead, we just have to write our HTML code, like whatever you want to write, like I don't know, just create a paragraph and welcome to the React world and happy face emoji or whatever, or heart would be fine. Okay, so I'm going to remove this React from here because we don't need it. We are not working with the older version of ReactJS, so we don't need that reference right here in every component which we are going to be creating. Anyway, so here you can see we are now getting welcome to the React world, and yeah, that's completely totally fine, but there are just a few things which you have to keep in mind when you're writing a JSX by yourself. So whenever you're writing a JSX in your React application, you have to keep in mind a few rules in ReactJS. So now let's talk about the first rule which you have to keep in mind, like the first JSX rule. Whenever you're returning more than one element, you have to wrap that element with a single parent component, like not component but single parent tag. Like let's suppose, let me just remove this coding from here, and I want to just write two sections right here, like section, and then I want to write one more section, so I have to just write another section. Or let's suppose if I want to write another one, will be like article or something, so I'll just write article, article, there we go, and it will now give us this ugly error right here. So if I hover my mouse over to it, and it is saying like JSX expression must have one parent element. Okay, so one parent element, what do we mean by that? I'm going to remove that, and first of all, I have this kind of section right here, or you can create a div or a side or anything you have. You can create header, footer, section, whatever, but in my case I'm going to just create a div, and I'm going to close that div right here, and inside this div I'm going to create my section, and outside from that section I'm going to create my article. Okay, so you just have to keep that rule in mind, and whenever I save my file, here you can see that parenthesis is now in here by default. And now if you save, and here you can see we're not going to get anything because we didn't write anything inside them. So I'll just write like a section tag, and I'll also write my article tag right here. So if you save our file, we are getting a section tag, and we are also getting an article tag. But what if I try to remove this div from here and also this div from here, and if you save our file, and here you can see we are now getting this nasty error right here. And whenever you get some sort of error in ReactJS, so just hover your mouse over to it, and it will just help you with, I don't know, 40% of time or maybe 30% of time, and the rest you'll have to figure out by yourself. So that was the first error, or the first rule which you have to keep in mind. So rule number 2, what do you have to do? So rule number 2 is close all of your tags in ReactJS. So in HTML sometimes we forgot to close our tags and it didn't say anything at all, but in ReactJS, remember, our code will be compiled into something called JavaScript. So we are not writing a pure HTML, we are writing a pure HTML, but our code, our HTML code will be compiled into pure JavaScript. So keep that in mind. So sometime you will just write in HTML like I don't know, I'll just write section, and inside this section I'll just write like img. Okay, not like this one, but we will just write less than sign in img, and then I'll just forgot to close it right here. And now here you can see it is now giving us an error, like if I hover my mouse over to it, it is saying like JSX element img has no corresponding closing tag. You have to close that. So if I want to close that, I'll just put my backslash or forward slash, whatever you want to call that, and it will now close this tag for me, and that error will be gone. Okay, if you save our file, we're not going to get anything, but if you just go to our inspect area and we go to our elements, and here you can see we are now getting this img tag right here. So yeah, that's completely working. There will be countless other situations where you will forget to close your element, but you have to keep in mind like JavaScript, like React will give you a nasty error, so be sure of this second rule as well. So I'm going to remove this coding from here as well. And now let's talk about the third rule, and there are just like a lot of rules which I can't remember right now, but throughout this course I'm going to show you every single one of them. So instead of writing a class, let me just create some sort of h1 right here, and I'm going to just write title maybe. Yeah, title will be fine. So let's suppose if you want to give him a class, so you already know how to give a class, so you'll just write a class and then close it, and then you will just give him whatever kind of class you want, and then inside your CSS you will just select that class and then you will just style there. But you know what, let me just write it. I'm gonna just give him some sort of a class like title class or something. If we save our file, and if we here you can see it will now gives us no error, nothing right here. Like here you can see we are now getting this title right here. But if we go to our console, here you can see we are getting this error like warning, invalid DOM property class. Did you mean class name? So yeah, instead of writing a class, as you know what a class is in JavaScript, so as I said, like our code will be compiled into JavaScript. So did you mean you're writing a class, you're creating some sort of component with the name of class result keyword? So we are not going to be using class result keyword right here. So instead, whenever we are providing class to our element, we are going to be using class name from now on. So if we save our file, and if you refresh it, and here you can see that error will be gone right here. So keep in mind, whenever you are giving a class to some sort of element, you have to use class name, not just a class. Okay, so that's also a rule which you have to keep in mind. And now let me just talk to you about the final rule, and the rest I'm going to show you throughout this course. So let's suppose in some situation you're going to be creating a form, and I'm going to remove this section because we're not sending our data somewhere, and we have a label, and let's just remove the, oh, you already said that. But in some situation we are going to be using a for, and we are going to be given some sort of a name and name as well. And also I'm going to just create an input with the type of text. It doesn't matter, but yeah, it doesn't matter. But now here you can see we've provided a for attribute to it. So here we have to also provide ID to it. So we will just give a name of like name, ID of name. If we save our file, everything should work. And here you can see we are now getting this nasty error like for, did you mean HTML4? Yeah, we mean HTML4. So we are not going to be using for, because you already know that for it is a result keyword using for loop in JavaScript. For let I equal to 0, I is less than blah blah blah, and I plus plus, and this kind of loop I'm talking about in JavaScript. Okay, so for is a result keyword which allows us to create a loops in in JavaScript. So we are going to be using HTML4. Okay, so if you save our file and now refresh it, and here you can see that error is gone. So that was just a few rules which you have to keep in mind whenever you're writing your JSX in ReactJS. Alright, so that was just the basics of JSX. So now let's learn about how we can render multiple components in ReactJS. So if you want to render multiple components, which means like we have to create more components than we currently have. So if you want to create more components, so you can obviously create it right here. You can give them whichever kind of name you like and for whichever kind of thing you like. But I personally prefer to create a components folder. So I'll just create a components folder. So I'll just give a name of like components right here. And if I hit enter right here, so it will now create this components folder for me. And now I'm going to create two components inside this components folder. The first one I'm going to be creating is add.js, or you can also give a JSX extension if you want to. JSX extension will allow you to just write a JSX in your app, and that JS will also work the same. For some people use JSX, some people use just a JS. You can choose either JSX or JS. So in my case, I'm going to just go with JS, and you can create JSX if you want to. Okay, so here you can see we just create this file inside this component folder, and what I will do is that I'm going to do a magic. How can I do a magic? I'm going to just write RAFCE and hit tab, and boom, here you can see it will now create that component, add that arrow function component, and it will also export it right here, but we don't need this ReactJS. Now you might be asking like, in your coder that will not work. So how can you make it work in your own Visual Studio Coder as well? So I want you to just go to your extension panel and then just search for this React or ES6 ReactJS, this extension which I'm using right now, and it has countless of emits which you can use, like it will just make your development workflow a bit faster. So I'm going to be using this extension throughout the course. You don't have to if you don't want to, but throughout the course I'm going to just go a little bit faster, and I'm going to be using this extension. If you like it, feel free to install it. If you don't, that's on you. So now I'm going to just use RAFCE and hit tab. I'm going to remove this import from here, and here you can see it will now just create this component for me. You can also change it to this function. Just write a function and then add, and then remove this arrow from here, and here you can see we have just a simple function right here. Inside this function we are just returning this add JSX. You can give them like whichever kind of JSX you like I don't know, hello, I'm from add component, or yeah, component would be fine. So you can make it like that. And now let me just also show you how you can create an arrow functional component. So I'm going to just write a const result keyword or a let result keyword, or God forbid, don't write a word. So I'm going to just write a const, and I'm going to just create a functional component, I mean like function, arrow function, and I'm just returning this div right here inside this function. So I'm going to just save my file. Now what I'll do is that I'm going to go to my app.js file, and I'm going to import this component inside this app.js component. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just write import and then add, and here you can see it will now give us that suggestion. If we click on it, and here you can see it will just auto complete it for me. Okay, so sometimes this works, but in a lot of time this extension kind of things autocomplete doesn't work. So in my case it did work. So what I'll do is that I'm going to remove this h1 from here, and instead I'm going to write a less than sign and then add the component name, and I'm going to just close it right here. If we save our file, and here you can see we are now getting the results of this component right here inside my app.js component right here. So here you can see we are now getting hello, I am from add component. Now let me just create one more component so that you will have a little bit practice, and yeah, that would be cool. I'm gonna go to my Explorer, and now I'm gonna just create a new component. I'm gonna give it a name of like greetings, and then I'm gonna just provide a JS extension right here, and I'm gonna use my React magic one more time. I'm gonna use RAFCE, remove this what do we call it, React reference from here, and greetings component. There we go. Okay, so now if we save our file, and here you can see we are now getting this greetings component, and now I want this content to be available inside this app.js file. So what I will do is that I'm going to also import greetings, and here you can see my good luck, and now I'm gonna hit enter, and it will now give us that greetings component right here. So now let's suppose if I want to render that greetings component as well. So if you save our file and if you check it out, so it will not work. Do you know why it's not working? Well, I already told you that just a second ago that we have to wrap this component in a parent. So I'm going to remove that, and in this case I'm going to use section, and inside this section I'm going to just first of all render my add component, and underneath this add component I'm going to render my greetings component. If we save our file, and here you can see we are now getting hello, I am from add component and greetings component. And now let's suppose if I cut this component from here and I place it above this add component, so what do you think will be the result? I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting greetings component and hello, I am from a add component right here. Okay, so yeah. Now let me just discuss one more topic in ReactJS, which is called fragments, and that topic is just a very simple topic to learn. Okay, so if you want to learn more about fragments, so you can check it out on Google, but this is the most simple topic in ReactJS. A React fragments, like as I show you this rule, like you will have to write this parent element, and whenever we open or inspect, like whenever we open our elements tag, and every time we are seeing either a section or a div or article or some sort of a parent, but for some layout you won't need this section. So for that kind of layouts you can use a fragments in ReactJS. So you can either import it from here like fragments, and here you can see we just write like import and then curly braces, and we are just getting a fragment, and you can wrap your component from this fragment. So what I'll do is that I'm going to remove this section, and I'm going to also remove this section as well. And what I'll do is that I'm going to just use this component like less than sign and fragments, and I'm going to close it right here, and I'm going to cut this closing part from there, and I'm going to paste it right here. So I want you to notice this code. What are we doing? First of all, we are just getting this fragment right here, and we are wrapping both of our components inside this fragment right here. So if you save our file, and here you can see that section and that div is gone, and we are just getting like greetings component div, and also hello, I'm from add component div right here. So there is also a shorter way to write this React fragments, and the shorter way is to first of all remove these fragments from here. We don't need that, and also remove this fragment from here and also from here. If we save our file, and boom, it will work the same. If you refresh our browser, like everything should work the same. And I'm gonna just click on this component so you guys can see it, and here you can see we don't have any div, no section, no content, like no nothing. So this is how you can work with the React fragments. So throughout the course you will see me use fragments this way, and this is the preferred way. And the other one which I show you when I was teaching a React fragment, that was just an older way of using React fragments. Anyways, so in this section we learn about how we can work with the multiple components and how we can work with the React fragments. So this section is one of the most important section of this course, because in this section we are going to be learning about how we can add dynamic content into our JSX. So with JSX you can write expression inside a curly braces, and the expression can be a React variable or property or object or anything like that, or any valid JavaScript expression, and JSX will execute that expression and return the results, which I'm going to show you just in a second. So how the syntax will look like? Well, we just have to use these curly braces inside our JSX, and we can put all of our valid JSX and it will give us the same results. So here you can see we are now creating a variable with the name of my name, and we are just putting my name inside that variable, and then we are creating an arrow function of multiply, and then we have a special clause, and here you can see we are rendering that name right here, and it will give us Hussein Web Dev as a result. And then here you can also see we are just rendering like 2 plus 2, it will give us 4. And then here you can also see we are just rendering this array, it will give us Alex, John, Jordan and Hussein. And finally we are rendering our multiply function inside these curly braces, so it will give us like 2 times 2, it will give us 4. And finally we can also provide a dynamic classes into our elements by using these curly braces. Okay, so now let me just write some code and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So the first thing which I'll do is that I'm going to remove both of these components from here, and I'm going to totally delete this components folder from there. And now I'm going to also remove this add and greetings component as well. So the first thing which I will do is that underneath this app component, I'm going to just create a variable. I'm going to give it like the name of like my name, and it will be set to my own name. You can give me your own name if you want to. Now the next thing which I will do is that I'm going to create a multiply function, like an arrow function. You can create this function by using a function result keyword, like a functional expression, but I'm going to be using it by using a arrow function a plus a times b, there we go. And then we have a const special class, and it will be now equals to simple class right here. So now inside my JSX area here, what I'll do is that I'm going to just write h1, and I'm going to just put right now like my name variable right here. So if we save our file, and we are taking this my name variable, we are putting it the value of Hussein Web Dev, and we are rendering it dynamically right here. So if we save our file, and here you can see this is how it looks like. It will now give us Hussein Web Dev as a value. If you change that to something else like I don't know, Alex Web Dev would be fine. So if you save that, here you can see it will now give us Alex Web Dev right here. That's because we are rendering this variable dynamically right here. So anytime we change the content inside this variable, and that component will re-render, and it will just give us that results which we put right here inside this variable right here. Okay, so I'm gonna just put my name because I really like my own name, Hussein Web Dev. Now the next thing which I'll do is that we can also write a valid expression if you want to. So I'll just write paragraph, and I'm gonna just write like I don't know, let me just write 2 plus 2, and what do you think will be the result of this expression? So if we save our file, and here you can see it will now gives us the result of 4 right here. That's because that 2 plus 2 will give us 4. If you want to give them a label of 2 plus 2, so we can also do that outside from this curly braces. So I'll just write 2 space plus 2 space, and if you save our file, it will now give, not like that, come on Hussein, equal to save our file, and here you can see it will now give us 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. If you want to write it like 2 times 2, so you'll just write times symbol, and I'm going to also change the label to times, and if you save that, it will give us 4. 2 times 2 is 4. Anyway, so we can put any kind of valid JavaScript expression right here. So now let me just give you another example of some sort of a friend array. So I'm going to just write paragraph my friends list, and it will be now equals to some sort of a friends, which I'm going to be providing right here. So I'm going to provide array of different kinds of friends like Alex, John, I don't know, Jordan. I don't even know these people but they are just a random people on my head. So I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see it will now give us this label like my friend list. We have Alex, we have John, we have Jordan right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we can use variable. This is how we can use just expressions. This is how we can use arrays. Now let me just use function right here. So we've already created this function like multiply, and now let's just provide different kind of values to it. So I'll just write paragraph, and I'm going to just write 2 times 2, and it will be now equals to this multiply function which we've created up above, multiply, and there it requires 2 values like parameter 1, parameter 2. So we have to provide that arguments right here. So I'll just provide 2 comma 2 if you save our file, and here you can see it will now give us the same result right here. Instead, if I just write like label to 4, and I'm going to also provide 4 right here, and 4 save our file, and 4 times 4 will give us 16. The answer is totally correct, and yeah, everything is working. Now let me just talk to you about a special class which we've created right here. So this is just a special class. You can give him banana, or you can give him any name you want, or you can also put any kind of string. Like, it's not special, but I just give him a name of special class and special value inside there. So now if you want to provide dynamic class to this paragraph, any kind of elements, so for that we can also use classes. So I'll just write class name, and here I'm going to be, instead of using a quotes, I'm going to be using curly braces right here. So here what I will do is that I'm going to just provide my special class to it right here. So that special class variable, and I'm going to just give them like this is a special class or something like that. And now I'm going to just zoom out a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better, and this is how it looks like. So if you save our file, and now if you just right click on it and go to inspect area, and here you can see we now provide that class of simple class right here. So if you want to change that to like not simple class, like not simple class, if you save that, and here you can see that class will be changed to not simple class, and you can style that however you want. And we didn't learn about styling till this point, which we will do in a few seconds, but this is how we can render dynamic content in ReactJS. Alright, so now let's talk about a list in ReactJS. So in some situation, you would need to work with a list of data in ReactJS, and for that you will have to need to work with some sort of a loop. And luckily for us, in JavaScript we already have a built-in method for that, which is called a map method, and we can use that for every kind of list in ReactJS. Okay, and we are going to be always using a map method for list, and map method allows us to iterate over through every item inside the list, and it will just give us the copy of that list. Okay, so if you guys don't know what a map method is, so feel free to check out my video on that, and if you already know it, so good on ya. So how the syntax will look like, and this is how the syntax will look like. First of all, I have this numbers array right here in which I put like 5 numbers, and here you can see I use these curly braces right here because here I'm writing a JavaScript expression, so that's why I put these curly braces right here. And now here you can see I'm just iterating over through every item by using my map method, and I'm just printing some sort of a JSX and printing that value right here, and you don't have to worry about this key and mat.random stuff, which I'm going to show you just in a second. So this is how the code will look like. So let me just write some sort of a code, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So this is the previous example. I'm going to remove all of the code from the previous example, and now let's talk about a list. So first of all, I'm going to just write like example number 1. Okay, so first of all, I'll have to create some sort of a list. So I'll just create a numbers list like 3 4 5, and now I want to iterate over through this list, and I want to print all of these items to my browser. So what I'll do is that I'm going to first of all write these curly braces right here. So why? Because in this case I wanted to work with a JavaScript, so I have to write these curly braces right here. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just first of all write my numbers, and then I'll just use my map method right here. I'll get my number, a singular number. I can either write a curly braces or these parentheses right here. So I'm going to tell you what's the difference between both of them, or you know what, let me just tell you the difference between both of them. Anytime you want to write a curly braces, we have to use this return keyword and then some sort of a JSX, or in some situation we don't want to use these curly braces and we don't want to return some JSX, we just want to write JSX. So for that we are going to be just using these parentheses. So that's just the difference between these parentheses and curly braces. So in this case I don't want to return any data, because here you can see I've already have this return statement right here, so I don't have to write any return right here. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just write like ul. Let me just write ul, and inside this ul I'll just write my li right here, and I'm going to use these curly braces one more time because here I'm outside from this JSX word and I want to get into the JavaScript word, so I have to put these curly braces right here. And what I'll do is that I'm going to copy this name and I'm going to paste it right here. So if I save my file, and this is how all of the code looks like right here. Okay, so if I save my file, and now let's check it out inside the browser, and this is how it will look like right here. Like everything is working the way we expect him to work, but there's just a little bit catch. If I right click on it and go to inspect area and go to my console, so here you can see it will now give us this warning like each child in the list should have a unique key prop. So this is the most important thing which you have to remember in a list. Like anytime you want to work with a list, so you just have to remember that like anytime you want to work with a list of data in ReactJS, so for that you'll have to provide a unique key to the child prop. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just write a key right here. So I'll just write key and a random thing if I want to get that. So we can either use a UUID, but that's a little bit off topic, so I'm not going to be installing anything outside from React, and I'm gonna just use like I don't know, math.random would be fine, and times 10 or whatever. And I'm assuming that you guys already know what a math.random will do for us. It will just give us random numbers from 0 through 10. So if you save our file, and now if we refresh that, and here you can see that warning is gone. So keep in mind, like anytime you want to work with a list of data, you have to provide this key and some sort of a, and by the way, let me mention, like this is not a best way to handle this case, but for this tutorial and for this simple case I just use this, but this is the most horrible way you can handle this error. Okay, so this was the first example, so I'm gonna just remove that from here, and now let me give you one more example. Let's suppose if you want to work with some sort of a list of data, like const user info would be fine, and it will be now equals to a array, and inside this array we would have our object. So I'll just write username and it will be equals to Hussein, and now I'm gonna just provide some sort of other data, like I don't know, email would be fine, and test@gmail.com would be fine, and also location will be, I don't know, UK would be fine. And I'm going to duplicate that a few times, so I'll just copy it and paste it 2 times, and I'm going to change this name to, I don't know, John and JD@gmail.com, and he is going to be from Arab or somewhere else. And I'm going to also change this name to Alex maybe, and he is his email will be, I don't know, alexmerson@gmail.com would be fine, and he's going to be from, I don't know, India would be fine. So here you can see I have this list of data right here. So I have this array, and inside this array I have these 3 items inside a curly braces, which means like objects. So I want to iterate over through this array, and I want to get all of these items. So how can I go about doing that? Well, first of all, I'm gonna have to use my curly braces. So I'm gonna just zoom in a bit. What I'll do is that I'm going to just use my curly braces, and I'm going to provide my user info right here. So user info is the name of this list. I'm going to access that, like I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it right here, and then I'm going to use my dot map method right here, and I'm going to just get my single user, and I don't want to return anything else, so I'm going to use just these parentheses right here. So what else do we have to do? I'm going to use my UL, and I'll also provide a key of math.random times 10 would be fine, or how many you want to pass there. And what I'll do is that I'm going to use li, and here what I can do is that I'm going to access my username, and I'm going to also duplicate that 3 times, and then we have an email, and then we have a location. So let me just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. Here you can see I'm just iterating over through all of this list right here, and what I'm doing is that I'm getting a username from each of these lists right here, and I'm also getting an email and location right here, and I'm just rendering it to the browser. So if I save my file, and now if I refresh it, so here you can see we are now getting Hossein, test, and UK, and we are also getting a John and all of this data right here, and we are not getting that error. That's because I provide this key of math.random right here. So yeah, that was it about list in React.js, and I guess that would be fine. And later on in this course I'm gonna give you a lot more practice, but I guess that would be it for list in this section. Alright, so now let's talk about props or properties in React.js. So props are argument passed into React component, and props are passed to components via HTML attribute. So why in the world we would need a props in React.js? So React components use props to communicate with each other, and every parent component can pass some information to its child component by giving them a prop. And prop might remind you of HTML attribute. If you want to call it like attribute, you can call it, but in React community a lot of people call it props, so that's why everybody is calling it props in React.js. But you can also pass some JavaScript value through them, like including objects, arrays, strings, and function, and anything you want to pass from a parent component to a children component. So for that we are going to be using a props in React.js. So how that will look like, here you can see I have 2 components right here. So the one is app component and the second is user component right here. So here you can see I'm just passing these props like attribute to this component, which is a user component. Here you can see I have my image, I have my name, my age is married is set to false, and this one will not work because we cannot use booleans properties. So this one will not work. And then we have hobbies like coding, reading, sleeping, and we want to pass these data, all of these props, into our user components. So here you can see we are accessing all of these props right here, and here you can see we are using it like image props.image props.name, and here you can see we are using it for a name, for age, for is married, and I guess this one will not work, but I don't know why I included it in there. And it will also work for hobbies of data right here. So now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I mean when I say props in React.js. So what I will do is that I'm going to remove this coding and also this coding as well. I'm going to zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. Save my file, no content, nothing inside there, and I'm going to create a separate component inside this file. So I'll just give a name of like user, and it will be now equals to like, I don't know, nothing. And now I've successfully created this component, so I'll just write like, I don't know, section would be fine. And now I want to use this component inside my app. So what I will do is that inside these fragments, I'm going to just call this method, like this component. So I'll just write user right here. Okay, so that's how I can use it right here. So let's suppose if I want to pass some data from this app component to this user component, so how can I go about doing that? Well, I'm going to just here pass it right here. So I'm going to just write like, I don't know, I'm going to just pass my name like Hossein web dev right here. I'm going to zoom in a bit, and now what I will do is I'm going to save my file, and here I'm going to just log to the console like console.log of props. But before I do, I'm going to have to access it right here. So I'll just use props, and also I'm going to pass it right here. So props, if I save my file, and now here you can see I pass this name data right here inside this component. Don't get confused, this stuff is very easy. Here you can see I just provide different data right here, and that's how I can access this right here. If I want to get that data, I'm going to just use props dot and then the data name. So in this case I'm going to just write name, and if we save our file, and here you can see that's how I can get my prop data right here inside a console. Okay, so you can use it however you want, and props and properties are both of the name of these props. You can call it a props, you can call it a properties, or you can also call it attributes, but not a lot of people call it attributes, but that's just me. Sometimes call it attributes because I'm coming from a HTML background. Everybody is coming from HTML background if you are a web developer. So what I will do is that I'm going to just provide some sort of a data into it. So I'll just provide img, and I'm gonna fill that out in a second, but I'm gonna use another prop, like I don't know, name would be fine, and I'm gonna pass my name like Hussein Web Dev, and I'm gonna also provide another one which will be age. You can pass any kind of data right here, and I'm gonna also pass hobbies, and it will be now equals to like coding is my hobby, reading is also my hobby, and sleeping is also my hobby. I'm gonna zoom out a bit. So this is the data I provided right here, but I'll also have to fill out this image data. So I just come to my GitHub profile, and I'm going to right click on it and copy the image address, and I'm going to paste it right here. Okay, so if I save my file, now we successfully pass our data into our component. So now we have to use that data. So how can I go about doing that? Well, inside this section, I can use my image, so I'm going to use my img, and instead of passing these strings, I'm going to just pass my JavaScript expression right here. And what I'll do is that I'm going to just write like props.img, and I provide this img data right here, so that's why I am able to pass it right here as my image. And I'm going to also remove these quotes from here, and here I'm going to pass my props.name right here. Okay, and after that I'm going to use my h1, and as a label I'm going to give him like name label, and here I'm going to use my props.name. After that I'm going to use my h3, and I'm going to just use like hobbies, and I'm gonna just use props.hobbies. If we save our file, and here you can see, I don't know why that image is not rendering. Okay, so it's rendering right here, but I way zoomed in. So here you can see that handsome guy. Here's my image, here's my name, and this is my hobbies right here. So props allows us to communicate from a parent to a child component. So if you want to pass some data, we can use props to do that. If I want to change this name to something else, like I don't know, like Alex Web Dev, and if we save our file, here you can see that data will be updated. If you want to pass something else, like I don't know, coding, reading, or I don't know, recording would be fine. Recording would be fine if you save our file, and here you can see coding, reading, and sleeping, coding, recording, and sleeping. And yeah, you can paste this data right here, and you can access it right here inside your component. You can create a separate component for that if you want to, so you can just cut it from here and then just create a component right here, or create a component folder if you want to. Give a name of like user.js, paste this component, export default, and then user. If you save our file, and what I'll do is that I'm going to import that component right here. So import user, this one, hit enter from user. If we save our file, if we refresh it, and everything will work the way we expect him to work. So you can just like design your component like that. You can create a component folder and put it in there if you want to, but in my case that will be fine. Okay, so we can provide like any kind of data right here, real data, and it will be now equals to double curly braces, like name will be Alex, and I don't know, location will be I don't know which kind of location, USA would be fine, United States of America. And I'm going to access this real data from there, so I'm going to just use my paragraph, and here I'm going to use props.real data. Okay, .real data.name would be fine if we save our file, and here you can see we are now getting that Alex right here. If you want to get the other data like location, so I can also use location right here. If you save that, and here you can see we're now getting that location right here at the end of that file. So yeah, that was it about props in React.js. I just said that that's it about props, but that's not it about props. Now let's learn about a props destructuring. So I'm going to just remove this paragraph because that was just unnecessary, and I'm going to also remove that from here, and we are just getting my image, my name, and all of these kind of hobbies right here. So let's suppose if you don't want to write these props all the time, like props.image, props.name, props.hobbies, and all of that kind of stuff, so you can destructure these props one by one if you want to. If you guys don't know what a destructuring is in JavaScript, so you can check out my JavaScript playlist and you will learn more about that in that playlist. So yeah, let me just destructure that. Let's suppose if you want to destructure this name, I mean like this image, this name, and also this hobbies. So how can you go about doing that? Here I'm going to just remove that. Let me just zoom in a bit, and I'm going to just use my destructuring right here. So I'm going to just use like img. I'm going to destructure img and also the name and also the hobbies as well. So if we save our file, and now we can remove these props.image and stuff. So I'm going to just remove these props. I'm going to just select one and hit Ctrl D to select all of them, and now I'm going to just remove them. So here you can see we just provide img, we just provide name, and hobbies. So if we save our file, and it will give us props, it's not defined. I don't know where did I put their props. Let me just refresh there, and it will take a little bit of time to render my image. And here you can see everything is working the way we expect them to work. Okay, so you can just destructure your props right here. You don't have to use props.name and props.data all the time. You can destructure it in the beginning of the component, and you can reuse that props anywhere you want. Alright, so now let's talk about a props children in ReactJS. So let me just remove, or you know what, I'm going to just remove this slash from here, and I'm going to just call it as manual component like so. And here inside this component, let me just zoom out a bit. Inside this component, what I will do is that I'm going to just write my paragraph like some sort of a JSX right here, and I'm going to just use like lorem of 20 would be fine. And here you can see I provide this JSX inside this user component. This is not a prop, this is something called a children. And children lets you manipulate and transform the JSX you receive as the children prop. And when I say children, so children is the special name for the nested JSX inside a component. Okay, so like anytime you want to destructure it, so we have to use children, like children is a special name. So I'm going to just save this file, and what I'll do is that I'm going to just go to my user component right here, and I'm going to just destructure my children right here. So I'm going to just use comma and children. Okay, like this name is special, you have to use that for this kind of nested JSX inside your component. And what I will do is that underneath these hobbies, I'm going to just use it right here, like it's already inside this paragraph, so I don't have to wrap it with anything. And I'm going to just use my children, and if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting that lorem ipsum right here inside our component. We can pass any kind of data if you want to, like just pass like h1 of like hello, I am a children or whatever. So if I just save that, and here you can see we are now getting hello, I am a children right here. And if I just change the name of this one to like children prop would be fine, or children data rather. So I'm going to just change that to children data, and I'm going to paste it right here, save my file, and here you can see we will not see anything right here, because as I said, the children name is a special name for children data or children JSX. So I'm going to just copy that, I'm going to paste it right here, save my file, and hello, I'm a children JSX. So that was it about a children prop in ReactJS. Alright, so now let's learn about conditional rendering in ReactJS. So conditional rendering in React works the same as conditional work in JavaScript. Use JavaScript operators like if, else, if, or the condition operator to create elements representing the current state, and let React update the UI to match them. So what are all of this gibberish which I am talking about right now? So conditional rendering, as the name suggests, that we will just use some sort of a condition to render. If something is true, so print one data. If something is false, so print another data. And we can also use like ternary operator, and we can also use and operator, we can use or operator, and there are a lot of ways to conditionally render our content into the screen. But in this video, I'm going to just show you 3 ways, like if and else statements, and also the and operator, and also the ternary operator. So now let's begin with the first one. So if, so here you can see I have two components right here. The first one will be valid password, and here we are not returning anything, but we just have this h1 of valid password, and then we have an invalid password component right here. And inside this password component, we are just getting that data as a prompt, because we are passing it right here, and we are just applying this if and else statement to conditionally check if the password is valid. So just return valid component. If the password is not valid, then just return invalid password right here. So now let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So what I will do is that I'm going to remove this user component from the previous example. I'm going to just delete that folder, and I'm going to also remove this user component from here and remove that call from there. And what I'll do is that I'm going to create two components like valid password, and it will be now equals to like nothing. It will just return h1 of valid password. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this component and change this one to invalid password, and also change the name, come on, if I can get it, to invalid password right here. So I have these two components, and I'm just changing it, and I'm gonna also need to rename this or you know what, I'm not going to rename this component. I'm going to just call, or you know, let me just create another component, and I'm going to give a name of like password. And let me just create this component right here, and I'm going to call this component inside my app component to render it. Okay, so here you can see I have these three components. So we have valid component, invalid component, password component, and we are just returning, or we are just passing, or we are just rendering that password component inside this app. And here what I will do is that I'm going to pass some prop right here, prop with different data as we learned just a second ago. So I'm going to just pass like is valid. I can give like any name I want. I can give him banana, I can give him orange, I can give him Hussein, I can give him any name I want. But in this case, I'm going to give him a name of like is valid, and I'm going to just set this value to be true. Okay, so if something is valid, you will see the logic just in a second. So I'm going to just save this file, and inside this password component, what I will do is that I am going to destructure my is valid right here. Okay, so I'm going to go inside this component, and what I will do is that I'm going to just return if and else statements. So if is valid is true, so what do you want to do? You want to just return the valid component right here. Otherwise, if that's not the case, so what do we have to do? We have to return invalid component. So now let me just explain all of this logic one more time. So here you can see I have these two components. The first one is returning like valid password. The second is returning invalid password. And we are just providing a random prop right here. Like we are just providing it from fly. This data is not coming from any data server or anything like that. But we are just passing is valid prop right here, and we are just setting it to true. And here we are just using that conditionally, like if this is valid is true, so we have to print valid component. If that's not the case, so then just print invalid password component. So what do you think will be the result? Just a random guess. So my guess will be it will just print a valid password, because I already know this. So now let me just save my password, not password, but now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are getting a valid password component right here. But what if I change this true to false? And now if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting invalid password right here. So this is just a simple JavaScript. Like if something is true, print that thing. If something is not true, print the other thing. We can also provide like else and if statements, and we can also check that if you want to, but I'm not going to go into that much detail because you already know how all of that stuff work if you are coming from a JavaScript background. Alright, so that was the first way to render your content conditionally. Now let me just use the AND operator. So here you can see I have this cart array, and I just provide a different kind of items into it. And here you can see I'm using my AND operator to check the length of that items array. Okay, so I know this will look a little bit confusing, but now let me just write some code, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So what I will do is that I'm going to just remove these three components and also this component as well. And inside this, or you know, let me just create another component. I'm going to give a name of like cart would be fine. And it will just return, first of all, items array, because we are going to be placing 3 items or 4 items. So wireless earbuds hoodies. Okay, so now here you can see I have this array, and now I wanted to iterate over through this array, so I'll just return something, and I'm going to use my JSX right here. And also what I will do is that I'm going to use like h1 card, and I don't know, card would be fine. I'm going to place this card emoji in there, and I'm going to use ul, and inside this ul I'm going to just use h4, and here I'll just pass like products, and yeah, I'm going to just put my another emoji right here, like a down arrow would be fine. Yep, that would be fine. And what I'll do is that I'm going to iterate over through all of these items. So I'm going to use items.map, and I'm going to use my item right here. And what I'll do is that inside this component, we don't want to return anything. So I'll just use my li, and here I'll just use my item right here. I'll just print that item. And also I have to pass key math.random. We have to call this component inside our app to render. So I'm going to just pass it right here. So if you save our file, and here you can see we are now getting card, we are getting our products, and we are also getting, like, we are iterating over through all of the products, and we are getting each products like one by one right here. Okay, so now let's suppose if you want to get the length of all of these products, so what do we have to do with that case? So for that case, we are going to be also using these curly braces, because here we are going to be also writing a JavaScript expression. So I'll just use like items.length. Okay, so if you save our file, and here you can see we are now getting this 4 right here, like we have 4 items inside our cart. So now I'll just use my conditional operator. So if that's greater than 0, and I'm going to just use some JSX right here, like h2. So I'll just print a label of like you have, and I'm going to use my curly braces one more time, items.length. Okay, so then I'll go back from this h2, and what I'll do is that I'll just print like items in your cart. I'm gonna cut this data from here, this label, and I'm gonna paste it right here, save my file, and here you can see it will now gives us like you have 4 items inside your cart, and we are using the AND operator right here. So this is also a conditional check, and we can, let's suppose if I just remove these hoodies from the end, I'm going to remove these hoodies, and I'm going to save my file. It will now become 3, and anytime we add something to it, it will just increment it. Anytime we delete something from this array, it will just decrement it. Okay, so this is conditional rendering by using an AND operator. So now let's use a ternary operator. So I'm assuming if you are coming from a JavaScript background, you already know what a ternary operator is. If you don't, so check out my JavaScript course and you will learn every single thing in there. Anyways, so here you can see we have that same example one more time: valid component, invalid component, password component. Here, instead of writing like if is valid and then we are returning a valid component, and then if that's not the case, then we are returning invalid right here, we can use a ternary operator right here. So we are just returning if the prop is valid, then just print a valid password component. If that's not the case, then just print invalid component by using a ternary operator. So that would be easy. So now let me just write a code for this example, and then you'll get to know how all of that works. I'm going to just undo every single step right here. I'm going to remove these components and all of these items and stuff, and I want my example one more time. So I'm going to just comment this line out, and here I'm going to use my ternary operator. So I'm going to use my ternary operator, which will look like this. Is valid component. If that's true, so what do we have to do? We have to print a valid component right here. Let me just print my valid component. If that's not the case, so we just have to print the invalid component right here, like so. And now I'm going to save my file. Now let's check him out. It will not give us anything because we are not returning anything. If we save it, here you can see it will now give us invalid password. That's because we set this is valid prop to false. If we change that to true, if we save that, it will give us a valid password component right here. And there are a lot more ways than that, but I just kind of want to give you a few examples by using a ternary operator, if and else statement, and also the AND operator in ReactJS. Alright, so now let's discuss everyone's favorite topic, which is how to apply styling into your component. So in ReactJS, you can provide styling in a lot of different kind of ways, but in this course, I'm going to just show you a few ways, like how you can use inline style, how you can separate that styling and put it in a separate files, and also how to use a React Bootstrap and Tailwind CSS in ReactJS. So the first way is how we can provide inline style into our component or into our elements. So that's quite simple and easy. First of all, you'll have to provide this style attribute, and then you are going to be using double curly braces, not a single curly brace but a double curly braces. And also keep in mind, like if you have two names like background color, you're not going to be using dashes just like CSS. You are going to be using a camel case. So now let me just write a code, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So what I will do is that I'm going to remove these components from here, and I'm going to just create a separate component. Or I'm not going to be creating any component. We are just going to be styling one element at a time. So I'm going to just write h1 of hello, I am React. So if we save that, and here you can see it will now give us hello, I'm React. So now let's suppose if you want to change the color of this element. So how can you go about doing that? Well, I'm going to just write style equal to double curly brace, not just a single curly brace. It will give us an error. If you use double curly brace, so it will allow us to provide our styling right here. So let's suppose if you want to change the color, so we can just use color and equal to some sort of a color like blue, ReactJS color. So if you save that, it will now give us a blue color right here. If you want to change that to red, save our file, and here you can see it will now change it to red. Okay, so let's suppose if you want to provide like double properties. So I'm going to change the name, not the name but the color, to be white, and I'm going to also provide a background color. So how can I go about doing that? I'm going to just use a comma, and I'm going to use background, and here keep in mind that I cannot write a background dash color just like CSS. It will give us an error. It means like you're trying to write background minus color, so it will not work. Instead, what we can do is that we can remove this dash and we can use a camel case. Okay, and I'm going to just change the background color to be like I don't know, CCC would be fine. And now if we save our file, and here you can see it will now gives us that kind of color as a background, and also our text color will be now set to totally white. So I'm going to just use like I don't know, 77 or 888 would be fine, or totally black 7. And yeah, here you can see this is how we can provide styling to each element at a time. But you already know, if you are coming from CSS, like this is not the best way to provide colors, or not just colors but to provide styling into your component and into your elements. So now let me show you the second way to provide styling into your components. So let me just write const styles, but you can give any name you want, like different styles, and it will be now equals to object. And inside this object, I'm going to use like all of my styling right here, but it should also have to be a camel case. So I'm going to just write like color will be now set to teal, and also the background color will be now set to crimson maybe, and this should have to be white then. And also I'm going to provide one more, like I don't know, border will be, or not border, you know what, I'm gonna just go with the color, and background color will be fine. And I'm going to remove these from here. So now let's suppose if I want to use these styling inside the style component. So for that we are going to be just writing like I don't know, color, and color in this case will be now equals to different styles dot color. Or you know what, I'm going to change this name. This is kind of a long name, so I'm going to change that to like style s would be fine. I'm going to just give my s dot color, and this is how we can separate styling from each of these elements, and we can reuse their styling again and again inside our project. But trust me, this is also not the best way, but I'm just kind of showing you that. But now let me just use like I don't know, background color will be now in this case equal to s dot background color. Okay, so if we save our file, now let me just go back, and this is how the code will look like. But if we save our file, and here you can see the background color will be now equal to crimson, and the text color will be set to totally white. So I can change that to like I don't know, teal maybe if we save it, and it will now change the color to teal. We can also provide padding if you want. So let's suppose if I just provide padding of not 5 but 10 pixels will be fine. We can also provide that padding right here, comma padding will be now equal to s dot padding, and if we save that, and here you can see it will now give us that padding, and all of that kind of stuff will work. But that's looking awful. We don't want that. We just want to use our simple CSS, which we've been learning from a real long time. So I'm going to just remove this style tag, and I'm going to also remove this s, and if we save that, and here you can see it will now give us this hello I'm React right here. So we just have a simple component, and what we can do is that we can also create a separate file inside this src, and I'm gonna just create that separate file, and I'm gonna give a name of like index.css, or you can give like any name you want, .css. You already know how all of that stuff works, but in this case I'm gonna just use like index.css and hit enter. And what I will do is that I'm going to just provide a little bit of research right here. Like, let me just zoom in. Padding will be now set to 0, margin will be also set to 0, box sizing will be now set to border box. If we save that, it will not work obviously, because we are just adding this styling right here, but we are not reusing it inside our files. So what do we have to do? We have to go to the file where we want to use that CSS, and we have to import it. So I'm going to just use import, and we are not going to be giving it any name. Instead, we are going to be using these quotes, and I'm going to just use /, and I'm going to just use index, but in this case extension is important. Like, you have to provide extension whenever you are working with the CSS file. So I'm going to just use index.css, and now if we save our file and let's just refresh it, and here you can see their styling is now applied right here. So let's suppose if you want to select this h1 and change the color of this one to something else, so I'm going to just use this h1, and I'm going to just change the color of it to like aqua would be fine. And now if you save that, and here you can see the color is now changed to aqua, and you can provide all of your styling right here inside this separate index.css file. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to just remove also this index.css file as well. But a lot of people don't want to write their own styling from scratch. A lot of people want to use Bootstrap or Tailwind CSS. So if you want to learn more about Tailwind CSS, I got like entire course on Tailwind CSS, which will teach you every single thing related to Tailwind CSS, including a lot of projects as well. If you want to check that out, feel free to do that. But now let me just start working with Bootstrap by installing a React Bootstrap. But before I do, let me just show you the documentation of it, and then I'm going to just show you how you can use a React Bootstrap. So I just searched for React Bootstrap right here, and I'm going to just click on the first link. So you can learn more about this React Bootstrap if you want to, but in my case I'm going to just show you how you can install it in your project. So I'm going to just click on getting started. And here you can see the first link we have is like npm install React Bootstrap, and we are going to be also installing Bootstrap manually. If this React Bootstrap is not working, so then we have to use this Bootstrap manually. Okay, so I'm going to just copy that, and what I'll do is that I'm going to go to my terminal right here, and then I'm going to stop my server by holding Control and hitting C, and then C one more time. Hold Control and hit Command C twice. Okay, so what I'll do is that I'll just right click on it, and it will now paste that npm install React Bootstrap and also Bootstrap. So I'm going to just hit enter, and it will now install it in a few seconds. So here you can see we successfully installed React Bootstrap in our project, and what I'll do is that I'm going to use my npm start one more time to start my live server, not a live server but my React server. Okay, so I'm going to collapse that, and what I'll do is that I'm going to go to my package.json file. Oh my god, that was kind of a quick one. So I'm going to just go to this package.json file, and here you can see we have this React Bootstrap right here, and we also have this Bootstrap like Bootstrap 5 version right here. Okay, so how can we use some sort of a components inside that React Bootstrap? Well, we have to first of all import one more thing, which is the last step, which is this CSS. We have to copy this line of code, and then what we have to do, we have to go to our index.css file, not CSS but index.html file, and we have to place this import statement right here if we save our file, and now it will work. So now we have to go to our app component, and now let me just try to copy some content from it. So like, I don't know, I'm gonna go to components and copy some buttons, and let me just go to the buttons. So I'll just go to the buttons section, and here you can see we have this danger ugly buttons. I'm gonna go with this outline ones. I'm gonna copy it, and what I'll do is that I'm going to go back, and I'm gonna paste it right here. So you don't have to if you don't want to, but I just kind of want to show you like how all of that kind of stuff will work. Here you can see we have this component right here. First of all, we are importing these buttons from this React Bootstrap buttons right here. And then here you can see we have that function, and they give a name of like outline types example, and we have a few buttons right here with different variation and stuff. You can learn more about that by just going to the React Bootstrap documentation. You don't even have to take a course on that. That's not necessary. Like, just go to React documentation and learn about these stuff, and all of that kind of stuff will work for you. And I'm gonna just select that, hit Control D, D one more time, remove all of them. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, or I'm gonna change the name of it to like buttons. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this name, and here instead of that h1, I'm gonna paste it right here as component and save my file. Now let me just go to my browser, and here you can see we have all of these buttons right here, like outline button. If I hover my mouse over to it, so it will now give us different kinds of colors right here. So we have light, dark, and all of that kind of buttons. Let's suppose if you want to get like, I don't know, accordion component, we can also work with accordion, but card, drop down, images, I'm searching for a list group, or navigation bar would be fine. And I'm going to copy all of the entire code from this navigation and zoom back so that you can see everything. And I'm going to place it right here. I'm going to remove this export statement from the bottom, and basic example or navbar would be fine. I'm going to give a name of like navbar, and I am going to copy it. Navbar component would be fine, component, and I'm going to copy this name, and I'm going to paste it right here. And now if you save our file, and now let's just refresh it. And here you can see it will now give us this navbar with a different kind of links, and also this drop down menu right here, like action, another action, something else. And here you can see that's how we can get these styling and these components right here. Anyway, so that was React Bootstrap. Now let me just talk to you about another way of styling in ReactJS, which is called using a Tailwind CSS. So I just searched for Tailwind CSS online. I'm gonna go to this site, but before we getting into the Tailwind CSS styling, I don't know why, but a lot of people are complaining a lot about using Tailwind CSS with ReactJS. I guess they think like it's unnecessary or stuff. But hey, if you want to use it, so you can. If you don't want to use it, so feel free to not use it. So we have CDN, and we are not interested in any of them. I'm gonna hit Control K, and I'm going to use create React app. Install Tailwind CSS with create React app, like so. And they even gives us this warning like create React app does not support custom post CSS configuration, and it is incompatible with many important tools in the post CSS ecosystem like post CSS import. You don't even have to worry about all of these stuff, but if you take my course on Tailwind CSS, then you'll get to know what all of these gibberish means. So first of all, what they are doing is that they are just creating a new React app, which we've already learned. Then they are just getting into that project, and then they are just installing Tailwind CSS inside their project. So this is what we are going to be also doing. So I'm going to just click on it. I'm going to go to my code editor right here, and then I'm going to open my terminal, and I'm going to hit Control C one more time, hit Control L to clear the screen, and I'm going to just right click on it and then click on a pass. So it will just pass that command right here, and it will just install it automatically. Okay, so it will first of all install this Tailwind CSS inside my project. So I'm going to just make it a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. And here you can see they install this Tailwind CSS in my project, and then the next thing they want to do is that they want to initialize a new project right here. And you will see that just in a second. You know what, I'm going to just save this file right here, close it, and I cannot make it more bigger than that. Anyway, so I'm going to just hit Control L, and I'm going to hit enter right here. So it will just initialize a new Tailwind CSS project inside my React project. So you will see that right here. And here you can see we have this Tailwind configuration file right here, and I'm going to just collapse my sidebar from there. And what else do we have to do? They are suggesting that we have to copy this content, and now we have to place it right here inside this content. So I'm going to just do that. I'm going to place it right here. The last thing which we have to do is that we have to create a CSS file inside this src, and we have to place our components like Tailwind component in there. So what I will do is that I'm going to create a file, and I'm going to give a name of like index.css right here. Okay, and what else do we have to do? I'm going to copy this component's name, and I'm going to place it right here, save my file, and I'm gonna also save this file as well. Okay, so yeah, everything is working. We already used npm start, didn't we? Okay, I forgot to do that. But now let me just use npm start. So it will start our React server. While it's doing that, we have to copy this styling. So let's check whether it's working or not. I'm gonna copy that styling, which is this styling, like just provide a text alignment of 3XL, just increase the size of the text and all of these kind of styling. And I'm going to go to my app.js file, and inside this fragments, what I'll do is that I'm going to place this styling right here. Yeah, this h1 with these styling, and we are getting this error. So the final thing which you have to do is that we have to go to inside this index.js file. We have to comment this line out, and I'm going to just import my index.css right here if you save our file. And here you can see it will not use the styling right here. But the final thing which I'm doing is, I don't know why it's not working. Let's just refresh that. Okay, so now it's working right here. So hit Control K, and I'm going to just search for colors, and it will give us different kind of colors right here. So I'm going to just go with this text color right here. There are a lot of colors which you can choose from, but I just kind of want to show is that how you would work with that. I'm going to copy this line of code, and I'm going to place it right here in this class if you save our file. And here you can see that color is changed, so which means that Tailwind CSS is totally working. Okay, so that's how you can style your component by using React Bootstrap and Tailwind CSS and inline style and external CSS and all of that kind of good stuff. Alright, so now that we learned a lot about styling in React.js, so now it's time to learn about how we can work with icons in React.js. So I'm going to just search for a library, and I'm going to just click on the first link, and here you can see we are going to be installing this link. So I'm going to just copy that to my clipboard, and what I'll do is that I'm going to open my terminal, hit Control C one more time to stop my server, right click on it, and then hit enter to install this React icons in my project right here. So it will just install this React icons in my project. It will not take that much time. And here you can see we successfully installed this React icons in our project. So I'm going to just use my npm start to start my server one more time. So the next thing which you have to do is that we have to import some sort of icon. So I'm going to just search for, I don't know, card would be fine. I'm going to just search for a card, and I'm going to click on it, so it will just copy it to my clipboard, and I'm going to import it first of all. So I'm going to just use my import statement, and I'm going to just use this name which I just copied from React icons / and I'm going to just use BS right here because the name is starting from BS, so that's why I'm using BS right here. So we have AI and we have different kind of folders right here. I'm going to remove that, hit Control C. So here you can see we have all of these folders, and they include a lot of icons. Okay, so I'm going to just use BS, and instead I'm going to copy that, and instead of using this h1, I'm going to just remove this class list from here, and I'm going to render my BS icon right here. So if you save our file, and let's just refresh it, and here you can see it will now give us that cart icon right here. So we can import different kinds of others, like I don't know which kind of other should I grab. GitHub would be fine, so I'm going to just search for GitHub, and I'm going to copy this one, place it right here. So there also include BS, so I'm going to just hit comma BS, and now let me just use it as a component. So if you save it, now let me just check him out, and here you can see this is how we can use icons in React.js. You can learn more about that if you want to, so you just have to come to this side which is just React icons. I'm going to remove the rest of this stuff. Okay, so .io, I don't know why it's not working. Let's go back. I don't know why it's not working. Okay, there we go. So we have React icons, GitHub icon, and then we have React icons right here. So then you can learn more about that if you want to. So now it's time to learn about events in ReactJS. If you're coming from JavaScript background, so I'm already assuming that you already know what events are in JavaScript. So now let me just show you how you can use events in ReactJS, and that's going to be awesome. So I'm going to just give you 3 examples. So the first example I'm going to give you is this. First of all, I'm going to create a button component, and inside this button component, what I will do is that I'm going to just use I'm going to just return a button. And now I'm going to just pass the label of click right here. So anytime we click on this button, so what do you want to do with that? Let's suppose if I just save this button, and I'm going to have to use this component right here inside my app right here. I'm going to use this button component inside my app, save my file. And why it's not showing? That's because of a Tailwind CSS. Let me just uninstall that Tailwind CSS real quick. Uninstall Tailwind CSS. Okay, so then we are going to be launching our server one more time because I don't want to use Tailwind CSS in this project. And what else? I'm going to just start my live server. Okay, it will just start it. I'm going to remove this Tailwind config file, and I'm going to also remove this index.css file. Go inside there, and I'm going to also remove both of these styling imports. Save my file. And yep, it will start working, but yeah, it will take a little bit of time to render my content. Anyway, so here you can see I have my button right here. Time I click on it, nothing is happening right now. But now if I want to bind event listener on these buttons in JavaScript, we will just select there in some sort of a file, and then we are going to be using like add event listener. But in React, that's not the case. In React, we are going to be using inline events. So I'm going to just use like on click. Okay, and here we are going to be using curly braces because here we are going to be passing our function. Like, what do you want to do when somebody clicks on this button? So I'm going to just pass my handle click event right here. I'm going to copy that, and now let me just create that function right here. So I'm going to just use like const handle click and just an arrow function right here, and I'm going to just call like, I don't know, console.log clicked or something. So if we save our file, refresh our browser, if we click on it, and here you can see it will now use us clicked right here inside a console. If you want to alert to the user something, so we are going to be just using alert, and you clicked me. So if you save our file, and now if you click on it, so it will now use us that result like you clicked me. Okay, so let me just say that one more time. In React, we are going to be using inline events. So this is how we are going to be using it. But in some situation, you want to pass value to that event, like some sort of parameter, and then you're going to be passing some sort of a value to that parameter. So for that kind of cases, first of all, you are going to be using these parentheses, and then you're going to be placing this value. Okay, so by doing that, it will not immediately call your function, and then you're going to be in a totally good shape. So what I'll do is that I'm going to remove this alert, and I'm going to just write like I don't know, a and b will be fine, and here I'll just write like console.log a plus b. Okay, so in this case, let's suppose if I just remove this arrow function right here, and I just provide like 2 and 2 right here, and if we save our file, and here you can see if I refresh my browser, and here you can see it will now give us this 4 right here. And what if I comment this line out, and if I just write alert of something like, I don't know, if we save our file, and here you can see I didn't even click on this button, and it is giving us this something right here. Let me just refresh this browser one more time, and here you can see I didn't click on that button. My button is not even rendered, and it is giving us that result, and we don't want that. We want to call that function once we click on this button. So how can you go about doing that? Well, we are going to be first of all writing these parentheses and this arrow function right here, and now if we save our file, and now if you click on it, so here you can see that something will happen right now. Okay, so let me just remove this alert from here, and I'm going to uncomment this console log, and if we save our file, let me just refresh it, and now if we click on it, so anytime we click on it, it will now give us 4 right here. Okay, so kind of a simple function, but very, very useful, and you are going to be creating a lot of events throughout this course, and we are going to be creating a lot of projects, so obviously we are going to need event listener in our projects. So yeah, that was a button example. So the next example I want to give you is a copy event. So yeah, this is a button example. Now let me give you one more example of a copy event listener, and there are a lot of events, you probably know them. from React, not from React, but from JavaScript, obviously. And now let me just give you one more example, like copy, and this will be a component. I'm going to copy the name and I'm going to place it right here. So we have this copy component right here. So what else do we have to do? I'm going to just create a paragraph. I'm going to just return something like my fragment, and then I'm going to just write paragraph of lorem. I don't know, 10 would be, or not 10, but 20 will be fine. And now if we save that, and here you can see we are now getting this lorem ipsum right here on my screen. But let's suppose if you want to provide event listener on this paragraph, so like on copy, if somebody wants to copy my text, so what do you want to print them? So we want to just write like I don't know, copy handler. So now let's just create this function right here. So I'm going to just copy the name, and now let me just create that function right here. So const copy handler, and if somebody tries to copy my content, so what do I want to print them? I'm going to just alert like stop stealing my content. Just yell at them. So let me just save my file, let me just refresh it. Nothing will happen. Like if I click on it, nothing will happen. But what if I try to copy some of this content? So I'm going to just right click on it and copy it, and here you can see it will now use us like stop stealing my content, and we can log that to the console. We can do whatever you want to do with that, like we can change the color of it, we can like do countless things, but I'm just giving you a simple example for you guys to understand. So I'm going to just use console log of yo, stop stealing my content, yo, and save my file. And now if I just copy some sort of a text, right click on it and copy it, it will now give us that message, yo, stop stealing my content. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so this was the second example, and now let me just give you the third example in events, and that's going to be it. So now let me just create another component, give a name of like move. Once we move our mouse over to it, so what do you want to do? Let me just write return statement one more time. Let me just use my paragraph of lorem 20 one more time, save my file, and here you can see, okay, I have to copy the component name and paste it right here, save my file, and let's just refresh it, and here you can see we just have our text and we don't have anything else. Okay, so now let me just attach on move event to it. So on move, not mouse move, but just yeah, on mouse move, there we go, mouse move. And here I'm gonna just pass event name, which will be move handler. And now let me just create this function really quickly. So I'm going to use const move handler or mouse handler or whatever. Okay, so I'm going to just log to the console like you Howard me or something like that, something stupid. So I'm gonna just save my file, and now nothing will happen. But if I roll my mouse over through this text, so here you can see it is now giving us that log that much time. So if I just hover my mouse over a little bit, here you can see it will now give us that result. But we can also provide alert, we can do whatever we want to do with that, and you probably know what events is if you are coming from a JavaScript background, and I'm assuming that you are. If you don't know JavaScript, so you cannot learn ReactJS like this. Like JavaScript is the prerequisites for this course. Anyways, so let me just alert to the user like I don't know if you save that. If you just refresh your browser, if I try to hover my mouse over to it, it will now give us that message, and save it. And yeah, everything is working the way we expect them to work. And these are events in ReactJS, and this is how you can create them, and this is how you can attach them. Alright, so now we are at the point where we are going to be learning about stat in ReactJS, and stat is the most mysterious part of ReactJS. So the question is, what in the world is a stat? The stat is a built-in React object that is used to contain data or information about the component, and a component stat can change over time. Whenever it changes, the component re-renders. So what is all of that gibberish means? So you can think about a stat is some sort of a object, and that object will contain some sort of a data specifically to that component, like data or information about that component. And anytime someone want to change that data, so our component will re-render. I know this is looking a bit hard, but trust me, it's not hard thing to learn. Whenever we get into the coding, then it will not look that much hard, but currently the definition is looking a bit horrible, like what is a built-in object and what is the information and data and what is a re-rendering and all of that kind of stuff. But trust me, I'm going to show you every single thing very soon. So before we getting into the start, we have to learn about something called hooks. And what in the world is a hook? Hooks are a new addition in ReactJS, like in React 16.8, and they let you use stat and other React feature without writing a classes. Okay, so back then, not that much ago, but a few years ago, I guess in 2018 and something like that, we were using class-based component everywhere. But now with addition of hooks in React, like once hooks were introduced in React.js, we are not using class-based component everywhere. Instead, we are using functional-based component everywhere because the power of hook. And hooks are simple topic to learn, but there are a lot of hooks in React.js. But the one we are interested in this case is something called the useStat hook. So what is a useStat hook? The React useStat hook allows you to track stat in a functional component, and stat generally refer to the data or the properties that needs to be tracking in an application. I know there was a lot of talking and a lot of slides, like what in the world is a stat, what is a hook, what is a useStat. So now let me just combine all of that topic to one component, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So the first thing which we have to do is that we have to create some sort of other component. So I'm going to just create a component. I'm going to give a name of counter because in this case we are going to be creating a counter application in React.js. Okay, so now what else do we have to do? I'm going to just return some JSX inside this component. So I'm going to use my return statement, and I'm going to just return a little bit of JSX, and inside there I'm going to use my h1. And then I'm going to just use like, I don't know, 0 right here. And then I'm going to use my button, and I'll just put my plus and duplicate this button, and I'm going to use minus right here. And what I'll do is that I'm going to copy the name of this component, and I'm going to place it right here. If you save our file, and here you can see we have this plus button which is not doing anything, and we have this minus button which is also not doing anything, and we have this 0 right here. Okay, so yeah, now what we need is something called a stat in our application. And as I said, a stat holds data and information about a specific component, and anytime we want to change our data inside the stat, our React component will re-render. So you just have to keep that in mind. So back then when we were using a stat, so we always use stat in class-based component, but now if we need stat in functional component, so for that we would need some sort of a hook. And hooks are a new addition in React 16.8, and which allows us to do a lot of stuff with functional component rather than a class-based component. So what do we have to do? So if you want to get a useStat hook, so for that we have to first of all import it. So if you want to import a useStat hook, we are going to be using import useStat, and if I hit enter, and here you can see it will now just get this useStat hook from React.js right here. So now we successfully import this useStat hook inside our component. So now we are just left with how in the world we are going to be using this stat. Well, the syntax will be looking a little bit awful at first, but if you are coming from a JavaScript background, like if you know ESX, so you're probably aware of the concept called array destructuring. We already learned about object destructuring, but if you're not aware of array destructuring, so feel free to check out my video on array destructuring in JavaScript. Okay, so here what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be using array destructuring right here. We are going to be getting these two values from something called a let me just use useStat hook. Okay, so this is some sort of a function where we are going to be getting two properties from. So this property you can give them like any name you want. So in my case, I'm going to just give them name of like count, and then I'm going to put a comma, and then I'm going to give a name of like set count. So why did I choose count and why did I choose set count? This is a convention. So whenever you're using a useStat hook, any name you provide right here will be right here as well, but you have to put a set in front of it. Like this is a function which will allows us to change the data inside our state, and this is the actual data which we are going to be placing inside our state. So I know this stuff is sound a little bit confusing, but now let me just put some data and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So if I just put 0 right here, and now if you save it, nothing will happen at this point. But if I just use count, I'm going to copy the value of this count, and as I said, that count will store all of the data which we are going to be placing right here. If you place like I don't know 1 2 3, it will store that 1 2 3. If you store like some sort of a string of data, it will store that string of data. If we store array, it will store array. If we try to use like some sort of object, it will just store all of that data inside that count. So in this case, I want to just put 0 right here, 0 as a data, and now instead of that 0, I'm going to replace it with two curly braces, not two curly braces, but opening curly brace and closing curly brace. And now what I'll do is that I'm going to just copy the name of that count, and then I'm going to just place it right here. And if we save our file, and here you can see we are still getting that 0. And now let me just change this data to something else, like I don't know, my name like Hussein. If we save it, and here you can see we are now getting the name of Hussein right here. Okay, so this count will allows us to store data inside our state, and then this set count will allows us to change the data which is inside this count. Okay, so let's suppose if I just remove this Hussein name from here, and I'm going to just place my 0 right here, and now we have to create some sort of a function, and we have to attach it as event because we are going to be changing our data right here. So what do we have to do? I'm going to just provide event of like on click. If somebody clicks on this button, so what do you want to do? We want to just pass like I don't know, I'm gonna just pass like increment, increment, and I'm going to just pass that increment handler. Would be fine if I just give a name of you know what, increment is totally fine because this is just a simple example. And I'm going to just create this function right here. So we have an increment right here, and what we are doing is that we are going to be using this method right here, which is a set count. I'm going to just use set count, and here what I will do is that I'm going to just pass like 1 right here in this case. And if we save our file, and here you can see we just have 0 right here, but when I click on this plus button, it will now just give us 1. If I just click it one more time, nothing will happen because we are just changing that state data to 1, from 0 to 1. So previously our state data was 0 and we want to change that to 1, so we are going to be just passing 1. But if you want to change this data whenever we click on this button and we want to increment this data, so how can we go about doing that? Well, first of all, we are going to be getting our previous state value, which will be a count. Okay, and then we are going to be using a plus operator, and then we are going to be using 1. Okay, so if we save our file, and now let me just refresh it. So here you can see it will now give us 0, and if we click on it 1 2 3, anytime we click on this plus button, it will give us that much time of incrementation of that state value. Okay, so that was the first one. So now let me just bind one more method, not method but event, on click. So if somebody clicks on this decrement button, so you want to just decrement, so I'm gonna copy that. Now let me just create this function right here, and anytime somebody wants to click on that button, so you want to change the value of this set count to count minus 1 right here. Okay, so if we save our file, and now if I click on it, so anytime I click on this button, so it will just decrement my previous state value right here. Okay, I'm going to zoom out a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better, like so. So the first thing which we are doing right here, we are just grabbing our useState hook, and this useState hook will allows us to use state in our component right here. Okay, back then when we are using a class-based component, we don't need to use hook, but now we are using a functional component, so we have to get this useState hook to work with a state in your functional based component. Okay, so then what we are doing is that we are just printing some JSX right here, and then we are just destructuring, like array destructuring, and we are just getting a count, and we are just getting another method which we give a name of like set count, and we can give these two any name we want, like banana and set banana, Hussein set Hussein, name set name, and all of that kind of stuff, which you will see throughout this this course. But in this case, we are just creating a simple counter component. So I just give a name of like count and set count. And by default, I just put a 0 value inside my count right here. But anytime I want to change my value, which is available inside my set count variable, so we are going to be using this set count method, and this will allows us to change the data which is available inside this count method, or not method but count variable. There we go. Okay, so I just attach event listener right here. So anytime I click on the plus button, what do you want to do? We just want to change the state value to count +1 and then count -1. So we are successfully getting this count plus and count minus right here. Okay, so this is how we can use stat in our apps, and this is how we can use a use stat hook in our app. Alright, so that was it about how we can change a number data. But let's suppose if you want to change some string data, so how can you go about doing that? So I'm going to just provide a name of like, I don't know, username, and here this will be a convention like set username like so. And by default I'm not going to be, or you know, by default I'm going to just provide like I don't know, unknown or something like that. And I'm going to just remove these two or you know, I'm going to just remove one of them. And also I'm going to remove this button. I'm going to just copy the name. I'm going to place it right here, and I'm going to not increment. I'm going to change the name to something else like change name or something like that. Okay, so like somebody, if somebody click on that button, so you just want to change your name. And now let me just save this file. So here you can see we just have this plus button right here, and we just have our unknown. Why? Because we put unknown data inside our state right here, and we are just rendering that state right here, and we are getting this unknown. And now let me just change this label to something else like change name, save it, and here we are getting change name. So anytime we click on this button, what do you want to do? We just want to change the name to Hussein or your name, whatever. So I'm going to just use set username, and here I'm going to just pass my other name, which is like Hussein would be fine. If you save that, let me just refresh it. If I click on change name, and it will now change my name to Hussein right here. If you want to change it to Hussein web dev, save it, and it will now give us Hussein web dev right here. Okay, so that was kind of simple and easy. Alright, so this is how we can change a string data. But now what I will do is that I'm going to remove this component from here, and I'm going to also remove that component from here. I just want to work with my app stat, like app component. And now let's suppose if you have some sort of arrays of friend, and we want to store that data inside our stat. So how can you go about doing that? Well, first of all, we are going to be using like friends, and then set friends, and it will be now equals to use stat. And by default I'm going to just store like two friends like Alex and also John as well. Okay, so like currently we have these two names like this Alex and John inside these friends right here. But if you want to change this array, like if you want to add one more person or if you want to remove one, so we are going to be using this set friends. Okay, so this is looking simple, but trust me, it's not. So now inside that, let me just iterate over through this list. I'm going to use my friends.map, and now let me just get my f right here in this case, and I am going to just render it like so, like li, and I'm going to just use like f, save my file, and it will now give us that error like Alex and John is not unique. We have to provide a key of mat.random, save my file, refresh it, and that error is gone. Okay, that's cool. So now let me just add 3 buttons right here. So I'm going to just add one button which will add one person, and then let me just duplicate that, and this one will just remove one person from my list, and this one will just update one person inside my list. So now I'm going to also attach event listener to them. So I'm going to just use like on click. When somebody clicks on this button, so what do you want to do? You want to just call this function which is like add one. And now let me just attach one more on click, and if somebody click on this button, so we just want to remove one person. And now if somebody clicks on this button, we just want to update one person. Okay, so now we successfully attach our event listeners right here, but now we have to create these functions. So now inside there, I'm going to go back like so, and I'm going to use like add one, and it will be now equals to this function right here, and I'm going to duplicate that 3 times, and we have remove one, and then we have finally update one right here. Okay, so that's kind of simple and easy. So what do you want to do with that function? Like, let's suppose if you want to add one more person to this list, like this stat, so how can you go about doing that? Well, you guessed it, we are going to be using setFriends method, which we are getting from this friends right here. Okay, so we have setFriends, and we are going to be first of all creating a clone of the current stat. So we are going to be using this bracket, like this array, and inside this array what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be using dot dot dot, the spread operator, and then we are going to be using a friends comma, and then we can add one more friend, like I don't know, Hossein would be fine. Okay, so this is how we can add one friend. You know what, I'm going to comment these 2 lines out, and now let me just comment there, and I'm going to save this file, and it will not give us error. Okay, so now here you can see we have this list right here, and currently inside this list we have this Alex and we have this John right here. But if you want to add Hossein to it, I'm gonna click on this button, and here you can see it will now just add Hossein to it. Okay, so now that's cool, but let's suppose if you want to remove one person from this list, so how can you go about doing that? I'm gonna just uncomment these 2 line out, and I'm gonna comment this last line, and I'm gonna leave this remove one. Okay, so now here what you have to do inside this method, what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to use my set, because I want to remove one friend from that list, and I'm going to be using a filter method. In this case I'm going to use friends.filter, and I'm going to use just f, and as a f, if f is not equal to John, so we just want to remove the John. So if we save our file, okay, so we have this remove one, and now if I click on this button, so here you can see that John is gone. If I want to remove this Alex, so I'm going to just provide my Alex right here. So save my file and remove that Alex. So now you might be thinking like here, you can see we are cloning our previous stat, and then we are adding one more person to it. But if you want to remove someone, so here you can see like we are not cloning anyone right here. So why is that? Well, the filter method for each method and map method, like all of these helper method, already clone our previous state, and then we are able to provide more to it. Like these method already gives us the copy of our current state or whatever we are iterating over through. Okay, so that's how we can use filter method for each method and map method. Okay, so yeah, that's it about removing a person. So now let's just update a person. So I'm gonna also uncomment this line out. And what I'll do is that here I'm going to use my set friends one more time, and I'm going to use my friends.map, and I'll just get my f like for one single person, and I'm going to use if f is equal to Alex. So what do you want to do with that? I'm going to use my ternary operator right here. So I'm going to change the name of him to like Alex Smith or something. If that's not the case, so we just want to get my f name right here. So if you save our file, and here you can see we have this update. Let me just refresh that, and here you can see we just have Alex, but if I click on this update one, it will now update to Alex Smith right here. So now if I click on this add one, so it will now attach Hossein inside that list. If I click on remove one, it will just remove that Alex. Let me just refresh that one more time, and if I click on update one, so it will just update the name of this Alex to Smith. We can also change this one and also Hossein one if you wanted to, but we are not learning about that. We are just learning about how we can change our stat. And by the way, you can also remove these curly braces if you wanted to. So you can also provide one liner if you want to. So I'm going to just remove these curly braces from here and also from here as well. And this is how our one liner will look like. Okay, so if we save our file, if we just refresh it, add one, Hossein added, remove one, Alex removed, and if we click on update one, so it will just update the name of this Alex to Alex Smith right here. So this is how we can update array of stat. Alright, so that's it about how we can change array of stats. So now let's learn about how we can change object stats. So I'm going to remove that, and let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to also remove that and also that iteration as well. And here I'm going to give you a movie example. So I'm going to write movie, and also set a movie. Okay, so by default I'm gonna just provide object, and inside this object we will have the movie title and rating. So I'm gonna just provide a title of, I don't know, my favorite movie, Equalizer 3, which is coming very soon. But Equalizer 1 and 2 are my favorite movies so far. Okay, so ratings will be now equals to 7 in this case. But now let's suppose if you want to update this object state, so how can you go about doing that? Well, we are going to be writing some JSX to show. I'm going to use my h1, and I'm going to just use like movie.title, and also I'm going to use paragraph, and movie.title we can destructure that if you want to, but we don't have to. Okay, so I'm gonna just use like change just the rating, not anything else. So rating or ratings, whatever. Okay, so if you save our file, and here you can see we have the movie name, we have yeah, what are we doing in here? Okay, so we have movie ratings. There we go. If you save our file, and here you can see ratings, save it, and here you can see we have the movie name, and we have a ratings to 7, and we can change that by clicking on this button. So now let me just attach event listener on this button. So once we click on this button, so we want to just call this function, which is handle click, like so. And now let's just create this function right here. So let me just create it very quickly. So anytime you want to change the object data inside the state, first of all we have to tell React about the state changes, like the state updates, which means like we have to give React a brand new object. So how can you give a React a brand new object? Well, first of all we are going to be using like copy movie, and it will be now equals to this brand new object, and we are going to be cloning our previous state, which will be ... and movie. Okay, and then we can provide different values to it. So like ratings will be now set to 5 in this case. Okay, so this is my new object, like a brand new object. We are going to be giving that to ReactJS, which means like we are first of all cloning our previous state, and we are just changing this one value inside this state. And then finally we are going to be using like a set movie, and here we are going to be passing the copy movie right here. If we save our file, and now if I click on this rating, so here you can see this is how we can change the rating. I'm gonna go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. Here we are just declaring our state, we are just adding some sort of a values to it as an object. We are just providing a title of Equalizer 3, one of my favorite movie, and then we are attaching a rating state to it. So by default we set the ratings to 7, and if you want to change it to 5, so first of all we have to give a React a brand new object. Okay, so then we can provide different values to it, and we can also like shorten this code if you want to. I'm going to just comment this line out, and we can shorten this code to like just using, I'm going to remove them, I'm going to use my curly braces, and then I'm going to just use ... and I'm going to provide a movie, and then just provide ratings of 5 to it. Okay, so this is a shorter way to write instead of writing this. So I'm going to just save my file, and let me just refresh it, and I'm going to just click on change rating, and here you can see this is also working. Okay, so this is how you can change object data inside your state in ReactJS. Alright, so now let me just tell you the final example of updating your state, which is first of all we are going to be providing arrays of object inside our state. Okay, and we are going to be changing that. I'm going to remove this coding, and I'm going to also remove these JSX from here as well. So we are just left with movie, set movie, and here I'm going to pass my array, and inside this array I'm going to just provide object of ID of some sort, like 1, and the title of the movie will be, I don't know, Spider-Man would be fine. Kind of a horrible movie, I don't like these kind of movies. Like ratings will be now equals to 3, and I'm going to put a comma at the end, and I'm going to just provide a 6 to it. And the movie name will be like, I don't know, Superman. Man of Steel was an awesome movie. You should watch it if you didn't already. Anyways, so yeah, that's that. Now let's iterate over through this array and get all of the items. So we are going to be using movies not movies, but yeah, I'm gonna change the name to movies and set movies. And now let me just use movies dot map. We are going to be mapping through this array, and I'm going to just get a single movie. And here okay, I forgot to include that. and here we are going to be mapping over through all of the movies, and we are going to be just rendering it like so. I'm going to use like movie, come on, movie, movie dot title. There we go. And now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting Spider-Man and Superman, and we are getting a nasty error all the time. Key math.random. Save it and refresh it, and here you can see that error is gone. Now let me just create a button which allows us to change the state. So I'm going to just write a button and change the name. Okay, so what I'll do is that I'm going to just use like on click, like anytime we click on this button. So we just want to call this handle click right here. I'm going to create this function really quickly like so. I'm going to go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. And what we have to do is that we have to use our set movies, because we are changing this state by using this method. Okay, and here we are going to be mapping through all of the movies. So I'm going to use movies.map, and I'm going to get a single movie from there. And if movie.id is equal to 1, so we are going to be using our ternary operator, if I can speak it. And then we are going to be cloning our previous state like dot 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 movies, and then we are going to be attaching a new value like title. I'm going to change that to something else like John Wick chapter 4. Okay, and if that's not the case, so previously if that's not the case, so we just wanted to get our movie right here. So save my file, and this is how it looks like. We are just searching for the first movie, which is like ID will be now set to 1, and we are going to be changing the Spider-Man movie to John Wick 4. Okay, so let's just save my file, and I'm gonna just click on this button. So here you can see that Spider-Man movie name is changed to John Wick chapter 4. Let me just refresh it one more time, and I'm gonna just click on it one more time. So here you can see it will now use us John Wick chapter 4. And yeah, this is how we can work with the state, and this is how we can update our state. Alright, so now that we learned a lot about state and state management in React.js, so now it's time to learn about the final topic in the basics of React, and then we are going to be jumping into a little bit intermediate, or you can say advanced topic in React.js, which is called advanced hooks like useContext and all of that kind of good hooks. Anyways, so now let's learn about forms in React.js. So it's convenient to have the JavaScript function that handles the submission of the form and has access to the data the user entered inside that form. So in HTML in general, forms have their own state, and they typically maintain their own state and update it based on the user input. But in React, that's not the case. In React, mutable state is kept in the state of a component and only updated with using a useStat hook. Okay, so I know that was just a little bit gibberish which I just said, but in this video we are going to be learning about control form component and uncontrol. Okay, so first of all, let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's suppose, first of all, let me just create some sort of form, but before I do, I'm gonna just write h1 of like form form, there we go, form demo, and underneath this h1 I'm gonna just create my form, right, not for but form right here. I'm gonna remove this action attribute from here, we don't need that, and I'm gonna just pass my input type right here, like input with the type of text if we save our file. And here you can see we are just getting a form demo, and we are getting this input box right here. Everything is a-okay. But now let's suppose if you want to provide a value, now I'm gonna just add a value of like some sort of a value to it, like hello. Hello would be fine. Save my file, and here you can see it is now giving us that error. It is saying like an uncontrolled input to be controlled. This is likely caused by the value changing from the undefined blah blah blah. You don't have to worry about this error right here, but if I try to type something right here, it will not allow me to type anything. Like if I just try to type something on my keyboard, nothing is showing on the input box right here. I hope you can listen to that keyboard noise. Okay, so this component is now uncontrolled component. Like we cannot control this component because we just add this hello value to it. So if you want to control this component, for that we are going to be using our state once again. So I'm going to just remove the state value from here, like that value from here, and we are going to be controlling that component by just providing const a username, and then set username one more time, and we are going to be using our hook like useStatHook, and by default we are not going to be adding any value, nothing whatsoever. So now I'm going to provide that value one more time, and the value in this case will be now set to username, and save my file. And here you can see it will not give us nothing. We are still not able to type anything inside their input box. Why? Because this is still not control component. So if you want to control this component, first of all we are going to be attaching a few event listener on it. So the first event which I'm going to be attaching is on submit. So anytime we submit this form, so what do you want to do? Not scroll, submit this form. What do you want to do? We just want to call this method which is on submit right here. We are going to be creating that just in a second, but we are going to be also attaching one more method, one more event right here once we change something inside this input. So what do you want to do? We are going to be just calling like handle change right here. We are going to be creating these two method or these two functions just in a second. So let me just start it from here. And by the way, I'm going to also provide some sort of a button to submit or data or something. Submit if we save our file, and it will give us obviously an error because we didn't create that function. So I'm going to just create that const handle change this method or this function rather, and I'm going to just get my event right here, and then I'm going to just use like set username, and inside this set username I'm going to get my event.target value, like anything the user provide inside this input. So I wanted to just get that inside this handle change right here. Okay, and what else do we have to do? I'm going to create this function one more time, and I'm going to just use like const this function, and I'm going to also provide my event to it. And inside this function we just want to prevent the default browser behavior, which is just prevent default, which will just refresh our browser. So we just want to prevent that from happening, and I'm going to just alert to the user like what you type, and I'm going to just write like you typed this username which you provide right here. I'm just getting this data and I'm just placing it right here, and then set username will be now set to empty. So if we save our file, now let me just go back, and this is how the code looks like. And now let me just refresh my browser, and everything is working a-okay. So now I am able to provide anything I want. So in this case I'm going to just pass my name like Hussein Web Dev, and now if I click on this button, so here you can see it will now gives us that result like you type Hussein Web Dev. If we hit OK, and here you can see that input will be now empty, totally empty. So this is how we can control our component in ReactJS. Alright, so now it's time to learn about a useEffect hook in ReactJS. So what is a useEffect hook? So the useEffect hook allows us to perform a side effect inside our component. So what is a side effect? A side effect is like fetching a data from somewhere else or directly updating our DOM. Even console.log is also considered to be a side effect in ReactJS. So now let me just write some code, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So here you can see I have this previous code. I'm going to remove all of that, and I'm going to also remove this JSX right here. So the first thing which we have to do is that whenever we are working with the useEffect hook, first of all we have to get it from ReactJS. So I'm going to just use like useEffect. I'm going to put my comma in there, and now what I'll do is that I'm going to just give you a basic example with using useStatHook. So what I will do is that I'm going to just write like const value, and then I'm going to use set value, and I'm going to just set that by default to 0. Okay, and I'm going to also use h2, and I'm going to put my value right here, and button which will just say click me. Okay, and I'm going to just attach my event listener right here, and I'm going to just change my set value to just increment it by 1. So set value will be +1 right here. Okay, so anytime we click on this button, so it will just like change this counter. So if we save our file, and I'm going to just click on this button, so it will just increment this counter right here. Okay, so basic examples. So now we didn't use useEffect hook. So now if you want to use a useEffect hook, so for that we are going to be calling it. So I'm going to use like useEffect, and this is how it looks like. But inside this useEffect hook, what we have to do is that I'm going to pass my arrow function right here. Okay, like whichever kind of function you want to provide. It doesn't have to be just an arrow function, but in my case, I'm going to just pass my arrow function button right here. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just log to the console like hello, and now I'm going to save my file and I'm going to open my console right here, and I'm going to just refresh my browser, and here you can see it will now gives us that hello. Why is that? That's because when our component renders for the first time, it will execute all of the code which is inside this useEffect. So I'm going to write a little bit comment like when the component render for the first time. So render for the first time, so it will execute or it will call all of the code which is inside this useEffect right here. Okay, so that's the first thing you have to keep in mind. You just have to keep in mind there, like when our component render for the first time, it will execute all of the code which is inside this useEffect hook right here. Okay, so now the next thing which you have to do is that I'm going to do a little bit of side effect. So now if I want to do a side effect, so I have to change something directly inside my document. So I'm going to just use like document.title, let's suppose, and I'm going to use my backtick, and I'm going to use increment, there we go. And I'm going to also pass my value right here. So anytime we click on that button, we want to change the title of this website. So I'm going to save my file, and now I'm going to refresh it. So here you can see, first of all, it will give us that hello right here, but anytime I click on this button, so here you can see three things are happening. Our counter is changing, our title is changing, and it is giving us that hello one more time. So anytime our component renders, so it will execute all of the code which is inside this useEffect hook right here. Okay, so anytime I click on this button, so here you can see we are doing a side effect, and it is giving us that code result right here. Okay, so that's the second thing which you have to keep in mind. So anytime we do a side effect, okay, so I'll just make it bigger, so that's looking better. Anyway, so that was the third way. And there is one more thing which you have to keep in mind, but you know what, I'm going to tell you that just in a second. But before we do, I'm going to tell you, in some situation we would need to render our content conditionally by using useEffect hook. So a lot of beginners think like that they can write code like this: if value is, I don't know, like greater than 0, so what do we have to do? I'm going to just wrap this component, so I'm going to cut it and I'm going to paste it right here. And now if I save my file, and here you can see it is giving us this error like React hook useEffect is called conditionally, and React hook must be called in the exact same order in every component render. Okay, so which means like we cannot write code like this, like we cannot put our useEffect inside a conditional statement. So that's totally wrong. On the other hand, if you want to run your content conditionally, so for that you have to put this if statement inside this useEffect hook. So what I'll do, I'm going to just save my file, and here I'll just refresh it, and here you can see it is not giving us that error. If you click on it, and here you can see everything is working the way we expect him to work. So you also have to keep in mind whenever you are rendering your content conditionally. Okay, so that's that. Now let me tell you the last thing, which is called a dependency array. So I'm going to just write like dependency list. So what I'll do is that I'm going to remove this conditional statement right here, and I'm going to save my file, and you already know what will happen. So the last thing which I want to show you is that I'm going to just put my comma right here, and then just an empty array. And now if we save our file, and let's check him out, let me just refresh it, and here you can see it will give us that hello when the component initially renders. So if I click on this button, and so here you can see our counter is updating, but we are not getting that hello one more time, and we are also not incrementing our title right here. So what's going on? So if we just remove this empty array from here, let me just remove that. And now if we save our file, let me just refresh it, and if I click on this button, so here you can see this title is incrementing. It is giving us that hello, and we are also getting this one right here. So if you just click on it, so we are getting this result. But if I just provide this empty dependency array, let me just refresh that one more time, and if I click on it, so why it's not giving us that title and also that hello right here? So that's because empty array means like it will only run on initial render. Okay, so like when our component renders, so it will just give us that value, and we can also pass our stat value right here. So let's suppose if I just pass my value right here, or you can pass more than that, but in this case I'm going to just put my value. And now if I save my file, and now let me just refresh it, I'm going to click on this button right here, so everything is working the way you expect them to work. So what's going on? So if we pass a value right here to this array, it means that it will re-render when the value changes. So like when the value change inside this dependency array, our component will re-render and it will give us all of the values right here. Okay, so anytime you want to make a side effect, it will give us that value. So what you have to keep in mind from this section is that in this section we learn about a useEffect hook, and useEffect allows us to do a side effect inside our component. And what are a side effect? A side effect is considered to be like I don't know, fetching a data from somewhere else, or directly updating our DOM right here, which you are doing right here. So there are three things going on. Like when our component render for the first time, it will execute all of the code which is inside this useEffect state, useEffect hook to be precise. And anytime we do a side effect like which we are doing right here, so it will execute all of the code. And then finally we learn about a dependency array. So I'm going to just remove that to dependency array. Some people call it dependency array, some people call it dependency list. You can call it whatever you want, but that was it about side effect. You know what, let me give you one more final example and then you'll get to know what all of that means. So I am going to fetch some data from somewhere. So what I will do is that I'm going to remove this coding from here, and I'm going to also remove this value from here as well. So I'm going to change this value to data. I'm going to just put my data and also set data right here. So set data or data, and here I'm going to just place my empty array right here, and I'm going to remove this h1 and button as well. So what I'm going to do is that inside this useEffect hook, I'm going to use my async, because here I am fetching a data. So I'm going to just use function and get data function right here. Okay. And now inside this get data function, what I will do is that I'm going to just write my response, and I'm going to just fetch some sort of a data, and I'm going to use a fetch method right here in this case. And I'm going to fetch data from a JSON placeholder type icode. If you guys don't know that, so just quick Google search and you'll get to know what this is. So I'm going to just write a link like https and then JSON placeholder dot type icode.com/posts. So I'm going to just get a response from this post. And what else I'll do is that I'm going to just use like const data, and I'm going to await and just convert their data to the JSON format, response.json. And now I'm going to just check like if data and data.length, length, there we go. So what do we have to do? We just have to change the state like set data, and we are going to be passing this new data to it. So what we are doing is that here we are just checking like if we have some sort of a data, so we have to update our state, which is this state right here, and we have to place new data right here. So currently we don't have any data whatsoever inside this array, but we are just changing their state by just providing this new data which we are getting from this response, and we are converting it to JSON. And we are just placing it right here. So that's cool. So finally I have to call that method right here, I mean like that function right here. So I'm going to use like get data, and I'm going to just run this function right here. And now let me just write some JSX so that you guys can see the data on the screen. And now here I'll do is that I'm going to just use my I don't know, you know what, I'm going to just place all of the content inside this UL. So here what I'm doing is that I'm iterating over through all of this data which I will get from this response, and I'm going to just write like item. I'm going to get all of the item which is inside their data, and I'm going to just use like li, and I'm going to just render the name of him like item.title, and here I'll also provide key, and math.random would be fine. Now I'm going to save my file, and now I'll just go back like so, and I'm going to refresh my browser. I guess I messed up something. No, I did not. So here you can see I am getting all of the titles from this JSON placeholder icon or icon, whatever you want to call that. Okay, so this is how we can fetch data in ReactJS. You can use Axios library, you can use like whichever kind of method you like. So this is how we can get a data, and anytime you wanted to get a data, for that we are going to be using a useEffect hook because fetching a data is considered to be a side effect in our ReactJS. So anytime you want to do a side effect in ReactJS, so for that you are going to be using this useEffect hook in ReactJS. So I guess that will be it for the useEffect hook. And the next section we are going to be learning about a prop drilling. Alright, so now let's learn about a prop drilling in ReactJS. So what is a prop drilling? A prop drilling is a technique of passing your state data into multiple components, but this is the most awful way to pass your data into multiple components. So what I'm talking about, so here let's suppose if somebody asks you that you have a data inside this app component, and they ask you to pass this this data into this header component. So how can you go about doing that? Well, the best way is to just use a props. So you are going to be just writing this props right here. So you will just write like props is equal to data, and you can pass it right here, and everything will work the way you expect them to work. And the same will apply right here. Like, let's suppose if somebody asks you to pass this data from this component into this navigation component, so you are going to be passing first of all that state data into this header component, and after that you are going to be also passing it to this navigation, and then you are going to be able to use it inside this navigation. But that would be suck. And let's suppose if you have like and now let's suppose if somebody asks you that you have a data right here and they want you to place this data right here inside this data component, so how can you go about doing that? Well, the solution is that first of all, you are going to be passing that same data into this component, then you are going to be passing it to this user component, and after that you will be able to use that same data inside this data component. And here you can see you are repeating yourself, and you are passing this data, or I should say like you are drilling this component, like you are drilling it right here and passing your data right here into the cart component. Then you are drilling through this user component, and then you are drilling one more time and then passing your data inside this component right here. So first of all, let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So what I will do is that I'm going to remove this coding from a previous example really quickly, and I'm going to just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And I'm going to also remove this useEffect and useStart from there. So here you can see we just have our app component with no content, nothing inside there. I'm going to zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And what I will do is that I'm going to create 3 components. So I'll just give a name of like component A and .js. I forgot to include .js at the end. I'm going to use .js, and I'm going to also use component b.js, and I'm going to also create one more and component c.js right here. So I have these 3 components, and now what I will do is that I'm going to use my magic of RAFCE like so. I'm going to remove that, and let me just export it right here like so. And I'm going to also use my RAFCE, remove that React component, and RAFCE, there we go, like so. So here you can see I have these 3 components with this component A, component B, and component C labels are inside them. So now let's suppose I'm going to just write some sort of a name right here like const name, and I'm going to put my own name of Hossein web dev. Okay, so let's suppose if I want to pass this name data into this component C, so how can I go about doing that? Well, the awful way to do that is by using a prop drilling. And now what I'll do is that here I am going to just first of all get my component A. Let me just import that. I'm going to use my import component A, and now I'm going to just use component A from component A, and now I'm going to use my component A right here. Okay, let me just close that. I'm going to save this file, and what I will do is that I'm going to use my name prop, and I'm going to just pass this name into this components. I'm going to just save this file. So what I'm doing is that I have this name variable, and I have just my own name inside there, and I'm passing it inside this component A as a prop. And now if you just check it out, like, I don't know, I'm going to use like, or you know what, let me just destructure that manually. I'm going to use my name. I'm going to use my console.log of name right here, save my file, and now let me just check him out. It is saying like, okay, export default of component A. I have to export default of component A. There we go. And now if you save that, okay, it is giving us that error all the time. Component B, then we have component C. What is the error? Okay, element type is invalid, expected a string. Let me just refresh my browser, and here you can see we have this component A, and what you can see is that inside a console we are getting this Hossein web dev right here. So now what I'll do is that I'm going to pass that component, I mean like that data, into this component B. I'm going to remove that, and let me just get my component B from component B, and I'm going to use it right here. I'm going to just remove that, and also I'm going to just use my React fragments, and let me just use my component B. And now let me just pass that name data into this name as a prop, and now I'm going to save it, and you already guessed it, we will have that data right here. So I'm going to use console.log of name, right here, and now I'm going to save my file. Let's just refresh it. So here what you can see is that we have component B, and we are getting that data inside a component B right here. And now finally we have to pass it into component C, and there's a lot of work. What I'll do is that I'm going to remove them, and I'm going to just import my component C, and I'm going to just call it not B but component C, like so. And I'm going to just, I'm not going to, I'm gonna have to use that inside a name. And now finally we have to use it right here. I'm gonna just destructure that name, and I'm going to use it inside this component C. I'm gonna just save it, and here you can see we have this component C, and we have this data of Hussein Web Dev, and this data is coming from component A. Okay, and the data is there, just my name. Let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting that data right here. So this entire process which I did is that passing a data from one component to another, and to finally a component C. This entire process is known as a prop drilling. Alright, so now that we learn about a prop drilling in React.js, so what do you think will be solution to this prop drilling? So I'm going to remove these components from here, and the solution is to use context API, and this is also not a better solution, to be honest. So the final solution which you are going to be using is something called a useContext hook, and this is what we are going to be learning next. But first of all, we have to learn about a context API. So to learn about a context API, what we have to do is that first of all we have to import something from our React.js. So what do we have to import? First of all, we have to first of all import the create context method from React.js. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just use like create, there we go, and then context, and now if I hit enter, so it will just import it from React.js right here. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to create an instance of that create context. So I'll just use like create or you know what, yeah, creating the instance of create context. So what I will do is that I'm going to export it manually so that we can access it throughout our project. So I'm going to just give him a name of like data. You can give him banana if you want to, but in my case I'm going to just give him a name of like data. And now let me just create an instance of that create context right here. Okay, so now if we save our file, and now here what I will do is that I already have my data of name right here, and now if I want to pass that data into component C, so I don't have to pass that data into multiple components. So the third thing which you have to do is that we have to wrap or component into provider component in React.js. That provider component will come from this create context. So what I will do is that I'm going to just wrap my component by using first of all my data which we've created right here, the instance of this create context hook which we create right here. I give a name of data. First of all we are creating that, then we are just using my provider component right here. Okay, so I'm going to just close it manually, and I'm going to pass my component C right here. Okay, component C, and I have to grab my component C rather than component A. Okay, like so. And now the final thing which you have to do is that we have to pass the value which you want to pass inside our component. So the value will be this data which I want to pass through this component C. Okay, so I already included that. I am going to remove that from here. And now what I will do is that I'm going to go to all of these components, and I'm going to just remove this name from there, and I'm going to also remove, and I'm going to just write h1 of like, I don't know, component, or I'm going to pass A, and then not going to import anything. Then I'll go to component B. I'm going to remove that, and I'll just put my h2 right here. So I'll just put like h2 or h1, it doesn't matter, and I'm going to put my B inside there. I'm going to also remove this destructuring. I'm going to go to component C, and here inside this component C the actual magic happens. So first of all I'm going to have to destructure my data, so I'm going to use my import data, and I'm going to hit enter from this app component which we've created right here. So data is nothing but just the instance of this create context, and what I'll do is that I'm going to remove this text from here, and I'm going to also remove this destructuring from here as well. Inside this return statement, I'm gonna have to use my fragments right here, so we can work with multiple sections. So I'm gonna just use like data, and then I'm going to consume the data. Like this consumer method will allows us to get the data from this provider component. This provider will allows us to provide my data into another component, and this consumer will allows us to get my data from this provider component. Okay, so you just have to keep that in mind. And what I will do is that I'm going to pass my arrow function right here. So I'm going to just use arrow function, and I'm going to just pass the name of like name. It doesn't matter what you give name of like whatever, but I'm going to just pass my name, and I'm going to just return in this case like h1 of my name is, and now let me just check him out if that's working or not. My name is name, which we are passing right here. We are consuming it from this component, and we are just passing it right here. So now if you save our file, and now let me just check him out, and here what you see is that we are passing that name right here. So now let me just refresh that one more time. So here you can see we are just passing that data from this component, from this app component to this component C, and we are getting it totally just fine. So now let me just review all of the steps which we did. First of all, we are just importing this method, which is create context method, and we are just importing it from ReactJS. The second thing which we are doing is that we are just creating an instance, and we are just labeling it as a data. You can give it like banana if you want to, that doesn't matter, but I just give a label of data. And what else we are doing is that first of all, we are wrapping all of our component where we want to send this data to, and we are just wrapping it by using data.provider, and provider is a component which is coming from this create context right here. And then finally, not finally, but we are just providing our value right here, like the thing, like the data which we are going to be providing into all of the components where we put right here inside this data.provider. So we are passing that data, this data, into this component C, and then inside, let me just remove the other one, and then inside this component C, we are consuming it. Like we are consuming that data, we are getting that data from that app component to this component C. So I hope that will help you a lot. If not, let me give you one more example. So the reason a lot of people don't like this create context is that, let's suppose, let me give you one more example. I'm going to create one more instance. I'm going to just use export and then const, and then let's suppose if we have like data 2, or yeah, data 1 would be fine. And now I'm going to just create one more instance of that create context, and that's the only reason people don't like to use this context API. So they use context hook instead of using a context API, so which I'm going to also show you in a second. But let's suppose I'm going to wrap this component, like let me just get my data, like let's suppose I also want to pass this data as well, like age will be equal to like 18. I also want to pass this data inside this component. So for that, I'm going to be using my data1.provider, and I'm going to also provide a value of age in this case because I want to put my age inside there. And now I'm going to just place my component C. So I want you to just keep this nesting in mind. First of all, we are using this data.provider, and we are passing the value of name, which is holding this data of Hussein Web Dev. And then we are passing one more value like age, and we are just passing the age value of 18 into this component. So we are just passing two components, and it's already looking cluttered, but you will be surprised of the complexity of this one. Let me just comment this line out. I'm already using this function inside these curly braces right here, and now I'm gonna have to return one more function, one more consumer to be precise, and I'm gonna just use data1. But before I do, I forgot to include it right here. I'm gonna put my comma, and I'm gonna just pass my data1 inside there just to get it from this app component. And I'm gonna just use data1.consumer, and I'm gonna close it right here. And now inside this nested component, I'm gonna have to use this curly braces one more time, and then I also have to use arrow function one more time. Okay, so then I'm going to return h1. I know this stuff will looking confusing, but we are not going to be using a context API that much. We are going to be using context hook, which is awesome. And I am going to place my label like my name is, and now let me just render my name, which is name, and I am age year old, so I'll just write age years old. Okay, so now let me just save this file. Let me go back, and this is how it looks like. We are just passing two datas, like we are just passing the name, and we are also passing this age right here inside this component C. And now if you want to get these datas, so first of all we are going to be using one function. First of all we are going to be consuming one value from our component, and then we are going to be consuming another value from that component. So first of all we are going to be using one arrow function, then we are going to be using another arrow function, and finally we are going to be able to use that data inside our app. So now let me just refresh that, and here you can see we are now getting Hussein Web Dev from the app component, and also 18 years old from the app component as well. So it did solve our problem of prop drilling, but this is also not the best way to use or to pass your data from one component into another component. So how can we solve all of this entire complexity? Like we are just passing two datas and we have to write all of this entire complex code. Well, the solution is to use the useContext hook in ReactJS. So now let me just show useContext hook, and then you will get to know how to solve this problem. Alright, so useContext hook in ReactJS. React context is a way to manage state globally, and it can be used together with the useStat hook to share state between deeply nested components more easily than the useStat hook alone. So this is just an actual definition coming from the React documentation. So now let me just refactor that code to use a useContext hook, and then everything is going to be a-okay. So what I'll do is that I'm going to remove all of this coding from here, and yeah, that's going to be fine. But the thing which you have to do is that we are going to be importing the useContext hook from our React.js. Okay, so now we successfully get there, and now we can just use the data name, like const user name will be now equals to useContext, and here we are going to be just passing my data. And now let me just duplicate there, and I'm going to just pass my data one right here instead, and here I'm going to just give a name of like age would be fine. Okay, so now inside there what I'll do is that, you know what, instead of username I'm gonna just place my name inside there. What the hell? And now I'm going to just use like h1, my name is name, and I am age years old. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are just getting my name is Hussein Web Dev and I am 18 years old. So did you see how much easy it is? First of all, what you have to do is that you have to get this component which is called a create context from React.js. Then you have to create an instance of it. Then you have to just write your data, like whichever kind of data you want to provide into another component, and then wrap your component, like all of the components which will have all of this data by using data.provider component, and then just pass your data or value into it, and then just print your component inside there, like wrap your component inside there. And then inside the component where you're going to be consuming your data, just use that useContext hook, like just grab that from React.js, and then just use your data name, like you can give a label of anything you want, but you have to place that data. First of all you have to get it, then you have to place it inside this useContext, and then you would be able to use it anywhere inside your components. So that was kind of simple and easy, and I really love working with a context hook, useContext hook to be precise. Alright, so now it's time to learn about a useReducer hook in React.js. And useReducer is a hook in React.js that is similar to useStat, or you can also say like alternative to useStat hook, but it is designed for more complex state objects or state transitioning that involves multiple sub-values, and it allows you to manage state in the functional and immutable way. So this is just the actual definition of a useReducer. And now let me just jump into the code editor and write some code, then you will get to know what a useReducer is. Alright, so here you can see, back to our example, I'm going to remove that coding, and I'm going to also remove all of these coding from this app component like so. Okay, I'm going to remove that. I'm going to also remove that, and let me just delete these components from here, say bye-bye to all of them. And yep, now here you can see we have empty screen right here. Alright, so the useReducer hook is the alternative way to use state, which I just mentioned a second ago. And if you find yourself keeping a track of multiple pieces of state that rely on complex logic, so you can use the useReducer hook on that kind of scenarios. But trust me, this is going to be a little bit difficult for you guys to understand, but if you practice enough, so everything will be just a-okay. So anytime you want to use a hook, first of all, we have to import them. So I'm going to just use like useReducer, not useEvent, but useReducer, like so, from ReactJS. So that's the first step. So now I'm going to just go back, and now inside there I'm going to give you a counter example of how to change your counter data. And now here what I will do is that I'm going to use stat and also dispatch method, which I'm going to show you what all of that means. So dispatch, there we go. And now I'm going to use my useReducer, and I'm going to just put my reducer right here and initial stat right here. So now you might be thinking like, what is going on in this crazy useReducer? Now let me just break down all of them. So the first thing which we have is that we have our stat right here, and stat, as the name suggests, will be the state of our application. And now the next thing which we have is that dispatch method, dispatch, there we go. And dispatch method will allow you to change the stat data which we currently have. And you can think about this dispatch method is like let's suppose if you have some sort of a value and then you have a set value, so you can think about this dispatch method as a set value, like it will allow you to change the data which you currently have inside your stat. And yeah, that's that. So reducer, what is a reducer, reducer? So this useReducer hook accept two parameters. The one is reducer and the second one is initial stat. So the reducer function contains your custom stat logic, okay? And that initial stat, let me just write initial stat. That initial state can be a simple value, but generally will be containing an object. Okay, so generally it will be containing this object, but it can be a simple value like whatever you want. Okay, so this is just a definition of all of these stuff which I'm writing right here. So first of all, we have a stat, this will be a stat, and then we have a dispatch. It will allow us to change the value which we currently have inside our stat. Then we have a reducer function, and then it will be just containing like the stat logic, like whatever you want to do with that stat. So it will just contain all of that logic. And then finally we have this initial stat, and initial stat can be a simple value, but generally we just contain them an object. So that was just a quick definition of all of them. Now what I'll do is that first of all, I'm going to just create this initial stat first of all. So what I'll do is that underneath this component, I'm going to just create my initial stat, and it will be now set to the count, and count will be currently set to 0. Okay, and now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to create this reducer. So I'm going to just create this reducer, and I'm going to just put my custom logic inside there. So I'm going to just write reducer, reducer, there we go. And I'm going to provide two parameters. The first one will be stat, and the second one will be action. Okay, so now inside there, I'm going to use my switch statement right here. You can use if and else statement if you want to, but in my case, I'm going to just use a switch statement, and I'm going to just provide action.type. And then inside there, I'm going to be using my case like case, and if the case is increment, increment, there we go. So what do we have to do? We have to return or initial stat, like all of the data which we currently have, and after that we are going to be using a count, and then we are going to be setting that count to +1. Okay, so this is going to be our first case, and now I'm going to duplicate there like just a few times, like 3 times would be fine. So we have increment, then we have a decrement. I would have my initial stat like the clone of our previous stat, and I'm going to just use minus right here, and then finally we would have our reset right here, and I'm going to just place my count equal to 0. So I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to just put my count equal to 0, and underneath there finally we are going to be using a default stat. So I'm going to just return my previous stats. So now I'm going to just save my file. So here you can see we have this reducer function, and we have just a little bit of logic inside this reducer function. So that's the fourth thing. So the final thing which we have to do is that we have to create some sort of a button. So once we click on that button, we want to either increment our stat or decrement our stat or reset all of our entire stats. So this is what we are going to be doing finally. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just create a button and I'm going to just put a plus inside there, and I'm going to duplicate it 3 times. Then we have a decrement, then we have a reset right here finally, and I'm going to also put my h1 right here up above, and I'm going to just say like stat dot count. Okay, so here I'm just passing my stat dot count. And now what I will do is that the final thing which I have to do is that I have to attach my event listener to them. So once we click on this component, I mean like these buttons, so what do we have to do? We just have to change our state. Now if you want to change the values inside our state, so what do we have to do? You guessed it, we are going to be using this dispatch method right here. So I'm going to just use the arrow function. And here what I will do is that I'm going to just provide my dispatch. Inside this dispatch method, I'm going to just give a type of increment, and now I'll just copy that. I'm going to copy it right here like so, and I'm going to duplicate it right here, and I'm going to change these to decrement and this one to reset. Okay, reset like so. And now if you save our file, and here you can see we have this counter, so if I click on it, it will just increment it. If I click on this decrement button, so it will just decrement it. If I click on a reset, so it will just make it 0 right here. Okay, increment, decrement, and reset. Increment, decrement, and okay, so we have increment, then we have a decrement, and then finally we have a 0. Everything is working the way we expect him to work. Okay, so this reducer is not that much useful, like not a lot of people are using it, but if you need it for some sort of a project, so now I've told you what it is and how it works, so you can use it in every project if you want to, or if you don't want to use it at all, so that's completely okay. You can use like, I don't know, Redux toolkit or something like that for your stat management, like if you have complex stat. But this is just a counter example I want to give you by using the useReducer function, or useReducer hook rather. Alright, so now we are going to be learning about a useRef hook in React.js. So I guess this is going to be the final hook in this course, and then we are going to be learning about how to create a custom hook. Anyways, so useRef is a hook in React.js that allow you to access the properties of the DOM element, and it is useful when you need to access the value of the element or the current dimension of an element. So this is what useRef is responsible of, and you can use it with different kind of frameworks and libraries like I don't know, GSAP. You can use it with GSAP for advanced animation and stuff. But now let me just give you a quick example, and then you will get to know how the useRef works. Back to my code editor, what I will do is that I'm going to just remove all of this previous example, and let me just remove all of this stuff from the previous example. And now I'm going to just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. So as I said, like anytime you want to work with some sort of a hook, first of all you have to import them. So I'm going to just use useRef from React.js. Now I've successfully imported, so now we have to provide an initial state to it. So I'm going to just use const input and then element, and it will be now equals to useRef, and by default I'm going to just put my null value inside there. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that here I'm going to just provide an input with the type of nothing, and I'm going to also provide a button. So once we click on this button, what do you want to do? We want to first of all focus, FOCUS, there we go, and also you want to write Hussein inside that input. So how can you go about doing that? First of all, let me just attach my event right here, and here what I will do is that I'm going to use something called focus input, which we are going to be creating just in a second. But before I do that, I'm going to have to use this ref right here, this ref attribute, and I'm going to just provide my input element, which is this property which we are going to be providing right here. Okay, so this is what I did by just using this. First of all, I'm grabbing it, then I'm providing initial value to it, and then I'm using this ref and I'm providing it right here. Okay, so now let me just create this function which is called focus input. I'm going to create that real quickly. So I'm going to just use focus input, and it will be now equals to this function right here. So I'm going to just use first of all the input element, and I'm going to, first of all let me just console log something. I'm going to use my input element, and now let me just save my file. I'm going to open my console right here, and if I click on this button, so here you can see it is now giving us this object with the current property, and it will be now set to input because here we are reusing this ref right here. So that's why it is equal to this input, like we are getting this data from our document object model like DOM. Okay, so if we expand that, we have a value, we can access the value. Currently we set the value to null, so nothing right here. Okay, so that's why we are getting null and stuff. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove this console log from here, and I'm going to just use like input element dot current. We are now accessing this current value from that input dot now we want to focus, so we are going to be just using focus, and this is our DOM stuff. So now if we have to save our file, now if I click on this button, so here you can see it will focus my input right here. Let me just refresh that one more time. If I click on somewhere else, nothing will happen, but if I click on this button, it will focus my input right here. And now if I want to write something to this input, so I can also do that. Well, I'm gonna just use like input element, and then I'm going to access my current property one more time, and I'm going to just use value, and value will be now equals to Hussein. Okay, you can write your own name if you want to, but in my case I'm going to just put Hussein right here. And now I'm going to save my file, and now if I click on it, let me just refresh it. Now if I click on it, so two things will happen. First of all, it will focus this input, and it will also write my name inside this input. So I'm going to just click on it, and here you can see we have our name and we have this focus right here. All right, so that was useRef hook in ReactJS. Alright, so now that we learned a lot about hooks in ReactJS, so now it's time to learn about how we can create our own custom hooks in ReactJS. So hooks are reusable function, we always know that. And when you have a component logic that needs to be used by multiple components, so we can extract that logic from that component into our custom hook. And we can use that hook in different kind of project, or we can use it just in one project if you want to. So now what I'll do is that I'm going to remove this coding from here, and I'm going to create my custom hook. But first of all, before I do that, I'm going to create a function which allows us to fetch some data from that same JSON placeholder.typei code. So what I will do is that first of all, I'm going to import useStat and also the useEffect as well. So I'm going to just get these two. And what I will do is that first of all, I'm going to create the component. So I'll just use data, and then I'm going to use set data, and it will be now equals to useStat. And by default, I'm going to just pass null by default value. Okay, so what I would do is that now I'll just use my useEffect, and here I'm going to fetch data from that HTTPS and then JSON placeholder dot typeicode.com/todos. Okay, so I'm going to just fetch some data from there. I'm going to use R for result and r.json. And now I'm going to just attach one more then method, and I'm going to just use D for data, and then D dot, or you know what, I'm going to just set the data manually like D. I'm going to just provide the D right here. So this is how it will look like. And now what I would do is that I'm going to also iterate over through all of the data. But before I do, I'm going to have to check if we have some sort of a data, then we have to iterate over through that data. So I'm going to just use their map method, and now let's iterate over through all of the data, and I'm going to just return a paragraph right here, and I am going to just return item.title. Okay, and I'm going to also provide a key of like item.id would be fine. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. Now I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it will now uses all of these titles right here. So everything is working the way we expect him to work. So what I'll do is that I'm going to extract the logic inside this component into my custom hooks. So if I want to create a custom hook, I can create a new file, and I can extract the logic from this component, and I can place it in there, and then I can reuse that custom hook again and again in every kind of project. Okay, so what I will do is that I'm going to create a new file right here. You can create a new folder if you want to, and then give a name of like hooks or custom hooks or whatever like that. But in my case, I'm going to just create a file, and I'm going to give a name of useFetch, because we are going to be fetching some sort of a data from third-party library, and we are going to be using .js. So this will be the name of our custom hook. And now what I'll do is that I'm going to just import my useStat from here, and also useEffect, because we are going to be using both of them inside this custom hook right here. So now let me just create that function useFetch, and it will take some sort of a URL, because we are going to be placing our URL in there, and then based on their URL we are going to be fetching our data. So I'm going to just provide data and also set data, and it will be now equals to useState, and by default I'm going to just place my null value right here. Okay, and now I'm going to use my useEffect, and now I'll just pass my callback function right here. and then I'll just use my fetch method, and I am going to pass my URL in this case. Inside this app component, we place this URL, but inside this useFetch, I'm going to place my URL directly right here, okay? Because I'm going to be reusing this function, and then I'm going to be applying, then I'm going to be placing this string value inside that. You will see just in a second, but hey, I just kind of want to show you every single thing, so that's why. And now let's use res, or we can shorten this code to R if you want to. You can write res if you want to, r.json. Now we convert it to JSON. Now let's use then one more time, and now let's get our data. Okay, so I'm going to just use set data, and it will be equals to this simply data. Okay, so this is how it looks like, and I'm going to also provide a comma and provide a URL right here when our component re-renders or something change inside their data. So we also want to re-render our component. And now let me just return my data right here from this function, or this custom hook to be precise. The final thing which you have to do is that we are going to be using export default, so that we can use this method everywhere, this custom hook anywhere inside our program. And now I'll go to my app.js file, and what I'll do is that I'm going to cut this URL from here, and I'm going to just remove this useStat from here, and I'm going to also remove this useStat and useEffect from here. Instead, I'm going to get my own custom hook, which is that useFetch, and I'll also remove this set data from here, and I'm going to just use data. I'm going to extract the data, and I'm going to just use useFetch, and I'm going to just pass my string right here, okay, which is that JSON placeholder type icon, or whatever you want to call it. And now we are totally done. So now if you save our file, and now let me just wait for it to render. Okay, so here you can see it will now give us all of these titles right here. So this is how we can create a custom hook. So you can create custom hook for anything you want, but this is just a simple example for fetching the data. So yeah, this is how you can create a custom hooks, and you can create it for different kind of things if you want to. And now in this course we learned a lot about React.js, so it's time to build a few projects. So that projects will be not huge projects, but they will be beginners level projects. So I want to make sure that you guys learn every single thing in React.js. So now let's get into the projects, and now I'll see you in the projects. Alright guys, so let's just start working with our first project, which is a counter project. So in this course, we are not going to be building a lot of huge project in React.js, but if you follow this playlist, so you will find a lot of great projects which I have designed and stuff like that. But I haven't got a lot of time to record all of that videos, but I promise you will find a lot of projects by the end of this course. So not now maybe, but I guess by the time you're watching this video, there will be a lot of projects in React.js. But now in this course, we are going to be just building a 10 simple project which will help you to work with React.js. And by the end of this course, you can find a lot of projects in this playlist. So if you follow this playlist, you'll be in a totally good shape. So now here you can see we have this app.js right here, and we are just returning like h1 and also h1 as well. So now let me just create a new component, and I'm going to give a name of like counter.js for counter.js. So now let me just hide the upper bar, and I'm going to use like RFC for React functional component. And now let me just cut that from here, and I'm going to just give a name of like counter. So now if we save our file, now let's just remove this React from there. Here you can see we just have our simple functional component, and we are just exporting that. Now inside this app.js component, what I'll do is that I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to just pass my counter inside there. Okay, so first of all, let me just import that as well. So I'm going to use counter from counter. So if I hit enter, my Visual Studio Coder will help me auto complete it for me. So if I save my file, and here you can see I am now getting counter right here inside my browser. So now let me just close this app.js file, and now it's time to work on a counter component. So I'm going to remove that, and instead what I'll do is that I'm going to use my React Fragments, which I showed you just a second ago. And now inside there, I'm going to use a div with the class of container. And inside this container, I'm going to be using h1 with the class of number. And yeah, that's going to be fine. And for now, I'm going to just pass a 0. So if we save our file, so we are now getting 0 inside our console. So what I'll do, first of all, let me just get a few things from you know what, if we are going to be writing our code, and or Visual Studio Coder will help us with that. So I'm going to just use like counter or count, and then I'm going to use my set count, because we are working with a counter, so we would need some sort of a count variable and stuff. So I'm going to use useStat, and if I hit enter, so here you can see it will grab it from this React.js for me. Okay, so we don't have to write it manually. And yeah, that's fine. So now here you can see we are now passing this 0, but if I change that to this count for now, like the value of this count, so we are just passing this count variable right here. And if we save our file, and here you can see we are now getting the 0. I'm going to make the screen size a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit clear. Okay, so that's that. Underneath this div, what I will do is that I'm going to just pass my section, and I'm going to give a name of like buttons container. Inside this container, I'm going to just use my button with the class of increment, increment. There we go. And I'm going to just pass plus inside there, and I'm going to duplicate this component or that button, and I'm going to change that to like decrement. Okay, so this one will be now set to minus, so minus. And now what else do we have to do? We also have to provide a click event handler on there. So if we click on this button, so what do we have to do? We have to create this function somewhere inside our app. So I'm going to copy there real quick, and I'm going to paste it right here, and I'm going to change this name to decrement as well. So now let's just create these two component inside. I mean, like, not component. Why am I saying component all the time? These two method inside this component. So what I'll do is that up above this return statement and underneath this count, what I'll do is that I'm going to just use that inliner const increment, and it will be now equals to just this set count, and we are going to be passing the value of count plus 1. Okay, so now that was it for the increment. So now let's just use const decrement, decrement. Oh my god, there we go. And now let's just use that. Let me just use that right here, set count, and it will be now equals to count minus 1 in this case. So now we successfully create our counter component right here, and now if you click on it, so it will just increment it, and if you click on this one, so it will just decrement it right here. So now let's just provide a little bit of styling into it, and that's going to be it for this component. So I'm going to just use like style.css, but I also have to import it right here as well. So I'll just provide like import statement, and then // and then style.css. And now I'm going to just remove this space from here, save our file, and let me just use my resets, like padding will be 0, border padding margin will be 0, and box sizing will be now set to border box. So if we save our file, and yeah, this styling is working. So now let's just provide a little bit of styling to it so that it looks a little bit pretty. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just provide, like, first of all, let me just start from the body, and I'm going to just use the background of totally black, and the height I'm going to give him like 100 VH, and I'm assuming that you guys already know these stuff, so that's why I'm going a little bit faster. So flex direction will be now set to column, and justify content will be now set to center. And if you guys already know these stuff and you want to just skip this CSS stuff, so you can also do that. It doesn't matter if you want to or not, but I'm just telling you that. So align items will be also set to center, and text alignment will be also set to center. Okay, so the color I'm going to give him like totally pure white. And now if you save that, and this is how it looks like. So now let's just take care of that number. So I'm going to select my container and that number inside that container. So the font size, I'm going to increase that to like 6 rems, and save our file, and that's increased. Let me just hide this upper bar. And also what I will do is that I'm going to select my buttons container, and I'm going to just provide a width of like 40 rem, and display will be totally set to flex, and justify content I'm going to set that to space around, and margin for the top I'm going to provide like 5 frames. If we save that, and this is how it looks like. And finally, let me just start working with this increment button. So increment, increment, and it will be now equals to the padding 10 pixel and 20 pixel, 10 pixel for top and bottom, and 20 pixel for left and right. And border radius, I'm going to just give that to like 100 pixel will be fine, and font size will be set to 2 rems, and the background color I'm going to change that to like 141 517. This is going to be the background color, and the cursor will be cursor will be pointer, and the color will be totally pure white. So if you save that, and this is how this button looks like. But you know what, instead of wasting my time, I'm going to copy this one, and I'm going to also paste it right here. Increment, it doesn't matter, and both of them are working the way we expect them to work. Okay, so we have increment working the way we expect him to work, and then we have our decrement working. Alright, so that was it for the first project. Alright, so now let's just start working on our next project, which will be a to-do list project. So by the way, you will find all of the code separately in my GitHub repository, but I'm not creating a new React app just for this video, but you will find all of the code separately in my GitHub repository, and the link will be in the description below. So what I'll do is that I'm going to change the name of this one to to-do. Okay, and now if I hit enter, it will take a little bit of time because we are changing the name and extension view language feature. Now skip changes, but if we just give a name of like to do, and inside this app component, I'm going to change this name to do. Okay, so I'm going to also change this counter to do as well, because we are now working on a to do component. And now let's just check him out, and yeah, it's working. But what I will do is that I'm going to remove that, and also this JSX from here as well. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to leave the rest of them to like the way it is, and I'm going to also change this to do, and we are not getting anything. But I'll go to the styling, and I'm going to remove the styling from here as well, so that we can see a clear screen right here. So now let's just start working on our to do. So yeah, first of all, we are just getting our use stat right here up above. So what I will do is that I'm going to set that to const some sort of a to-dos, and it will be now set to do's. Okay, TODOS, if I can spell it, and then we have a use stat, and it will tag all of our to-dos. So that's why we provide array to it, like the default value of array. So the next thing which we have to do is that we have to get our input, and then we have to set that to input, set input, and we are going to be setting that to nothing by default, and we are going to be working with control components or control inputs to be precise. So yeah, now let's just write our JSX a little bit. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just write my container first of all. So inside this container, what do we have to do? We have to just write our input, and the type will be set to text. And now we want this component to be, this input to be controlled. So we want to control that by using our input. So this is that input right here, which we set there to nothing for now. Now the next thing which we can do is that we can also just provide our own change event listener to it, and then we can just provide this method right here. So it will take the e and like the e object to be precise, and then we are going to be passing our set input, not this one but set input, and it will be now set to like e.target dot value. There we go. So let me just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. If we save that, let me just zoom in a bit. So this is how we can control our component, and yeah, that's fine, but I'm gonna also provide a placeholder to it. So the placeholder will say like new to do. Okay, so if you save that, and here you can see we're now getting this new to do right here. All right, so underneath this input, what do we have to do? I'm gonna also write my button, and I'm going to give him a class of nothing. I'm not going to give him any classes whatsoever, so I'm going to just write submit, and if this component submits, so we will get some sort of a result. That's going to be it for these buttons, and yeah, that's fine. So now it's time to create our handle submit. So if we click on this button, so what do we have to do? We have to fire this function which is that handle submit, because we want to get this data and we want to render that to somewhere else. So now we've provide this handle submit to it. So now it's time to create this handle submit somewhere. So what I will do is that I'm going to just use like handle submit right here. So yeah, that's that. And now inside this handle submit, what I will do is that I'm going to get my set to do's, and I'm going to pass my to do's inside there. Okay, so to do's, and inside these to do's, what do we have to do? We have to just concat these other to do's. So we have to first of all get our text, and it will be now set to first of all input, and then we have to get our ID, and we are going to be getting we can also provide like math.floor and stuff like that, but you know what, I'm going to create a new function for that. So I'm going to just give a name of like generate ID to it. So I'm going to just give him that name, and now it's time to create this method real quick. So I'm going to create it right here, or up above this component. So I'm going to, first of all, let's just remove that formic stuff from here. I don't know where that came from, so let me just create this function, and I'm going to give him like generate ID, and it will just return that math.floor and math.random, and we will just provide times, I don't know, maybe times 10 would be fine. So you want to just get random ID anytime you want to call that, and we just pass that ID right here, and that text by default will be set to input. Underneath that, we are going to be just setting our input to nothing right here. So if you save that, so yeah, that's going to be fine. If you just write something in it, and if you click on it, so that component will be gone. That means like we have some sort of an error. So now let's just take care of that error. So we have to write our new JSX underneath this button. So yeah, underneath this button, what do we have to do? We have to write our new JSX. So I'll just write a UL, and I'm going to also give a class of to-dos list. Okay, so underneath this, or inside this to-dos list, we have to iterate over through our to-dos. So we have our to-dos dot map, and now it's time to iterate over through that. So I'm going to just get my text and ID, and we are using a destructure inside there. If you don't know what a destructure is, so you can check out my video on that. And I guess I messed it up something. Okay, so we are getting to-dos and IDs. So why it's not working? Okay, that's looking a bit cluttered. I'm going to write my to-dos just like so. So I'm going to write to-dos.map, and now here what I'll do is that I'm going to pass my text and also ID right here, and let me just pass my function right here, function body to be precise. So what we can do is that we can just create our new li right here, and inside this li what we can do is that we can just get our span, and we will just pass our text right here, and underneath this span we also want to get our button of X. And yeah, I'm going to now pass my key to it. So the key will be now set to this ID which we are getting right here, so that random ID which you are generating up above. And I'm going to also give a class of to do to it. So we have class of to do. I'm going to also provide a class of close to this button as well, and I'm going to also provide on click method to this close button. So anytime you click on this button, so what do you want to do? You want to call this remove to do method right here, which we'll create just in a second. So I'm going to just copy that, save my file, and let's just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. We are doing just like we are creating a UL right here, and we are just iterating over through all of the to-dos which we have right here up above these to-dos. We are iterating over through that, and for each of the to-do we are just providing a li, and inside this li we are just providing the text of that to do, and we are just passing this button with the text of X right here. And if we click on this button, so what do we want to do with that? We want to create a function underneath this handle submit button. So I'm going to create a new function. I'm going to give a name of like that remove to do, and it will be now equals to this ID. It will also take that ID. Okay, so we want to just write set to do's, and we want to pass our to do's right here, to do's. And now let's just filter through these to-dos. So if we just write filter, and if you found each the to-do, if the to-do.id is not equal to id, so then we don't want that. So if you save our file, and now if you just write like a, and that's gone, and I don't know, I guess I messed it up something. So now if you just write something, click on it, and we will get this nasty error. So cannot read a property of undefined reading map. And I just figured out that we have a problem right here. So I'm going to remove this curly brace from there, and also from here, and I'm going to just write my parentheses. Let's just remove that. And I'm going to place this parentheses right here. So if we save our file, and now if we just write something and if we click on it, it will remove it from here. But now the next problem which we have is that it's not showing up inside right here inside this span. So what's going on? Let's just take care of that. Which brings us right here, because we are using these curly braces and we are not returning something from it, so we have to just write return. And now if you just pass some sort of a to do, and if you click on it, and here you can see it will now give us that item, and it will give us that X button. So if you click on it, so that to do will be gone. So if you just write like one, I mean like we have to click on it, and then we have a 2, and then we have to click on it, then we have 3 and click on it. So now let's suppose, okay, so encounter children with the same key of 9. You know, I'm gonna change that to like 100. So 100 will be fine because it will give us that error a lot of time. So now let's just write 1, click on it, then we have 2, and click on it, and finally we have a 3. Okay, so let's just click on it, and now let's suppose if I want to remove this 2, so I'm going to just click on it, 2, 3, and 1. Everything is working, but we can also shorten this code to, let's just remove this curly brace from here and also these curly brace from here. So this is our one-liner, and we can also shorten this code to just remove this return statement from here and also from here. We can remove this curly brace from here, like curly brace from here, and also remove this curly brace from here and replace it with this parenthesis. So if you save that, and if you just type something, so everything will work right here. So if you just write something, everything is working. But now let's just take care of the styling of it, and then we are going to be good to go. So everything is working, and now let me just go to the style sheet, and now let me just write a little bit of styling for this project. So what I will do is that underneath this recess, I'm going to just write my body, and the background color I'm going to just set that to F5, not F5 but F9, and then we have EB. Okay, so this is going to be our color, and then I'm going to also provide a height of 100 VH. Display will be totally flex. Justify counter will be now set to center. Align items will be set to center. And what else do we have to do? We also have to select our container, and we want to change the background color of that to like FC CFFF3. Okay, so now underneath there I'm going to also provide a padding of 50 pixel, and now underneath this container we are going to be selecting all of our inputs, and I'm going to just change the padding of 15 pixel all around, and border will be now set to none, outline will be also set to none, and the background color will be now changed to this like F5 EB. Okay, so then we have a width of 300 pixel, and the margin for the right I'm going to give like 10 pixel right here. And now underneath all of that I'm going to select my button, and I'm going to provide a border radius to it like 100 pixel, not 1000 but 100 pixel, and the background color I'm going to change that to like 45 45 and 445. There we go. One more time. So underneath there I'm going to also give him a padding of 5 pixel all around, and border will be none, outline will be also none, and the color will be totally white. Okay, so let's just go zoom back, and the padding I'm going to provide is like 10 pixel for all around, 10 pixel for top and bottom, 20 pixel for left and right will be fine, and cursor will be pointer. Okay, so now underneath all of that I'm going to select my to-dos, which is to-dos.list. Okay, so I'm going to provide a margin for the top of 3 rems, and yeah, that's going to be fine. Finally, let me just select my each to-do, and I'm going to just use like to-do of list style of none. Display will be totally flex. Justify content will be now set to space between in this case, and align items will be now set to center. Background color will be now set to F5 F5. Okay, not F5 but F5 F9, and then EB, this color. And the padding I'm gonna give him like 7 pixel for top and bottom, 20 pixel for left and right, and margin will be set to 10 pixel, and font family will be now set to sans serif. And finally, let me just use this close button. So if you click on it, so that will just remove what to do. So 10 pixel for left and right, and 5 pixel for top and bottom, and cursor will be totally pointed. So if you save that, and now let's just refresh our browser, and this is how it looks like right here. So I just way zoomed in, and we can pass what to do right here like 1, and if you click on this submit button, so this is how you can see what to do. We can click on our remove to do, and it will just remove it. So we have 1, and now let me just click on there, then we have 2, click on there, and then we have 3. Let me just click on there, and we can remove that from here. So now we are totally done with our second project as well. So yeah, you can find all of the code in my GitHub repository, and the link will be in the description below. And now let's just work with our third project, which will be the meal API project. Alright, so now let's just work with our third project, which is the meal API project. So for that we will need one thing to install first of all, and I'm going to just click on a new git bash, zoom out a bit, and we would just need one thing which is called Axios library. If you don't know Axios, well, you can check out, I don't know, video of like 5 minute, or you can learn it in 10 minutes or so. And Axios is not a huge thing to learn, but I'm going to just install like npm install Axios. Okay, so I'm going to just hit enter and it will just start to installing it in my machine just in a second. So yeah, so while it's installing Axios, it's not a huge library, but it's taking a little bit of time. I don't know why. I'm going to remove that and also remove the stuff from here as well. And by the way, you will find all of this coding in my GitHub repository. Let's just remove this stuff from here, and let's just go back to our to-do list right here, and I'm going to just change that to main. Okay, so let's just change that to main, and also instead of to do, we will change that to main.js and skip the changes. Yeah, skip changes. No, we don't need that. Okay, so I'm going to also change this name to main as well. So I'm going to write main, and if I hit enter, save this file again. Let's just remove that file. Let me just zoom in a bit so you can see everything a bit better. And for now, I'll just pass like hi. And now let's just see, can resolve to do. Let's just refresh it. Okay, let's go to our app.js and let's just pass our what do we call it, main. So let's just remove that to do, and I'm going to pass my main right here, save our file, and here you can see we're now getting high. But let's just remove the styling from here as well. I'm going to remove the styling from here, save our file, and here you can see we have our high right here up above. So now that's going to be cross, and now let's just work with our this main project right here. So our Axios is totally installed. Here you can see that. Okay, you can see that, but our Axios is installed. I'm going to close this one, and this one will be it from there. So what we can do, first of all, we would need to grab a few things. So we have to grab our useThread, which we've already done right here. So what I'll do is that inside this JSX, I'm going to just write a section, and I'm going to give a class of card. Inside this card, I'm going to pass my image, or you know, I'll do that a little bit later. So I'm going to remove that. And the first thing we would do is that I'll just set my items. So I'm going to write items, and then we will write our set items, and it will be now equals to use state, and we will just pass our empty array right here, because we are going to be rendering our items, not rendering, but we are going to be pushing our items into this items variable, which we will get just in a second. So the next thing which we have to grab is something called the useEffect. If I hit enter, so here you can see it will grab it right here as well. And now let's just use that. So what I'll do is that I'm going to pass it right here. And now let me just provide a space inside there. And now let me just use my Axios. So I'm going to use my Axios, and it will import it right here up above. And what I'll do is that I'm going to just use my dot method of get, and we want to get this data from this link, and the link will be in the description below. And you can also search for that like the mealdb API, so it will also give you that link. But I'm going to pass it right here like https and then www.themealdb.com/API/JSON, and then we have version 1 of 1, and then we have filter. So I'm going to write filter .php, and question mark c will be equals to seafood. So I'm going to write seafood. Okay, so that's going to be our meal API. Now let me just chain my then method inside there, and I'm going to just pass my result right here. If you can see it, come on, man. Oh my god. So let's just click on it and remove that space from here. And here what we have to do, we have to just set our set items, which is these set items, and I'm going to pass it right here. And I'm going to just write like a res.data.meal, because we are going to be getting our meal from this res, and which is that result right here. You can also log that to a console if you want to, but I'm assuming that you guys already know this stuff, so I'm just going a little bit faster. So yeah, then if that's not working, then we have to pass our catch statement right here, or catch method to be precise. So we have our error, and now let's just log this error to the console. Okay, so as simple as that. If we save our file, and this is how it looks like, pretty simple stuff. And finally, let me just pass my array right here. So anytime something changes in our app and stuff, so we want to re-render this component. So yeah, everything will work the way we expect him to work. And now we have our items. So now let's just use these items inside this JSX. So what we can do is that I'm going to just write like, oh, you know what, I did a little bit of mistake, so I'm going to just remove this return statement from there. And now let's just iterate over through our meal. So I'm going to write items.map, which is this items right here. So now let's just iterate over through there. And I'll just destructure a few things, like we have a stir meal. We also have a thumbnail for this meal, like stir meal thumb, which we'll get from their API, by the way. And then we have the ID of that meal. So if you can see ID meal, and now let me just pass my method right here, but I guess I messed up something. Okay, so we have to pass it right here. All right, so that's it. I guess if I'm not missing something, let's just remove that from here. And I guess I'm gonna pass it right here. All right, that's looking better. So what do we have to do? We are passing these curly braces, so it means like we have to return something. So we are going to be returning our JSX right here, like section, and I'm going to give a class of cart to it. And inside this section, what I'll do is that I'm going to just write image, and the image will be just, let me just remove these quotes from there, and I'm going to just replace it with these curly braces, and the image will be just this thumbnail, which is coming from this API right here. And if you want to log that to a console and see stuff by yourself, so feel free to do that. And I'm not wasting your time, so that's why I'm going a little bit faster. As alternative text, I'm gonna just, or let me just remove this alt text from there. What the hell? Okay, so I'm gonna write section with a class of content inside there, and a paragraph will be now set to this stir meal. Okay, so I'm gonna copy that, and I'm gonna paste it right here. Okay, so underneath that, I'm going to also provide this hash symbol and the ID. So I'll just write ID of the meal. So ID meal. Okay, this one which I'm talking about. So now we successfully iterate over through this item, but the next thing which we have to do is that we have to store that in some sort of variable. So I'm going to just write like const items list, and now let's just render this items list variable to the browser. So what we can do, finally, let's just return a div with a class, or let me just write div with a class of items container, and now let's just return this item list from there. So if you just save our file, and let's just go back, and here we are getting an error is not defined. Okay, so error is not defined. Okay, we are passing error. Copy that, and I'm gonna pass it right here, save our file, and let's just wait for it to render stuff. And I guess it's not rendering, I don't know why. Okay, I've got an error right here. We are destructuring, but I forgot to include these curly braces right here. So if we save that, and hopefully we'll not get any error. Okay, so we are getting that error one more time. So that was the first solution we have. And I just found out the solution. It wastes me a lot of time that I forgot S inside there. So if we save that, and now if we refresh it, and here you can see that will be gone, and we can also pass that to right here, like each key will be unique and stuff like that. You can also create a function for that if you want to, but here you can see we are now getting the name, the thumbnail, and also the ID of the meal, but we just forgot this S at the end. It's a meals, not just a meal. So if you just write a console log, and if you just write like res.data, and now if you save that, and now let's just open our console. So we have this object, let me just zoom in a bit, and we have a meals right here, and I just forgot this S at the end, and it wasted a lot of my time to figure it out. Anyways, so now we did it. You can also create a function for generate a unique ID and provide it right there, but that's going to be for you. But now I'm going to just provide a little bit of styling to it, and then that's going to be it for this project. So what I'll do is that I'll just provide items. So let me just get into it. Items and container. First of all, I'm going to select there, and display will be now set to totally flex wrap will be now set to wrap. But what the hell am I doing? Flex wrap will be now set to wrap, and justify content will be now set to space around, and margin I'm going to give them like 10 pixel all around. Okay, so underneath there, what we can do is that I'm going to select my card, and I'm going to just write a background of RGB like so, and it will be now set to 255 and then 249 and 249 one more time. So we have 245 49. There we go. Underneath that, what we can do is that we can bump up the size of the font, so like 12 pixel, and we can also change the color to RGB of 68. Let me just write. Okay, so this is going to be the color, and now let's just provide a margin of 10 pixel, the padding of 30 pixel, and the transition I'm going to provide is like 1 second ease. Okay, so that's there, and I'm going to also provide a cursor or pointer, and I'm going to just write card. If we hover over that card, so what do we want to do? We want to just transform and scale 1.1. Okay, so that's there. Now let's just start working with our content container. So now let me just write a display of flexed and justify content will be now set to space between. There we go, and we have a font family of totally sans serif, and margin for the top I'm going to give them like 20 pixel, so that's fine. Now underneath all of that, I'm going to select all of the paragraphs, and I'm going to just write a font weight of totally bold to it. And finally, let me just get all of the images which we have, and I am going to provide a border radius of 5 pixel, and the height will be 200 pixel, and the width I'm going to give him like 300 pixels. So if you save that, and here you can see this is how it looks like right here. So if you hover our mouse over to it, and yeah, that's looking totally better. So we are now getting the image, we are getting the title of their each product or their each meal, whatever you want to call it, and we are also getting the idea of that meal. So yeah, that's looking great, and you can work with that, you can expand that a little bit more, and you can like build a huge project by using that. But this is just a simple project which I want to give you in this course. Alright guys, so welcome to the fourth project of this course. So in this section, we are going to be building a calculator application in ReactJS. So first of all, we are going to be taking care of the styling of this application, and after that, we are going to be taking care of the functionality. So yeah, I'm going to remove this Axios from here because we don't need Axios for this project. And yeah, I'm going to remove the styling from here as well. Semi-file, and by the way, you can find all of that code in my GitHub repository. So I'll just write return of h1, not history but h1, come on, and hello, save our file, and everything is working the way we expect them to work. So the first thing which we would do is that we will take care of the styling of this application. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just write a return statement, and I'm going to just write my React fragments inside there, and I'm going to just write a form with a class of calculator, and I'm going to remove this action from here, but instead I'm going to give a name of calc. So I'll just write calc as a name right here. So inside this form, what we can do is that I'm going to first of all writing an input. I'm going to write an input, and the type will be set to text, but I'm going to also give a class of value to it. So value, there we go. So yeah, I'm going to also set the value to input value, which we are going to be creating just in a second right here. So now let me just create that input value, and also set input value as well, and it will be now equal to just a use state, and we are going to be passing just an empty string right here. So this one will be now a control input. Okay, so after that, we are going to be working with a span. I'm going to give a classes of num and also the class of clear as well, and I'm going to also pass a method. So if you just click on this button, so we just want to clear, or what do we call it, calculator. So you know, we'll take care of the functionality just in a second, but first of all, let me just write that JSX and stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna just write a span, and let me just duplicate that a few times. So we have times, then we have 7 and 8, after that we have a 9, then we have minus, and now let me just duplicate that a few times. So we have minus, then we have 4, 5 and 6 right here. So yeah, that's going to be fine. After that, I'm going to duplicate one more time, so then we have a plus symbol right here, and let me just duplicate that a few times so we can just work with that. So we have plus a sign right there, then we have a 1, then we have 2, 3, and then we have a 0, then 0, 0, and finally we just have our period right here. Not finally, but we will still need one more, and it will be now equals to the equal sign. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just save there, and you will just see this gibberish right here. But now let me just provide a little bit of styling to it, and after that we are going to be working with the functionalities. So let me just go into my style sheet right here. So the first thing I would do is that I'll just make everything centered. So I'm going to just write display of flags to it. Justify will be now set to Justify content will be now set to center. Align items will be now set to center. The min height I'm going to give like 100 VH, and the background I'm going to set that to 1B, 1B, and 1B one more time. Okay, so this kind of a black color. And after that we are going to be working with a calculator, CALCULATOR. So I'm going to select that, and position I'm going to give like a relative, and display will be now set to, in this case, grid. Okay, so after that I'm going to select all of the values which is inside this calculator, and I'm going to provide a grid column of span to the fourth, and I'm going to also provide a height of 100 pixel right here, and the text alignment I'm going to set that to the right in this case, and the border will be just set to none because we want to remove that, and the outline will be also set to none. Okay, so the padding I'm going to give that to like 10 pixel, and the font size in this case will be now set to 18 pixel. Okay, so that's that. Now what I'll do is that I'm going to select all of the spans which is inside this calculator, and I'm going to provide a display of grid to it. The width will be now set to 60 pixel, and the height will be also set to 60 pixel. And I'm going to also provide a background color of 292929, like 3 times 29, and the place items will be now set to center. Okay, so after that we are going to be writing a border of 1 pixel, solid RGBA, or yeah, RGBA would be fine, and I'm going to write 000 and 0.1 as alpha transparency, and color will be now totally pure white. Okay, so that's that. And now let me just get my calculator, and then span and clear button which we've created just a second ago, and now let's just style that. So I'm going to write grid columns, and now we want to span that to 2. The width will be 120 pixel, and the background I'm going to set that to RGB of 255 and 163 comma 26. Okay, so that's going to be fine as well. So what else can we do? We also have to grab our calculator. Let me just get my calculator, and I'm going to also write a span of plus. Okay, so we want to get our plus symbol, so grid row in this case will be just span from 2, span through 2 to be precise, and height I'm going to give like 120 pixel, and yeah, that's going to be fine. But finally we also have to get our calculator, and we want to get a span and equal, and that equal to, which we will see just in a second, and then we have a background of RGB 255 and 163 comma 26. Okay, so if you save our file, and this is how it looks like, but we have to take care of these buttons and stuff because they're looking awful. So now let's get into our main.js file, and I'll just find my plus symbol which is right here, and I'm gonna give a class name of what? I'm gonna give a class name of plus. So if we save that, and here you can see we'll get that plus button right here. And what else can we do? We also have to get or equal to button. So I'm gonna just write space in here, and I'm going to give a class of num and also equal. So if you save that, let me just refresh that, and here you can see we have the equal to button right here. Other than that, that's looking better, I guess. If you want to provide more styling to it, so feel free to do that, but in my case that's looking better. So yeah, or you know what, and I am going to also provide this styling for the active states. So if that's active, so you want to provide a background color, and the text color will be that totally white color. So let me just undo that. If you click on it, so yeah, that's looking better. You know what, I'm gonna provide more styling later, but for now we can see our stuff right here, and yeah, that's looking better. I'm gonna provide more styling to that later, and you can find that styling in my GitHub repository. So now it's time to provide our functionality to this app. I'm gonna create a function with the name of display, and I'm gonna provide a value to it as a parameter, and I'm gonna just write like set input value, and it will be now set to input value, like whatever we pass plus the value. Okay, so this value, you will see this function just in a second, but hey, let me just first of all create that, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Let me just create a new function, give a name of like calculate, and this one will be responsible for the calculation, and I'm going to just write like let answers, and it will be now equals to eval method If you don't know eval method, that's completely okay. It's just it will, like, eval method is just a method like if we provide two strings. So like if you provide 2 plus 2, so it will give us the result of like 4 right here. So it's that method which I have covered in my JavaScript course. If you don't know that, so you don't have to, like, you can just quick Google search this eval method and it will give you a lot of great resources. But hey, that's going to be fine for now. And I'm going to pass my answers inside this set method. I mean, like, set input values right here. And finally we just have our clear method. So I'm going to just write clear, and as the name suggests there, it will just clear everything up. So not set an item which is from a formac, not that one, but we have a set input value, and it will be now set to totally empty right here. So if we save our file, so now let's just use these display, calculate, and clear functions right here. So the first thing I will start is that I'm gonna first of all use this clear method right here. So if we click on this button, so what we can do, I'm gonna just provide on click method, and if we click on this button, so we want to just fire this function right here, like this clear function. And yeah, that's fine, but what I'll do is that I'm going to do multiple cursor selection right here, and I'm going to just write like on click, like if we click on it. So what do you want to do? You want to just pass or display right here, and I'm going to just pass this stuff from here. Let me just copy that and let me just pass that right here. So yeah, that's looking better. So here you can see we have this display method, so it will take one parameter. So the parameter which we are providing is this symbols right here, and here you can see we are just providing that parameter right here. So inside this display method, we are using our set input value, and we are just attaching like whatever we provide right here to this input value right here. Okay, so by default our input value is like nothing, but later we are going to be typing something, or we are going to be just clicking something, so it will just pass it right here, and then we are just passing that new value to it. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. So yeah, let me just pass it right here one more time. So I'm going to just do multiple cursor selection, and I'm going to just provide like on click. So if we click on it, so what do you want to do? We want to fire this function of display, and we want to provide a quote, and I'm going to just copy that and I'm going to paste it right here. But finally we also have to provide one more 0 right here at the end as well, and also for this period one as well. So I'm going to just do multiple cursor selection on click. So once we click on it, so what do we want to do? We want to just fire this function of display, and we want to just provide the first one we want to provide is a period, but in the second one we want that because we want to call our calculate function, because in this one we are doing our calculation, because this one is equal to, so we have to provide our calculation method. So I'm going to just write on click. Okay, we already write there. So I'm going to just pass my calculate method right here, calculate, there we go, and I'm going to just call this method right here. Okay, so I hope we didn't mess something up, so we don't need this useEffect statement from here. I'm going to remove that, and we have first of all this stuff. Then I already forgot this one, so I'm gonna also provide on click method right here. Let me just write display of plus right here. So if I save my file, and now let's just check him out, and then I'm gonna show you all of the coding at once. So I'm gonna review the coding just in a second, but first of all let me just check out if everything is working or not. So if you just write 1 plus 2, and if you just click on this equal to sign, so it will now give us 3 right here. Okay, let me just zoom in a bit. If you click on the clear, it will just clear up the screen. If you just write like 2 times 2, and if you just click on the equal to, it will give us 4. And if you click on the clear, then we have like, I don't know, maybe 10. Or you know what, let me just clear the screen out. So if you want to do a basic calculation so that everything is working, so you have 20 minus 10. Okay, so if you just click on the equal, so it will now give us 10 right here. So yeah, that's working. Then now let's just finally check this one. So we have we have 5 apples, and you want to divide that with 3 people or something like that. It will give us a floating point value right here. Alright, so everything is working the way we expect him to work, but let me also check this one out. So we have plus 100 plus 200. Yeah, that's working as well. So first of all, what we did is that we just create our 2 functions right here. The first one will be display. It will just display the value. So we have our input value, like whatever we type in this input value, and then it will take this new value right here. So what is that new value? That new value which we are providing right here. So we provide like this division operator, these multiplication operator, and then we provide 7 and all of these calculations right here. So we just provide that. So that's it for this display function. So then we have a calculate function, and as the name suggests that it will just calculate our value. So what are we doing? We are just getting the answers. I mean, like, we are just storing this eval method inside this answers variable right here. And this eval method, let me just show you that real quick. So I'm gonna just launch an incognito window. So I just search for a JavaScript eval method right here. So here you can see what does eval do in JavaScript. So the eval function evaluates JavaScript code represented as a string and return its compilation value. Okay, you can learn more about that if you want to, but I have already covered that in my JavaScript course, and I even build a project on it by using these eval methods. So you can also check that out if you want to. So then we are just getting this answer, and we are just updating our state by using this set input value, and we are just passing this new value to it. Okay, so then we finally create this clear function, and we are just clearing everything up, and we are just passing it right here. So yeah, everything is working the way we expect them to work, and I'm gonna take care of the styling. I know it's looking awful, but if you download that same project from my GitHub repository, this styling will not be look like this. Like, this application will not look like this. Okay, so yeah, now let's just jump into a new project. All right, so now let's just start working on our toggle background color. So I'm going to remove this stuff from here, and I'm going to just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better, and also remove these fonts from here, and I'm going to remove the styling from here as well. And by the way, you can find all of that code in my GitHub repository if you want to get there. And I'm going to change these names to a toggle button, so toggle button color will be fine. I'm going to change this one to toggle button color. Okay, so toggle button color. No, we don't want this. Skip the changes, and no, we don't want a default import statements. I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to just write like toggle button color, and I'm going to copy that, hit enter, and I'm going to also paste it right here. So if I click on it, now let's just change these components name to this toggle button color to be precise. And yeah, let's just check them out and how it looks like. So we don't have nothing. Let's just remove this app, and I'm going to just paste like hi for now. And here you can see we are now getting this high right here. All right, so everything is working the way we expect them to work. So now let's just take care of that. All right, so first of all, what we can do is that I'm going to first of all provide a JSX right here. So I'm going to write a section. Inside this section, I'm going to just write my button. So as a text, I'm going to just give them like, I don't know, white theme would be fine. And underneath that, what we can do is that I'm going to also create a new section with the class of content. So I'm going to just pass my content right here, and inside this content I'm going to just pass my h1 of welcome to a, and then we have to write a br, and underneath this br we can just write like a real word. And now if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting this toggle theme button right here, like white theme button, and we are now getting this welcome to a real word. And for this project we will also need a font called outline font, or whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to just go to that fonts.google.com, so we can grab these fonts from our google.com. Anyway, so it will just take a little bit of time to render because of my internet connection, and I'm going to pass a few stuff inside my button. So what we can do is that I'm going to just pass this method like whenever we click on this button. So what we can do, we can just provide this handle click function right here. And what else can we do? We can also do a lot of stuff, but first of all, let me just get my stuff. So we already get our use state right here. So what I'll do is that I'm going to first of all set the background color, and then I'm going to use like set background color, and it will be now equals to the use state, and I'm going to pass the default value as a white background color. And the next thing which we can do is that we are going to be also changing the text, so we can also just write text color, and it will be now equals to set text color. And let's just pass the default value of this text to be just like 1b 1b 1b. 3 times like 1B, I guess. Yeah. And we are going to be also changing the style of our button. So like if we click on this button, so we are going to be also changing the button color as well. So what we can do is that we can also just write const of button and style. Okay, so button style, and then we have a set button style as well. Okay, and it will be now equals to the use stat. By default value, I'm going to pass my white value to it. So that's the, now let me just pass these values, and then I'm going to be creating this handle click button or method to be precise. So what I can do is that inside this section I'm going to pass this value. So I'm going to write style, and I'm going to just pass my background color right here. So first of all, the background color will be just set to background color, and I'm going to also pass my text color, I mean just a color to be text color. Okay, so that's that. Now let's just also pass these values inside this button. So we click on this button, what we can do, we can also provide the styling to it. So I'm going to provide a new curly braces and the button style, which is this button style right here, so this one. And also the color I'm going to be passing is like color of text color, and also I'm going to just provide a border of like 2 pixel solid, and then that text color, I'm going to be rendering that color as well. So let me just save my file, and this is how it looks like. I know it's looking color, but hey, it's looking like this. So if we click on this button, so we are going to be changing all of these values just in a second, but we are just passing these values right here. So the by default the button style is set to white, so the button style will be now set to white. The color of the text will be now set to this text color, which is this one, this color right here. And we are also rendering this border right here, like 2 pixel border, and yeah, that's going to be fine, but we can also do more than that. But hey, let me just create this method, which is that handle click method right here. So now let me just create that function handle click method. If we click on that button, so what do we want to do with that? So we want to just change the values. So we want to change the background color to be background color, and we are going to be using a ternary operator. If that's white, so we want to change that to this color, which we have right here up above, this color. So I'm going to copy that color and I'm going to paste it right here. And now let me just zoom out a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And if that's not the case, so we want to change that to totally white. Okay, so that's going to be fine. Now that's going to be it for the background color. Now let's just use the set text color, and it will be now equals to the text color. And we are going to be also using these ternary operator as well. So by default, if that's equal to this white color or kind of a grayish color, so we want to change this color to this kind of a creamy yellow color, which is that FFA31A. Okay, if that's not the case, so we want to get our default color, which is that 1B, 1B, and 1B in color, stuff like that. And then we are going to be using a set button color, button style to be precise. And now let's just use the background color will be now equals to totally white. If that's the case, so we want to, if that's not the case to be precise, so we want to get this color. And if that's the case, so we want to finally get our background color of white. So if we save our file, and here you can see our background color is now set to white. If you click on it, here you can see our background color is now getting totally black, and our button is also changing. So if you click on it, so we are getting white button and this gray button right here. Okay, so now let me just get into my styling, and then let me just provide a little bit of styling, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So we've already write these resets right here. So what I'll do is that I'm gonna come in here, and you just have to search for this font, which is that Bongi outline. Sorry, I can't pronounce the name of this font, but this is the outline font. You can just search for the just write outline, and you can find it right here. So this one I'm talking about, this is kind of that outline font. If you want, if you like this one or this one, this is going to be just for styling purposes. It's not React specific, but hey, if you like this font, so use it. If you want to use something else, feel free to use that. So I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to paste it up above right here, and I'm going to also copy the font family of it as well. So I'm going to paste it right here and commit it up. Okay, so I'm going to save a byte to this one. And now let me just take care of the styling as well. So we've provided resets. So now let me just get my body, but inside this body we want to get all of the sections. So I'm going to provide a height of 100 VH. Display will be totally set to flex, and flex direction will be set to column. Justify content will be set to center, and aligned items will be also set to center because we want everything to be totally perfectly centered. So now let me just take care of that button. So I'm going to just write position of absolute tier because we want to push that to the right. So I'm going to just write 20 pixels for the top, and for the right I'm going to also provide 20 pixel, and padding I'm going to give him like 10 pixel for top and bottom, 20 pixel for left and right, and the background will be totally transparent. There we go. And cursor will be pointer if you click on not click, but if you hover your mouse over to it. And now let me just get my section of content. And now let me just get my H1 right here. The font size I'm going to increase that to 5 frame, and the font family which I'm going to be using is this font family. Let me just paste that right here, uncomment it out, and I'm going to provide a line height of 80 pixels. So if we save our file, and we cannot see that, we can change the color. Okay, it's down here. I made a terrible mistake, so I'm gonna cut this section from here, and I'm going to paste it inside this section underneath this button. So if you save there, and here you can see you're now getting this color. Welcome to a real world. If you click on the white buttons, we are now getting this. We are changing the background color, and we are also changing the text color, and we are also changing this button right here. So now if we click on this button, we also want to change the content of this button to a dark theme or white theme as well. So we can also do a conditional statement for that, or conditional rendering for that. So by default we are just providing the white colored theme or white theme right here, but we can also provide that conditionally. So if our background color is triple equal to this color which we have right here up above, let me just copy that from here, and I'm gonna paste it right here. If that's the case, so what do we want to do? We want to change the content to be like display black theme. If that's not the case, so what do you want to do? You want to just render our white theme right here. So if we save that, and now here you can see we are now getting black theme. If we click on it, here you can see we are now getting white theme right here. Or if you want to provide, instead of black theme, you can also provide yellow theme and stuff like that. But in my case, we are totally done with our project right here, and that's looking cool. Let me just go back, and it's not a difficult code, but I make it difficult by just providing like a huge name like a background color and set background color. You can also change that to like BG color or set BG color, but that will be looking a bit unreadable, so that's why I write it in this fashion. And yeah, we are totally done with this project, and now let's get into a new project. Alright, so welcome to this new project which will be a set icon project. So what I'll do is that I'm going to remove every single thing from this project right here, and I'm going to also change the name of it. But if we do that, we also have to remove this styling a bit. So I'm going to remove this styling from here as well. Save this file, and we just provide X in it, and here you can see we are now getting X, but we also have to change the name of this component to hidden search button, or search bar to be precise. So I'm going to hit enter, and yeah, we get there. Save our file, and now I'm going to also change this component name to that hidden search, whatever, hidden search bar to be precise. And I'm going to go to my app.js, and I'm going to select this one, paste it right here, and replace it here, and we already replaced it right here. So if we save that, and we are still getting that X, if we refresh that, still getting it. So that's cool. Now let's get into this project. So what we can do, first of all, I'm going to just make it a bit bigger so you can see everything, and I'm going to get my show input and also set show input. Okay, and it will be now equals to useStat, and it will be now set to false by default. And I'm going to also provide a background color and also the set background color as well. Okay, and it will be now set to by default the totally useStat of totally white color right here. Okay, so yeah, that's there. Now let's get into our JSX real quickly. So inside this return statement, what I can do is that I'm going to just write a section with a class of container, and it's container, there we go. Inside this container, what we can do is that we can also just provide a styling manually, like dynamic style. So I'm going to just write style, and I'm going to just write a background color, and it will be now set to the BG color, which is this BG color right here. Okay, so that's there. So now what if we click on this button? So I'm gonna also, not button, but in this section, so I'm gonna just write on click, and I'm going to just write like handle click right here. Okay, so we are going to be creating this method just in a second, but first of all let me just write my conditional rendering. So I'm gonna just write like a show input if that's the case. So you want to render this JSX, which is just write an input and no content, I mean like no classes, no nothing whatsoever. So I'm going to also give him a placeholder of search, okay, and dots. If that's not the case, so what we can do, I'm going to just write a new case, and I'm going to just write this I'm going to just render this icon right here. So I'm going to write fa search. This is a React icon. You don't have to worry about that. If you want to learn about this, so feel free to do that. It's not a huge topic to learn, but hey, so we can just render our icons from our ReactJS. So we have set show input, which we've created up above, and we want to set that to true right here. Okay, so now let me just get there real quick, and I'm going to get this icon from my ReactJS right here. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just write import and this icon from the React icons. So icons slash fa. So, okay, so let me just install that React icon. So click on a new bench or stuff like that. Let me just go out, and here I am going to just pass this like npm install react icons -sl. If I hit enter, so it will just install this React icons right here just in a second. Alright, so now we successfully installed React icons, and I'm going to hide their bar, and now let me just create this method, which is this handle click method. So if you just click on that icon or the stuff, so what do we want to do with that? So let me just create this handle click method right here, and I'm going to just provide my e right here, like e object, event object to be precise, and we want to get my set background color, and we want to change the color of that to like 1A right here. Let me just write 1A one more time. Okay, so after that I'm going to just write my e.target.class name. If that's the case, like if that is equal to container, so what do you want to do? You want to write a set show input, and you want to change that to false. And I'm going to also just write a set background color, and it will be now set to totally pure white. Okay, so if we save our file, and we are getting an error right here because of a render stuff. So all right, let me just do that one more time. You know what, I'm going to remove them. I'm going to also remove these stuff from here because we are already inside this section, so why in the world we would need a fragment for that? So let me just do that one more time. So if we have our show input, okay, so if you have our show input, so what do you want to do? We want to just write our input right here. So I'm going to just write my input with the type of text and so on and so forth, but I will not need that. So I'm going to just write a placeholder of search. Okay, so search like so. If that's not the case, so what do you want to do? We want to just write our fa search. Okay, so fa search right here is EARCH. Okay, let me just do that, fa search, and I'm going to close them manually right here. All right, so the error is gone. That's cool. And now I'm going to just pass my on click event method, and I'm going to just set that to on show input. Let me just write on show input, and it will be now set to true. If we save our file, and we are not getting anything, and I don't know why. So we are getting some sort of a nasty error. Let's just refresh our browser, open our console. Okay, we are getting our icon right here. If we click on it, so here you can see it will now give us that input box, and also that background color will be changed. If we click on that background color, that will still work, but we have to take care of that by going to our CSS. And now let me just write a little bit of CSS so that our project is looking a bit cool. So first of all, I'm going to get my section, and I'm going to just write a height of 100 VH. Display will be totally flex, and flex direction I'm going to set that to column. Justify content will be set to center, and align items keyframes will be also set to center. Transition I'm going to provide for like 0.7 second ease. Okay, so that's there. So now let me just take care of that input. So I am going to just write a padding 13 pixel for top and bottom and 12 pixel for left and right, and the background will be changed to, it will be totally transparent, Transparent. There we go. And the outline I'm going to change that to none. The border I'm going to provide like 1 pixel solid totally white border, and the color will be totally pure white. After that I'm going to set the border radius to be like 2 pixel, and the box shadow I'm going to give me like 2 pixel, 2 pixel, 2 pixel, 1 pixel, and RGB of 35, and 35. And finally we have 35 one more time. So if you save our file, and here you can see we have this icon. If you click on it, and here you can see we are now getting that background color, and we are getting this input box right here. If you click on that background color, the background color will be gone from here as well. So yeah, that's looking better, and this is how it looks like right here. So we just learned about this new thing. If you want to learn more about these React icons and stuff, so we have built-in React icons. And yeah, that's it for our project. So I'll see you in the next project, which will be about a testimonial, the most awful testimonial in the world. Alright, so now it's time to build the most awful testimonial in the world. So I'm going to remove this JSX and all of that kind of stuff, and yeah, that's going to be fine for now. But hey, let me just write h1 of hello, save our file, and we are now getting the hello. But now let me just change this name to testimonial. So I'm gonna write testimonials. There we go. I'm gonna copy there, and I'm gonna paste it right here. And now let me just change the component name to be testimonial.js and skip the changes. And yeah, that's cool. Now let me get into my app.js. Let me just change that to testimonials, and also this one to testimonials as well. So if you click on it, and we are now getting these testimonials and hello. If you refresh there, everything is working the way we expect them to work. So this project will be a little bit simple because I didn't focus on a lot of styling and stuff. So let's just start working on this. So what do we have to do? First of all, I'm going to remove this h1 from here, and I'm going to just write a label JSX. So okay, so hit enter, and inside there we are going to be writing a div with a class of testimonials quote. So I'm going to write quote, and inside there we are going to be rendering our testimonial quote in a second. But underneath there, what we can do is that we can just render our testimonials author as well. So I'm going to copy this testimonial from there so that I don't have to type it manually, and I'm going to just write testimonials author. Okay, so now that's there. Underneath there we are going to be also writing a testimonial navigation as well. So yeah, that's going to be fine. So we are going to be also rendering two buttons like previous and also the next button as well. So if you save our file, and we are just getting these two buttons right here. So now let's just take care of this stuff. So what I'll do is that first of all, I'm going to just start working on a current index. So I'm going to write current index, and it will be now equals to the set current index right here. Okay, and it will be now equals to the use stat, and the default value I'm going to provide like a 0. Now let me just create a little bit testimonials right here so that we can work with that. So I'm going to just write a const testimonials, and it will be now equals to just an array, and inside this array we are going to be writing our object of quote, and this is the best product I've ever used or had, whatever. So yeah, that's going to be the quote. And now let me just write the author, and the author will be, I don't know, Jenny Doe or something like that. I'm going to also provide a comma in there, and I'm going to duplicate that 3 times, or you can just duplicate that like however you want, how many times you want, but in my case that's going to be it. And let me just change this text to like I. And yeah, that's going to be fine. But now let me just render the stuff right here inside this quote and the author one as well. So what I will do is that I'm going to just write my testimonial as right here, TSTI. There we go. And then I'm going to just pass my current index, which is this current index which we have wrote right here. Okay, so I'm going to also provide dot quote to it. Because we're just interested in a quote, I'm going to copy this line of code and hit enter right here, and I'm going to paste it right here. And what I'll do is that I'm going to just change that to author, like so. So if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting our first person, which is saying like, this is the best product I've ever used, and the name of the person, and we are getting these two buttons right here. Kind of simple, right? So yeah, now what I'll do is that I'm going to just attach event listeners on these two buttons. So anytime you click on this button, what do you want to do with that? You want to just write like handle, I don't know, handle the previous click, and handle the next click would be fine. Okay, so now let's just create these two methods real quickly. So I'm going to just copy that. So underneath this array, what I'll do is that I'm going to just first of all create this handle previous button, or previous click to be precise, and I'm going to just change the current index to this current index plus testimonials, testimonials dot length -1. I'm going to just write there, and now let me just divide there by testimonials, testimonial, if I can get there, dot length. Okay, so this is going to be the first one, and now let me just get the other one. So I'm going to duplicate this code, and I'm going to change the name of it to, like, instead of previous, I'm going to change that to next right here. And yeah, that's going to be fine. So we have plus the current index, and we have testimonial length. So in this case, I am going to just remove that, and I am going to just write +1 right here instead of that testimonial.length. So if you save our file, and now if you click on it, and here you can see we are now getting the second person, John Smith. If you click on it, so we are now getting Hussein Web Dev. If you click on it, so we are just starting from the first one, which is that Jenny Doe. If you click back on like previous bound, so we are now getting this Hussein Web Dev right here. So yeah, that's looking better. So now let's just provide a little bit of styling to it, and I guess that would be fine, but I messed something else. So this and this one will be uppercase T. Save it, and yeah, that's looking better. And now it's time to provide a little bit of styling to it. So the first thing I would do is that I'm going to remove the styling from here, and I'm going to just start from the body, and I'm going to set everything to totally center. Like justify content will be center, align items will be set to center, height will be set to 100 VH, background color will be now changed to E8. E8, let me just write E8 FAFF. So this is going to be my background color, and I'm going to also select my testimonial, and it will be now set to, like, margin will be set to 0 auto, and text alignment will be now set to center. The font family will be changed to totally sans serif. The border radius, I am going to give him like 10 pixel. Padding, I'm going to give him like 40 pixel, and the box shadow will be now set to 0 0 10 pixel, and also RGB of 0 0 0 0.1. so a little bit of alpha transparency in there. And finally, let me just get my quotes. So we have or testimonials right here. So now we are working with the testimonial quotes. So we have font size of 22 pixel, and then we have a font style of italic, and also the margin for the bottom, I'm gonna give him like I don't know, 10 pixel will be fine, and color will be totally 666. Okay, so this is the testimonial quote. Now let me just get my testimonial author, like so, and I'm going to just provide a font size of 18 pixels to it, and the font weight will be in this case bold, and the margin for the bottom, I'm gonna give him 20 pixel, and then we have a color of 333. So that's that. Now underneath all of that, let me just get my testimonial nav, and I'm going to just write display of totally flex, and justify content will be now set to space or not around but between. And now underneath all of that, let me just get my buttons, which is inside this testimonial nav. So I'm going to write testimonial nav button, and I'm going to provide a padding of top and bottom will be 10 pixel, left and right will be 20 pixel, border will be now set to none, background color will be now set to like I don't know, maybe add to E5 EE. So this is going to be the background color, and the color, like the text color, will be totally set to white, and the font size will be now set to 16 pixel. And I'm going to also provide a cursor or pointer to it, and the border radius will be now set to 5 pixel, and the transition, I'm going to provide a background color background color, and it will be now set to 0.3 seconds. So if you save our file and let's just refresh it, and this is how it looks like. But I don't know what's happening here and what's up with their buttons. That's not working. Let's just go back. Okay, so we just write nav, so it should be testimonials nav. So if you save that, our buttons are now working, everything is working the way we expect them to work. But what happened to these testimonials? Okay, so I messed it up right here. So it should be justify content of center. Okay, so now let's just save it, and here you can see we are now getting this result right here. So we have Hussein, then John Doe, or you know what, let me also provide a quote in here as an author. Not a quote, but just a dashes, 2 dashes would be fine, or maybe 1 would be fine, like so. So yeah, that's looking better. We can also use the HTML entity right here, but you know what, that's looking better. And we are now totally done with this project as well. So now it's time to build our new project, which is Accordion project. Alright, so now it's time to build our Accordion project using ReactJS. So what I'll do is that I'm gonna clean up my previous project right here, and I'm gonna just write h1 so that we can see our content like yellow or hello. Okay, so now inside there, let me just change the name to a accordion component. So I'm gonna write Accordion, and yeah, that's going to be fine. So I'm going to just copy this name and save this file. Now I'm going to change the name of this component to accordion instead of testimonial. Skip the changes, go to the app.js file, and I'm going to render this component right here. But now in this case, we will need a lot of data to work with. So for that, I've already prepared this file right here. So I'm going to cut this file, and by the way, you will also find this file in my GitHub repository. Link will be in the description below. So I'm going to just go to this folder. We don't have much, but we just have water component and stuff like that, and I'm going to just give a name of like utils. And now inside this utils folder, I'm going to pass my content right here, and now I'm going to go inside this utils, and let me just open that so you guys can see what is inside there. So we just have this accordion data right here, and we are just exporting that so we can use it anywhere inside our program. So here you can see we just have our title, like what is HTML, and then we have a definition of HTML, then we have React, and then we have Node.js, and finally we have a Golang. So you can build this file by yourself, but in my case that will take a lot of time to write all of their stuff, so I just already prepared that. Okay, and you will find this link in the description below. So what I'll do is that I'm going to remove these fragments from here. Let me zoom in a bit, and I'm going to also remove this component from here as well. I'm going to create a div. Inside this div, I'm going to create a new div with a class of accordion and accordion. And now let me just write a conditional rendering right here. So what I will do, first of all, I'm going to get my data. So I'm going to write accordion, accordion, and then data from this utils folder, which is right here, and I'm going to go to the content. So if I hold control button and if I click on this accordion data, so it will now give us this file right here. So it means like this data is right here. So now we can map over through that data. So how can you go about doing that? You already know, like if you want to iterate over through this data, so we are going to be using accordion data dot map method right here. So what I will do is that I'm going to just destructure 2 things. The first thing I would destructure is a title, and the second thing I'll destructure is a content right here. Okay, so now outside from these curly braces right here, I'm going to use my arrow function right here. So what can I do? I'm going to just render my accordion component right here, and I'm going to pass this title and this content as a prop to this component. So I'm going to just write title, and it will be now equals to title, and the content will be now content. There we go, and the content will be now set to content right here as a prop. So if we save our file, and now if we go to accordion component, we can use that right here. So what I'll do is that I'm going to destructure that content and that title so we can see it. So I'm going to write title and also that content. So for now, what I'll do is that I'm going to just write a title for now. So if we save our file, and we cannot see the title, but let me just go inside there. Let me just remove this styling from here. And yeah, we remove this styling, so we cannot see this. Okay, we have to provide curly braces, save our file, refresh it, and that's a lot of data, so that's why we cannot see it in one go. So we will see that just in a second. So I'm going to remove this h1 from here, or you know what, we can also, you know, you'll see that. I thought I'm going to console log there, but I'm not going to. So what I'll do is that I'm going to create a section with the class of accordion card. Okay, so now inside this accordion card, what I can do is that I'm going to create a new div with the class of header and no content. Or, you know, inside this header, what I'll do is that I'm going to just write div and I'm going to just render my title right here. Okay, so now I just render my title. I'm going to write a paragraph with the class of icon, and I'm going to render my icon separately, but hey, we'll take care of that just in a second, but not right now. Underneath this div, what we can do, we can create a new div with the class of content, and now inside there we are going to be rendering our content just in a second, but not right now. So now let me just work with this use hook state. So I'm going to write const is active and then set is active, and it will be now equal to use state, and the default value I'm going to be passing is like totally false right here. So what I can do is that I can pass my on click method right here. So I'm going to just provide on click. So if somebody clicks on it, what do you want to do? We want to just change this set is active method which we've passed right here, and we want to change that to false. So is active, if that's true, so make it false. If that's false, so make it true. You already know this logical operator if you don't check out my JavaScript course on this. So yeah, that's the first step. Now what else can we do? I'm going to pass this content as a conditional statement as well. So I'm going to write is active. If it's active, so just provide minus symbol. If that's not active, so then just provide a plus symbol right here. So this is going to be our icon right here. Okay, so yeah, that's there. Now let me just write my is active, and then we are going to be using and now let me just render my paragraph right here. So let me just do that manually because it's not working. I don't know why. Let me give a class name of card info because we are going to be rendering our content right here. So let's just write our content, save our file, refresh it, and we cannot see anything. I don't know why. Let's just see. We're not getting any errors whatsoever right here. And let's see why it's not working. It's not showing us any error either. Let me just go to my app.js file. And we forgot to include a return statement because we're using a curly brace. So save our file. And now here you can see we are now getting like what is a HTML, what is a Node.js, what is React, what is an HTML. But the thing is that we are getting this error like each child in a list should have a unique key prop error. You know what? I'm going to copy or cut this statement from here, cut it, and I'm gonna paste it right here. So let me just paste it right here, save my file, refresh it, and yeah, that's gone. So if you click on it, everything is working. Now let's just take care of the styling. So I'm gonna go to my style sheet right here, and we have to write a lot of styling. So if you don't want to write styling, so feel free to skip this video or maybe jump into the next project, but I'm gonna be writing a little bit of styling right here. So the first thing I would do is that I'm gonna just start working with a body. Okay, so what I'll do is that I'm gonna change the background color to RGB of 36 comma 36 comma 36 one more time. So then we have to write our color of totally pure white, and the font family I'm going to change that to sans serif, and the height I'm going to give like 100 VH. The display will be now set to flex, justify will be center, align items will be totally center, and yeah, that's going to be fine. So if we save that, so it will now just make it center. Anyways, so now let's just start working on our accordion card. And what do we have to do? I'm going to just provide a margin of 20 pixel and the padding of also 20 pixel, and I'm going to also provide a background of RGB of 73 comma 73 comma 73. Let me just write 73 here as well. Save our file, and this is how it looks like. Now what else do we have to do? I'm going to also take care of that header, and I'm going to provide a display of totally flex to it. Justify content will be now set to space between, and the width will be now set to 40 rems. So if we save our file, and this is how it looks like. And now let me just take care of that what do we call it, card title, and I'm going to provide a display of totally flex to it. Justify content will be now set to space around, not around but space between, and also the width will be 50 rems. So if you save that, refresh our browser, and this is how it looks like, but it's looking still awful because we have to take care of this paragraph. So what I will do is that first of all, I'm going to take care of that icon. So font size, I'm going to increase that to like 1.5 rem, and cursor will be a pointer. And also let me just take care of that paragraph of card info. So what I'll do is that I'm going to provide a width of like 30 rem, and padding will be top and bottom 20 pixel, left and right 0, and the line height will be just 1.3. so if you save that, let's just refresh it. So here you can see we have these accordion components. So if you just click on it, it will expand it and it will just collapse it like so. So this is our basic what do we call accordion component in React.js. So yeah, that's looking cool, and this is how we can pass data, this is how we can iterate over through the data. So now the next project which we are going to be building is something called a basic form validation in React.js. Alright, so now we are totally done with this accordion component. Now it's time to practice on this useStat. So we are going to be building a project which is a form validation project. So we are not going to be using any third-party library and stuff like that, but we are going to be just implementing a basic form validation in JavaScript, I mean like in React.js. So we are going to be using a lot of useStat. Okay, so I'm going to remove this folder from here, and I'm going to change the name of it to I don't know, maybe like validate would be fine. Okay, so let's just skip that one, and no, so let me just change the name of this component to validate, and I'm going to copy this name, go to my app.js file. Let's just remove this stuff from here, and I guess I'm gonna also remove that from here as well. So let me just provide let me just remove this content from here, change that to validate as well, and I'm going to just write validate component right here. So if you save our file, and we pretty much will see that styling, but let me just remove this validate styling as well, not validate styling but their previous project styling as well. And I'm going to just write h1 of something like I don't know, maybe something to see. So if you save that, and yeah, we are getting this result right here, which means like that's cool. Alright, so what I will do is that I'm going to just provide a period right here, and now let's just start working on our useStat hook right here. So we are going to be writing a lot of stuff. So first of all, we are going to be writing a stat for our username. Okay, so set user name, and it will be now equals to useState, and we are going to be setting that to nothing. What I will do is that I'm going to create a new one for email. So I'm going to write const email, and then we are going to be writing a set email, and it will be also equals to set stat of nothing. Okay, so now let me just create it for a password as well. So what I will do is that I'm going to just write a not in the quotes, but just a password variable, and then we have a set password right here, and it will be also set to useStat of nothing. Okay, after that we are going to be also writing it for or confirm password. So confirm password and set confirm password like so, and it will be also set to useStat of nothing, like just an empty string. After that we are going to be started working on our error messages. So what I will do is that I'm going to just duplicate that. Let me just duplicate that, and I'm going to just provide error at the beginning. So I'll just write, you know, I'm going to just do multiple cursor selections. So error, and I'm going to just change this one to the capital U, and this one will be to a capital E, and this one will be to a capital P, and this one will be to capital C. So we have error username, error email, error password, and then we have error confirm password. And I'm going to also just write set, and then we have our error username like so, and then we have a set error email, and then we have a set error password, and finally we have a set error confirm password right here, and it will be also set to empty strings. After that we are going to be working with a colored. So I'm going to just write a new stat for a colored. So I'm going to write const user color, and it will be now equals to set user color, and it will be also set to useStat of just an empty string. What I will do is that I'm going to also write an email color, color, and then set email color, and it will be also set to useStat of this empty string. And finally, not finally, but we still have one more. We have password color, and then we have a set password color right here, and it will be also set to use state of just empty string. After that, we are going to be using our confirm password and set confirm password right here. So this one will be color, by the way, and this one will be also set to confirm password color, and it will be set to use state of totally empty string right here. So now let me just zoom out so you guys can see everything a bit better. First of all, we just write a state for username, then email, then password, then confirm password. After that, we write it for the error messages, and then we just write it for colors as well. So now we are totally done with the states. So what else can we do? We can write our JSX. So I'm gonna first of all write my React fragments, and inside there, let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And inside there, what I will do is that I'm gonna just start from the card div with the class of card, and inside this card we will have another div with the class of card image. And let's just go back. So we are going to be rendering our image right here. After that, we are going to be just writing our form. So I'm going to write form, and let's just remove this action from here because we don't need any action. We are not sending our data to any server and stuff. And now let me just write my input with the type of text, but the placeholder, I'm going to write a placeholder, will be now set to name. And also I'm going to provide a styling to it. So style will be now set to the style which we provided up above. So I'm going to write like border color and also user color. And we want this component to be, like this input to be controlled. So we just have to write value of a username, and then we have to write on change method on there, not on click but on change. So what do you want to do with that? We want to just render our e state right here, and then we have to write our set username, and it will be now equals to e.target.value. Okay, so this is going to be our first input right here. And after that, we are going to be also writing a paragraph for our message. So I'm going to write paragraph of error if something bad happens. So we just want to render our error user name right here. So error user name, but it shouldn't have to be like that. We have an error user, and then we have a name, capital one. Yep, like so. And this one should also be a capital N. Set username like so. And now we have this error username right here. Anyway, so that's the first input. So what else can we do? I'm going to duplicate that a few times. For that, I'm going to just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. Duplicate that. And now everything is better. So I'm going to change this one from name to email. So I'm going to write email, and the color will be set to color like that, email color. I'm going to just write user color, so email color, and then we have our email right here. So I'm going to just pass my email, and after that I'm going to pass my, I guess I messed up something in here as well, so it shouldn't have to be just a user. It should have to be set username if I'm not wrong. Set username, this one. Username. Oh, you know what, that's better. That's better because this is a username and this one will be set username. There we go. So that's looking better. Let's just undo it. That's looking better. So this is going to be the username. Now let me just change this one to set email right here and e.target.value, and that's looking better as well. So yeah, that's looking fine. Now what I'll do is that I'm going to duplicate that one more time. So then we have email, username, then we have password right here. So I'm going to just write password right here, and the type will be password. So I'm going to write type of password, and then we have a border color of password color, and I'm going to also pass my password inside there. And also we have, instead of a set email, we are going to be setting there to set password. Oh my god, set password right here, just like so. e.target.value is fine, and then we have a error. So this one will be error username, this one will be error email. Kind of a long things to remember, but anyways, so this one will be set usernames, and then we have our error password. There we go. And the final thing which we have to do is that we also have to write it for a confirm password as well. So I'm going to just write type will be password, but I'm going to just write like confirm password, and the color will be now set to confirm password color to be precise. After that, I'm going to provide a value of confirm password right here, not color but just a confirm password. But why it's giving us that error? And then we have or set confirm password right here. And here what I will do is that I'm gonna just pass my error confirm password right here. So error confirm password. And finally, after all of that, we have to create our button and we have to give a class of error to it, and we are going to be just rendering or we are not going to be rendering anything, but we will just write a submit right here, and then we are going to be giving it a class of, why are we giving it an error class? So we have to give a class of submit button. There we go. And if we click on this button, so we have to just create this function which is that validator. So if we save our file and border color is not defined, why is that? Okay, so we are providing comma, we shouldn't have to do that. It should be colon. Oh my god. Colon right here, so that border color will be equals to whatever. Anyways, we will do that just in a second. It won't take that much time. And yep, there's add our file. So we have confirm password color. So we have confirm, so FIRM, there we go. And then we have CONFIRM password color. So now if you save that, then we have confirm password on line 57. So why it's giving us this error? Confirm password CONFIRM, there we go. So if we save our file, then we have a validator which we will create in a second. Copy that, and now let's just go underneath all of that, and now let me just create this function. So what I will do is that I'm going to create this function. I'm going to give this validated name, and I'm going to also provide my event object inside there. So first of all, what I would do is that I'm going to just write e.prevent default, because form will give us like default refresh, so we don't want that. We want to just remove that. So the first thing which you have to do, we are going to be writing a lot of conditional statements right here. So we are going to be writing if the form.username length is greater than 8. So what do you want to do? You want to just write set error username, not set error username will be now set to just an empty string, because we don't want to show any error messages. And then set user color will be totally green. Okay, so if that's the case, if that's not the case, so what do you want to do? You want to just write set error username, and it will be now set to like a username must be 8 letters long, or add letters will be fine. After that, I'm going to just write set user color, and it will be now equals to red. Okay, so because in this case we do want to provide an error message, so the color will be totally red. So what I will do is that I'm going to copy and paste that like 2 times. Oh, you know what, we're not going to be doing that, because our conditional statements are totally different from there, and that's the case. So now let me just create a new conditional statement. If the email that includes this at Gmail, so this is going to be the valid email. And by the way, you can write a regular expression like regex, and you can go crazy, but in this case I just want to provide a basic form validation, so I'm not going that much crazy inside there. Okay, so then we are not going to be showing any errors, so our email color will be now set to totally green. Okay, so that's that. If that's not the case, so what do you want to do? You want to just change the set email color to totally red, because in this case we do want to show some sort of error to it. So error color, in this case, I mean like error message will be email should be or should have this at gmail.com. and you can provide like a lot of conditional statements right here, but I'm gonna just go with the basics one. And then if password length is greater than 8, so what do you want to do in this case? Well, we just wanted to render the set error message, I mean like set error password, there we go, and it will be now set to nothing. And set password color will be now set to totally green right here in this case. And here I am going to just write like set error password, and it will be now equals to like password should be 8 letters long, and also the set password color will be now set to totally red. And after that, finally we have to just write our final conditional statement. Password is not equals to something like if you didn't provide anything, and password is equal to confirm password. So we just have to write set error message, set error ERROR confirm password, and it will be now equals to just an empty string, and then set confirm password will be totally green. And also let me just write else clause right here, and I'm gonna just write a set error ERROR confirm password, and it will be now equals to like password didn't matched. And also let me just write set confirm password color, and it will be now set to totally red. So now if we save our file, and now let's just check him out. If we didn't provide anything, and if I click on the submit button, so it will now give us these errors like username must be 8 letters long, email should have this @gmail, password should be 8 letters long, and password didn't match. So if we just write some sort of a username like, I don't know, maybe like Hussein web dev YouTube or whatever, and if I click on this submit, so here you can see that one will be gone, that error message will be gone, it will give us that green color right here. And then if we just provide like test@gmail.com, and if we just click on submit, so that error is gone. Then we have password should be 8 letters long. So if we just write like I don't know, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and if we click on the submit, so here you can see that error message will be gone. And finally we have to match these two passwords, so I'm going to just write 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and if we hit oh my goodness, yeah, if we hit enter, I don't know what's going on. Let's just remove that. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and if you click on submit, so password didn't match. You know what, let me just refresh that. You already saw the other one, so I'm gonna just write my name like Hussein web dev and Hussein web dev right here. And if you click on submit, so here you can see both of them are totally cool, but this one will give us an error. That's because we didn't provide values to it. So yeah, that's looking better. So it's time to provide a CSS to it. So you can also find a link in the description below, which will bring you to my GitHub repository, and you can grab all of the CSS from there, but I'm going to just write it manually as well. So the first thing I would do is that I'm going to just write a body, and inside this body I'm going to write height of 100 VH. The background image will be now set to linear gradient, and to the right I'm going to just give him like FFF7C8. so this is going to be the right color, and then it will also go to the 0 degrees, and then we have a FA709A, and it will go to like 100% like so, and the display will be totally set to flex. Justify content will be now set to center. Align items will be now set to totally centered. Save our file, and here you can see this is how it looks like right here. And what else can we do? I'm going to also select my card, and I'm going to provide a background color to it to like, I don't know, maybe F3 FF and FA, or not A but E. Display will be totally grid, and also what I'll do is that grid template columns will be now set to like 1FR like 1 fraction and 1 fraction. Width will be 50 rems, and height will be 30 rems, and box shadow will be 0.5 pixel and 0.5 pixel, 1 pixel, 1 pixel, one more time, RGB of 255, and also 255, and also 223. Okay, so 223, save our file, and this is how it looks like for now. Now let me just take care of that card image, and I'm going to just provide our image. So let me just grab this image real quick. So I'm going to paste this image right here, which I have copied from unsplash.com, and you will also find the link in the description below. So background position will be now set to totally center, and background size will be totally covered. Save our file, and let's just wait for it. And here you can see this is how it looks like. And after that, what we can do, we have to select our form, and we have to write display of totally flex in it. Flex direction will be now set to totally column. Justified content will be now set to center. Align items will be now set to totally centered. Save our file. And this is how it looks like. Let me just refresh that. And this is how it looks like. And after that, let me just take care of their input. So I'm going to write input. And the padding, I'm going to give like 10 pixel for top and bottom. And 10 pixel for all around would be fine. Okay, so then we have a margin of 5 pixel. So let me just write 5 pixel, and width I'm going to give like 20 rems, and the background will be totally transparent, and also border will be set to totally none, and the border for the bottom I'm going to give like 1 pixel solid, totally CCC, and the outline should be none. So if you save our file, and this is how it looks like. But finally we have to take care of this button, and now let me just take care of that button as well. So yeah, and you know what, I'm gonna also write that error. So I'm gonna write error, and it will be now equals to font family of sans serif, and the color will be totally red. So that's that. And we have our submit button right here, and I'm gonna give a width of like I don't know, 80% would be fine, and margin for the top I'm gonna give like 20 pixel, and the background background will be just transparent in this case, and background in this case I'm going to provide RGB of 255 and then 90 comma 123. After that, we have to also provide a cursor of pointer, and then we have a border of none, and we have color of totally white, and finally the font weight will be totally set to bold. So if you save that, and yeah, that's looking awful. Okay, so we have margin, we have everything, but we forgot to include padding. So I'm going to just provide a padding of 10 pixel for top and bottom, 20 pixel for left and right. So if you save that, anyway, so that's the styling, and this is how it looks like right here. You can provide more styling if you want to, but in my case that's looking better. So yeah, the next thing which we have to do is that we have to work on a final project which will be filters. Okay, hey guys, Hussein and welcome to YouTube channel. So in this video we're going to be creating this project by just using ReactJS, which means like we're not going to be using any backend services like MongoDB, Mongoose and ExpressJS and all of that kind of good stuff, but instead we are going to be just building this project by just using ReactJS. So this is not a huge project to be honest, but we are going to be rendering a few components, and we are going to be learning about how we can do a filtering in ReactJS. So like we can filter items through search, and we can also filter through these buttons right here, and also these what do we call it, custom radio buttons and all of that kind of stuff. So let me just show you what this project is all about. So let's suppose if I want to search for a specific product, like I don't know, I'm going to search for this one. So if I just type Nike, so I'm going to just write like Nike. So here you can see it will now uses all of the products right here which Nike has. So I'm going to just write space, and then I'm going to just write for Zoom, and here you can see it will now uses this specific product which I'm searching for. Okay, so I'm going to just clear that, and here you can see it will now uses their products once again. And now if I just click on this Nike, and here you can see it will now uses all of the products which Nike has. And now if I click on, and by the way, all of this data is totally random, and they aren't specific to Nike and Adidas, and you can provide a specific products for them, but for me I just put a random images of shoes and sandals and stuff. Okay, so you will find a link in the description below. If you click on it, it will bring you to my GitHub repository, and you can download all of the code, or you can download their db.js file, and then you can grab like all of their arrays of data. Okay, so if I just click on this Adidas, it will now give us all of the products of Adidas, and once again all of these products are totally random, like I don't even know the names of these. And here you can see we just specified the amount of stars they get, and also the reviews they get, and the previous price and the new price, and you can change that however you want. And I'm going to also show you how you can provide that functionality in this app as well. If you click on the vans, so it will now use us all of the product which these vans have. Okay, so this is the second filtering, this is the first one, this is the second filtering. Let me just click on this all products right here, and here you can see it will now give us all of the products. If you click on this all one more time, so here you can see it will now give us all of these products. If you click on the sneakers, and here you can see it will just give us their sneakers. If you click on the flats, it will give us flats. If you click on the sandals And it will give us these shoes. They aren't sandals. As I said, like all of the data is totally random, but you can specify like different kind of images for the sandals, and I'm going to also show you how you can do that. If you click on the heels, so here you can see it will now give us heels, and you can also filter through different kind of prices. Like if I click on this all, it will now give us all of these products which these prices, like random prices we have. If you click on from 0 through 50, it will give us all of their products which has this 50 what do we call it, 50 price right here. Let me click on 50 through 100. It will now give us all of the products which are 50 through 100, and we have 150, and we also have over 150. So here you can see the prices, and you can also change that however you want. Alright, so that's that. Now you can also filter through the colors if you want to. So I'm going to just click on all, and here you can see it will now gives us all of the colors. But if I want to just get the black color, I'm going to just click on black, and here you can see it will now gives us all of these black color, and I mistakenly put this one right here inside a black color as well. But anyways, that's also awesome. You can also change that if you want to. And now I'm going to click on a blue. It will now just gives us blue products. And now if you click on a red, it will just gives us red products right here. If you click on green, it will just gives us these green products right here. And finally, if you click on a white, so here you can see it will now gives us all of the white products right here. I'm going to click on this all products one more time. It will now gives us all of these products right here. And so this will be a good build, and this project will help you master different kind of techniques in ReactJS, like different kind of ways to filter through a data using just ReactJS. So we are not going to be using any Redux toolkit and all of that kind of stuff, but we are going to be just using ReactJS and also React icons for these icons. And we are not going to be also using any Bootstrap, React Bootstrap, and also we are not going to be using what do we call it, Talent CSS and all of that kind of stuff. For styling, I'm going to be using CSS, just a pure CSS if you don't want to write it. So you can also get all of the styling from my GitHub repository. And by the way, all of the code will be available in the description below. You just have to click on that link which will bring you to my GitHub repository, and there you can just search through different commits, or you can also get all of the code if you want. Or if you want to follow along with this video, feel free to do that. Alright, so I'm going to just start from the very basics. So here you can see I just opened my terminal. I'm going to go to my desktop first of all, and here what I will do is that I'm going to just write npx create react app. I'm going to just give a name of like advanced filtering or something like that. I'm going to hit enter, and it will now just generate their project for me. Alright, so now here you can see we've generated or create React app. So what I will do is that I'm going to just write cd and this advanced filtering project. And now I'm going to just, I'm going to just go back first of all, and I'm going to just write code, and then I'm going to just write advanced filtering, and now I'm going to hit enter. So here you can see it will now open this project right here inside this window right here. Okay, so I'm going to just zoom in a bit so that you guys can see everything a bit better, and I'm going to just hide that up above from there. All right, so here you can see my sidebar is right here. If that annoys you, so you can just, I don't know, you can just right click on it and send it right here. Or I'm going to just stick with this setup right here, because for a lot of developers that would be preferred way to go. And what I will do is that I'm going to just remove this app.css file, and also this index.css, and not this index.js file, but just this logo svgs and all of that kind of bad stuff. Not bad stuff, to be honest. So now I'm gonna just go inside, and I'm going to remove this JSX from here, and I'm gonna just write h1. Let me just write h1 right here of hello world right here. Okay, and I'm gonna also remove this logo from up above, and also this app.js or app.css file. I'm going to remove the web vitals from here, and also the React strict mode as well. Remove this one and also this one. Now I'm going to save my file, and now what I will do is that I'm going to close this one out, and I'm going to just write npm start to start my project right here. Okay, so I'm going to just wait for it to start my project. It will not. Okay, would you like to run the app in another port? Okay, we've already opened this one, so I'm going to just close that in a few seconds. So I'm going to just close that in a second, and then I'll come back. Now let me just close that, hit Control C. Now I'm going to just use npm start, so it will now just start this project right here inside this window. And what we are seeing is this hello world right here, which we've wrote inside this app.js file right here. Okay, I'm going to just close this one right here from here. Alright, so that's that. The first thing which I would do is that I'm going to create a folder right here, and I'm going to just give a name of like db, and inside this db folder I'm going to just create a new file. I'm going to give a name of like data.js, and inside this data.js file I'm going to grab a lot of things. So I'm going to just grab that, and I'm going to show you where you can find that. Here you can see I have all of this data right here inside this project, and you can find all of this data in my GitHub repository. So it's not much, but here you can see we are just getting this data array, and inside this data array we have just a few objects right here, and we are storing the image property, and we are just specifying different kind of images to it, and we are also providing a title for a specific product, and we have a star which is just an icon which we are going to be installing right here, and I just provide a class of like rating star. And here you can also see we have reviews, and I just provide like 1 2 3. You can provide how many you want. Then we have a previous price, and the previous price is this one, or used to be this one, and the new price is $200 or something like that. And we have a different kind of companies like Nike, and we have I don't know, different kind of companies like Vans and Puma and stuff like that. And then we have different kind of colors, and also different kind of categories like sneakers and heels, and I don't know, there was a lot of them. So what I would do is that I'm going to copy all of that content, and I'm going to place it inside this project right here. So I'm going to just save this file, and this is a lot of items right here, and you can specify more if you want to. And now I'm going to just cut this data.js file right here, and I'm going to close this db. And what else do we have to do? The first thing I would do is that I'm going to just create a components folder where we are going to be storing just or custom components. You'll see that just in a second. So I'm going to just write components. There we go. And we are going to be creating a few components right here. So I'm going to just write button.js, and I'm going to also create a new component. I'm going to give a name of like card.js. Then we have another one which is input, uppercase input.js. There we go. And I'm also using this extension called, let me just open that extension, this ES7 and React and Redux. So let me just click on that, and I'm also using this extension if you guys don't know about that. So feel free to check on my ReactJS course, or you can just quick Google search like what is that extension I was talking about. So now I'm going to just close that, and I'm going to also place this import statement right here, and let me just import it right here. So let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to use RFC, and I'm going to just cut that. I just like it that way. If you want to put it right here like this import statement right here, so feel free to do that. But in my case, I just kind of want to work with this kind of structure, so I like this structure. I prefer this structure. And yeah, you can choose like export statement just in one liner, but in my case I'm going to be using like this. And now I'm going to just write like RFC, and I'm going to remove that. Let me just copy it, and I'm going to place this input right here at the bottom. So now we successfully created this card component, input component, and that button component, but we are not going to be using it right now. So say bye-bye to this components folder right here. So now the next thing which we are going to be creating is that we are going to be creating a navigation section, then we are going to be creating a product section, then recommended, and inside there, or not inside, but we are going to be also creating a sidebar. So let me just create a new folder. I'm going to give a name of like navigation. There we go. And now inside this navigation, I'm going to first of all create a nav.js component, and I'm going to also write like a nav.css right here as well. Okay, so I'll just write like RA or RFCE, and I'm going to remove them, and I'm going to just write my navigation right here. Okay, and I'm going to also import my CSS inside this file one more time as well. So I'll just go one level, and then nav.css. So we're going to be placing all of our CSS inside here. So what I will do is that I'm going to render this component to the browser. So I'm going to just use it right here, remove that, and I'm going to just write a nav right here, hit enter, and it will now grab this nav from the navigation component right here. And I'm going to also change the name of it to like navigation. There we go. I'm going to hit enter right here, and I'm going to close it manually. So now if you save our file, so here you can see we are now just getting nav right here. Okay, so everything is working the way we expect them to work. And yeah, that's cool. But what else do we have to do? We have to create another component or another folder for products. So I'm going to just write products. Inside this products, I'm going to create two files. The first one will be just products.js, and the second one will be products.css. So the same things will apply right here as well. Remove them. I'm going to cut this component, export products. There we go. And now I'm gonna also import this what do we call it, products, not this one but products.css. there we go. Okay, so that's also cool. But now what I'll do is that I'm going to use my React fragments, because I'm going to be rendering a lot of components right here, and I'm going to just use products. Okay, and it will just import it by default if you're using a Visual Studio Coder. So that's going to be awesome. So here you can see we have navigation and products, and you probably know all of these stuff. And I'm going to close this one as well. Now let me just create one more, which will be recommended. So recommended, there we go. Recommended, there we go. I'm going to copy this one name because it's kind of a long name to type. So we have recommended.js and we have recommended.css file. So I'll just write RFC, remove that, copy it, and then we have recommend, oh come on, recommended, there we go. I'm gonna also get my import statement of let me just copy this name. It's kind of a long name to type, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna just write recommended.css, and also let me just grab it from not react down but recommend recommended. Okay, it's not helping me in this case, so I'm gonna have to import it. Import recommend. There we go. Recommended, come on, from go up level and recommended, and we have recommended. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we have this recommended right here. Anyway, so that's cool. I don't know why I just closed this file. But now let me just create a sidebar, and inside that sidebar we are going to be creating different kind of folders. So I'm going to just write sidebar, and inside this sidebar I'm going to be creating different kind of folders. Inside that folders we are going to be having different kind of categories of components. So I'm going to just write category, and inside this category I'm going to just write category.css, or not just css, js would be fine. I'm going to copy them, and we are going to be also creating category.css as well. So I will just write RFC, remove that, and come on, cut that, and category. And yep, let me just grab my come on, category.css, there we go. Save my file, remove both of them. And now inside this sidebar folder I'm going to be creating one more folder, and I'm going to just give a name of like colors, uppercase colors, there we go. And inside this colors folder what I will do is that I'm going to be creating two folders, or one component, and one will be for styling like colors.js, and we have another colors.css. Is that color? Yeah, I write a colors, there we go. So cool. Anyway, so I'm going to just remove that statement, copy it, and then we have colors. Okay, it's kind of a little bit challenging for typing and talking, so sometimes it's kind of challenging. So I'm going to just save my file, remove both of them. Okay, so let me just save that file. Let me just create one more folder inside there, and I'm going to give a name of like price, and inside this price I'm going to just give a name of like price.js, price.css, there we go. And now let me just write RFC, remove that, and let me just cut it from here, give a name of price. Let me just import my let's just go one level up above, price.css, there we go. And now let's just remove that, and now here you can see our folder structure is now totally complete. Inside this navigation section, first of all I'm going to start from JSX. So I'll just write navigation as the navigation tag, and inside this navigation I'm going to just write a div with a class of nav container, because we are going to be placing our input inside their container, and as a type will be set to text. We are going to be changing that, and we are going to be also taking care of their own change event handler and stuff later on. But in this section, enter your search shoes will be fine. All right, that's cool. But I'm gonna also give a class of something like to style it. I'm gonna just give a class name of like search item, or search input would be fine rather. Okay, so that's going to be for this div, and inside this div we just put our input tag right here. And now underneath this div what we have to do is that we have to create another one, so which will be a profile container. So this is kind of a useless one, but hey, we are going to be also putting it. And I forgot to install React icons. Here we are going to be using icons, so I'll just create a new terminal. I'm going to open new terminal, and I'm going to just use npm install. If you guys can see it, npm, oh, come on man. What I will do is that, let me just go back so you guys can see it. I'm gonna just drag it right here and say bye-bye to this one. Now let me just zoom in a bit. So I'm gonna just install it by using this PowerShell. I'm gonna use npm install react icons. Okay, hit enter, so it will just install in a few seconds. Alright, so here you can see we successfully installed this React icons. So I'm going to just close this PowerShell. And now the first thing that you have to do is that we are going to be grabbing a few fonts. So I'll just grab like FI and then heart. And I'm going to just import it first of all as FI heart, kind of an awful name, from React icons. And we are going to be grabbing this one from FI. And we would also need to import these fonts, which is AI, a lowercase I, and then we have outline, and then we have shopping cart, and then we have AI outline user add. Okay, so I'm gonna just grab that from React icons and go to AI. So I'm gonna save my file and now I'm gonna use it right here. So here you can see we have this first anchor tag right here. I'm gonna use it right here. So we have FI heart. Okay, I'm gonna just use that and I'm gonna close it. Not like that, but just let me write / and here what I will do is that I'm gonna just give a class of nav and also icons as well. And now let me just save that. Underneath this anchor tag, I'm going to create one more anchor tag and it will go to nowhere. And inside there, what I will do is that I'm going to use my AI outline user edit or whatever kind of font you have. Okay, so now I'm going to add that. I'm going to just write, I guess this shouldn't be a user add, but it should have to be a shopping cart. There we go. And I'm going to also provide a class to it like nav icons. Okay, so I'm going to just duplicate that. And now I'm going to change this icon name to AI outline user edit. There we go. Okay, so it will go to nowhere. I'm gonna just provide a / right here and I'm gonna save my file. And what are we getting? Okay, AI outline shopping cart is not defined. Let's go to the React icons. Alright, so here you can see we have this React icons right here. I'm gonna just search for a shopping cart. There we go. And now let me just grab that and I'm going to put it right here. Okay, so the name was totally awful. And the second one we have is I don't know, outline user edit or something like that. I guess this one will be fine. So I'm going to just click on him and I'm going to place it right here, save my file. And now let me check out. And we have, okay, so I'm just meta type. I'm going to copy it from there and I'm going to place it right here, save my file. And here you can see we're now getting these icons. And we have this input box right here. Alright, so now let me just provide a little bit of styling to it. So I'm going to just close this one, and inside this src, what I will do is that I'm going to just create index.css file for just a resets. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just provide a different kind of resets. You can fast forward if you want to. So I'm going to just provide margin, box sizing will be set to totally border box, font family will be set to sans serif, and we are going to be selecting all of our anchor tags, and text decoration will be now set to none, and color I'm going to just pass like RGB of 0, not 0 but 97. If I can get 97, I'm going to copy that, place it 2 times. So I'm going to remove that comma from the bottom, and now I'm going to select every li which we have inside this app, and I'm going to just remove them. Like the list style will be just removed, and then I'm going to be creating this buttons class for later buttons. Once we are going to be jumping into the buttons, so we are going to be using this class, and that would be magic. So I'm going to just provide a background of transparent, and then we have a border. I'm going to set that to none, and border 0.6 pixels solid and totally CCC, just a lighter border. And I'm going to also provide border radius, not this one, but border radius will be now set to 5 pixel, and then we have a color of 33232 one more time. Okay, so this is going to be the color, and cursor will be a pointer. We are not going to be using this buttons, not right now. And then we have to go to in this nav.css file. Let me just highlight this. So I'm going to just go inside this nav.css file. I'm going to click on them, and I'm going to just start from the navigation. First of all, I'm going to be selecting this navigation container right here. Okay, so I'm going to just select that, and I'm going to provide display of totally flex, and border for the, not border radius but border for the bottom, I'm going to provide 2 pixel of solid, F3, F3, F3. So this is going to be the color which I'm going to be providing. Justify content will be now set to space. Space around was totally fine, and align items was totally set to center. And I'm going to also provide a little bit of padding all around, and then we have a Z index of 999 because we are going to be using a display of, what do we call it, display of flex. So now let me just write margin of 2 pixel. And now let me just save them, and here you can see we are now just getting these icons right here, and we are just getting this input box. So now let me just go back, and 100 would be fine. Okay, so you can increase or decrease that if you want to, but in my case that's going to be totally fine. Now let me get all of the inputs which we currently have. Let me just remove this one from here, and I'm going to provide a padding of 12 pixel would be fine, and then 20 pixel. And border, I'm going to remove all of the borders from here, and then we have a background of this F7, F6, F6 one more time. Okay, so then we have the outline of none, and then we have a margin for the right of 20 pixel, and border a radius I'm going to provide is like 5 pixel will be fine, and position will be set to totally relative, and width will be 14 pixel will be kind of awful voice I just made. 14 go back. All right, so that's cool. And now let me just get my nav icons, which are all of these icons which we provide these classes to it. You probably noticed that, but I don't know why I showed that. 1.5 for rem, and then height will be 1.5 for rem, and we have a margin for the left, and it will be now set to 2 rem. So if you save our file, and that's looking more than awesome. Here you can see we have our input search field, and then we have this. I don't know why we didn't specify color to it. We have to provide some sort of a color to it. Input, and I forgot to include some sort of a color to this. Anyways, we will change that later. We don't have to worry about that. Oh yeah, we can change it right away. Not input, but icons. Let me just change the color of them to, I don't know. Yep, that's looking, yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. So this is our first navigation section. So that was it about this navigation section. So the next thing which we have to do is that we have to jump into this product section, and this product section will be responsible for all of the products where we are going to be rendering all of our products inside the cards and stuff. So later we are going to be creating a component for cards, but for this case we are going to be just rendering a few items. So I'm going to just write a section right here, and I'm going to just give a class of like card container, CONTAINER. Sometimes I made a lot of mistakes, so that's why I'm just double checking these spellings. Alright, so that's the card section. So the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create a section for a card. So now inside this card section we have to render our image. So for this case I'm going to go to my database right here. My database, my DB file. So I'm going to just copy this image from here, and I'm going to just place that image right here. As alternative text I'm going to just write like shoe. And now underneath that, what do we have to do? We also have to create a component, or not a component but card details section. And now inside this card details section I'm going to just write h3 of the card title. I'm going to also give a class of like card title, and now I'll just put some sort of a title like, I don't know, shoe. And now underneath there I'm going to also provide different kind of section, not different kinds of section, but just a section with the class of card reviews, REVIEWS. There we go. And now inside this card's reviews, what do we have to do? We have to get our star. So I'm going to just click here, and I'm going to just write star. Okay, so let me just get this one. I guess this one would be fine. Okay, I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to just place it right here, and like so. And now what do we have to do? We have to also grab it from our React components. So not React component, but from React icons. So I'm going to just write from, and then React icons, and now I'm going to go to the AI. Okay, so now if you save our file, here you can see we are now getting our shoe, we are getting the title, and we are also getting our star. But we would need 4 star for this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And now if you save that, here you can see we are now getting 4 stars right here. Okay, so that's cool as well. And I'm going to also provide a span of total reviews. So I'll just give a name of like, not name, but class of total reviews. And now I'm going to just put like, I don't know, 5 reviews or 4 reviews would be fine. Okay, so underneath this section, what we have to do, we have to create a new section with the class of card and then price. And now inside this card price, we have to put our price right here. Okay, and now inside this price, we are going to be writing our del, and we are going to be rendering some like different kind of price, like I don't know, $300 would be $300 would be fine. So that price is deprecated. Now we have to add a new price. So I'm gonna just add new price of like $200 or something like that. And let me just put a dollars. Oh, you know, we're not gonna be adding any dollar sign and stuff like that. Now let me just get my bag. So I'm gonna just write bag, and now we have to just search for a bag, which is, I guess this bag would be fine. So I'm gonna, oh, you know, like this one would be fine. Copy that. I'm gonna paste it right here, like React component less than, come on, less, oh my goodness, less than sign. And now we have to grab it from a React icons. Okay, so I'll just write import and then get this from React icons /bs. So now if you save our file, and now let me just refresh my browser to render that component. So here you can see this was a previous price, this is a new price, we have 4 reviews, and we have this bag right here. So now it's time to style this component, and then yeah, that's going to be it for style. So that's going to be it. So I'm going to just go inside this product start CSS, and I'm going to first of all select my car container. Okay, so I'll just write display of flex wrap will be now set to wrap, margin for the left will be now set to 20 rem, and now I'm going to also provide a margin for the top of 2 rem, and also the z index will be now set to -2 right here. I'm going to also select my card. I'm going to provide a margin of 20 pixel, and border will be now set, not just, come on, what the hell, border will be now, come on, border will be now set to 2 pixel, solid ed. Okay, and I'm gonna also provide a padding of 20 pixel, and cursor will be pointer, and also I'm gonna just select my card image. Okay, so did I provide a card image name to it? I didn't. So let me just provide a card image. So I'm gonna save this file. I'm gonna also save this, oh, you know what, I'm not gonna save this file right now. I'm gonna provide a width of 13 rems, and I'm going to also provide a margin for the bottom of 1 rem. There we go, that's cool. And I'm going to also select my card title, and the margin for the bottom I'm going to just provide 1 rem as well. And now underneath that I'm going to select my card reviews. There we go, REVIEWS. Let me just double check. Sometime I made a lot of typos, so that's why I'm double checking it. So I'm going to just provide a margin for the bottom, like 1 rem would be fine, and I'm going to also provide a display of totally flex. And underneath that I'm going to be selecting my rating star, which I forgot to include, but we will provide different kind of colors to it. So like yellow color will be fine, D5A B55. This is going to be the color which I'm going to be using for a star. I'm going to copy this class from here, and I forgot to include it right here because we are going to be putting all of these icons inside our data file. We already have that, but we will take care of that later in the refactored section. So now let me just remove the stuff from here like so, and we just provide this classes to it. Yep, that's cool. Save my file, and now I'm going to refresh it, and I don't know why it's not working. That's because we didn't import it correctly, I guess. We did import it, but I don't know what's going on. Let's just refresh our browser. Why it's not working? Yep, that's because we didn't save this file, so we have to save it. And here you can see we have our recommended shoe, and we have this card right here. Okay, so now that's cool. We have these yellow colors, and we take care of all of them. Now let me just take care of their total reviews, which is this total reviews. Where is that total reviews? All right, there we go. So we are going to be taking care of that, and I'm going to just provide a font size of 0.9 rems to it, and I'm going to also provide a margin for the left of 10 pixel. Okay, so then I'm going to just write card price, and display will be totally flex, and justify content will be now set to space around, and align items will be now set to center. Okay, so finally we have to take care of this bag. Not this bag, but we have to take care of, let me just provide a class of bag icon, or icon, just a singular. I'm gonna save this file, and we have to get that icon right here, and we just have to provide a color of 535353. So if you save our file, let me just save it, and here you can see this is how our component will look like right here. So we can duplicate that component again and again. So let me just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to just select this section right here, and I'm going to just provide a little bit of items to it. So I'm going to just duplicate that. You don't have to do that, but here you can see all of my items will be placed right here. Let me just select all of these items through here. I just kind of wanted to show you like how all of my items will look like. Duplicate that, and now let me just refresh my browser, and here you can see this is how all of my products will look like right here. Okay, and everything is working like the way we expect them to work. Everything is a-okay. But now we have to refactor. We are not going to be refactoring our code, not right now, but we will refactor all of our code later. But I just kind of want to render some items so that we can see something first of all. And yeah, that's going to be it for this section. And once again, we are going to be refactoring all of these code at the end of this video. Not at the end, but just in a few seconds. But we have to take care of the other stuff, but we cannot work with them all at once. We will have to take care of them one by one. So we are going to be removing all of these JSX from here, and we are going to be just providing a results, just a results variable, and that's going to be it, I promise. We are going to be removing all of these JSX from here. Anyway, so that's a product section. Alrighty, so that was a product section. So I'm going to just close both of them from here, and I'm going to go to my recommended. So I'm going to just open my recommended.js and also this CSS right here. So what I would do is that I'm going to just remove this recommended section from here, and let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And what I would do is that I'm going to first of all using my React fragments, and then I'm going to be using my div right here, and then I'll just put some sort of a title to it like h2 of ReacOMMENDED. I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna place it right here, and underneath this h2 what I'll do is that I'm going to use my recommended buttons right here. Okay, and now inside there we are going to be placing a few buttons. So I'll just write button, and we are not going to be providing any stuff, or you know what, I'm going to just give a label like all products. Okay, so we have all products, then we have Nike, Adidas, and Puma. I'm going to remove them. I'm going to provide Nike or Nike. Some people call it Nike and some people call it Nike, whatever. Then we have a Puma, and then we have a Vans. There we go. I'm going to also provide different kind of class, not different, but we are going to be providing a class to it, and the class will be just buttons right here. So if we save our file, and you will not see that, I don't know why you will not see it. Let me just refresh my browser, and you have to see that somewhere. I don't know why it's not working. We messed it up something, I bet. And yep, we did. Okay, we are getting that recommended section right here at the bottom, but we should have provided it right here. I'm gonna go to my app, and then what I'll do is that I'm going to just place this recommended section up above this product section or component. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see we are now getting all of these buttons right here, and also this title right here as well. So now the next thing that you have to do is that we have to take care of the styling. So what I will do is that I'm going to just select my recommended ReacOMMENDED, and then we are going to be providing recommended flex and display of flex, and I'm going to also provide a margin to the left of like 20 rems, and also I'll just select my recommended title, and also I'm going to provide a margin for the left of like 20 rems, and margin for the bottom I'm going to provide 20 pixel will be fine, and I'm going to also provide a margin for the top of 20 pixel, and font size will be now set to 20 pixel as well. So if you save our file, refresh it, nothing is going to happen because we didn't use these clauses. So I'll just copy this class name, which is recommended flex, and I'm going to just place it right here inside, or you know what, not inside but inside these items. So we just provide recommended buttons. I don't know why I did that. I don't have any idea why I did that, but it should have to be a recommended flex. So now if you save that, and here you can see it will now just push all of our items right here. And what else do we have to do is that we have to also provide a recommended title right here. So I'll just provide a class of recommended title. So if we save our file, and here you can see it will also push this title right here, but that's not looking that cool. Let me just go inside this index.css file right here, and I'm going to just scroll down, and I don't know why that didn't apply it, so I'm going to just cut this styling from here, and I'm going to just place it right here. So I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see this is how my buttons look like, And we can also change this font family if you want to. So I'll just go to my font, index.css, and I'm going to just select everything. We did provide font family of sans serif, but I don't know why it's not working. I'm going to just close it from here, and I'm going to provide it right here. So I'll just provide font family of sans serif right here, save my file, and let's just refresh it. Okay, I just put it in the wrong way. I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to place it right here. So font family of sans serif, and that's looking cool. And here you can see we have our buttons, we have our search fields, and we have a few items right here. Alright, so that was it about recommended section. So now the next thing which you have to do is that inside this sidebar, I'm going to be creating one component given name of like sidebar.js. I'm going to be also writing a sidebar.css file as well right here. Okay, so inside this component, inside this folder, but outside from this category, color, and price components right here. So I'll just also write a RFC, remove them, and I'm going to just cut it from here, and then let me just grab my sidebar right here. I'm going to zoom in a bit, and now I'm going to go, first of all, let me also get my import statement from here, like sidebar.css, and now I'm going to go inside this sidebar, this app right here, and we have to use it right here. And I'm going to be placing it at the top, so I'll just give a name of like sidebar. And now I'm going to save my file. I am going to go inside here, and here you can see we have this sidebar right here. Okay, so we are going to be placing all of our content right here. So what else do we have to do? You know what, first of all, I'm going to be writing my kind of forgot the name of this one. What do we call it? Okay, fragments. There we go. I forgot the name of it. Now let me just create a section. I'm going to give a name of like sidebar. And now inside this sidebar, I'm going to be creating a div with a class of logo container. And here we are going to be just running h1, and I'm going to just place like cart logo or something like that. I'm going to place it right here, and that's going to be fine. Underneath this div, I'm going to be creating, or let me just get my category. category. If we can get, we can't, so we have to import it manually. So I'm going to just go and category. Come on, it's not helping me in this case. I don't know why, but let's go inside this category, and then category. I'm going to copy this category, and what else do we have to do? We have to just place it right here. So we have our category. I'm going to duplicate that 3 times, just 2 times, not 3 times, and I'm going to change that to price, and then we have to change that to price, and we have to go to the price. I'm going to change that to colors, and I'm going to remove them, and let me just put my colors, and inside these colors we are going to be just providing that color. So I'll just copy this price from here, and I'm going to just place it right in here, and I'm going to also copy these colors, and I'm going to paste it right here. So I'm going to just zoom out so you guys can see everything a bit better. So now if you save it, here you can see we are now getting category, we are also getting a price component, and also our colors component right here, and here we are also getting our logos. So now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to style our component. So that's cool. I'm gonna go inside this sidebar, and I'm gonna just style it. So I'll just write sidebar dash title, zoom in a bit, and I'm going to just provide a font size of 22 pixel, and I'm going to also provide a font weight of normal, and margin for the bottom I'm going to just provide like 20 pixel. Okay, so then I'm going to be selecting my sidebar, and I'm going to just provide a 15% of width to it. You can just specify however you want, and then I'm going to just provide a position of fixed to it. Height will be 100%, and then we have a border to the right. We have 2 pixel solid, and we are going to be reusing E5, E5, E5 one more time. Okay, so the Z index I'm going to just provide 3 to it, and display will be set to totally flex in this case, and flex direction will be now set to column, and align items will be also set to center. Okay, so that's that. Now if you save our file, and this is how it looks like right here. This is how currently stuff looks like, but we have to put this underneath. So we have to now select our logo container, and we have to put our margin for the bottom. We are going to be just writing 4 rem, and also we have to select our logo container one more time and select our h1, and margin for the top I'm going to provide 1.3 rems to it. So if you save our file, and that's looking totally awesome right here. So here you can see we are almost getting there. We have our what do we call navigation, we have this component, we have all of our products right here, and then we have all of our categories, price and colors right here. So now we have to take care of each of these components one by one. So now we are totally done with that. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to take care of this category component. So I'm going to go inside this category component, and what I will do is that first of all, I'm going to just remove this category from there, and I'm going to just write h2 with the class of sidebar title right here, and I'm going to just provide category, and I'm going to go back so that you guys can see everything a bit better. Inside this div, we are going to be writing a label right here, and I'm going to also provide a sidebar label container clause to it. Okay, so we are not going to be providing any HTML4 attributes to it. Inside this level, what do we have to do? We have to just write input with the type of radio instead of text, and we also have to give them some sort of a name of like test would be fine. Yeah, that's going to be fine. And then we have to finally write or a class, like span with a class of check mark. There we go, and we have to specify a label for it. So if you just save our file, and here you can see we are now getting this one what do we call it, checkbox or check mark right here. We're specifying that, oh, but we are not getting it. Okay, we are getting it right here, but we have to take care of the styling. But before we getting into all of that, we have to duplicate this JSX right here, and once again I'm going to be refactoring all of the JSX into multiple components, but for now I'm just writing all of these JSX so that we can see our markup right here. Okay, we're going to be also formatting, like refactoring all of this code again and again. So I'll just duplicate that, I don't know, like 3 times, not 3 times but 4 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and now I'm gonna just change these labels to something else, like I don't know, we have all, then we have our sneakers, SNEAKERS, there we go. And then we have, instead of sneakers, instead of all, we are going to be also providing flats. And then we have a sandals, so sandals, there we go. And then finally we have our heels, so heels. Save our file, and yep, that's looking totally a-okay. So for now I am going to be writing a lot of CSS right here, but if you don't want to write a CSS, so you can just go to my GitHub repository and you can grab all of these CSS from there if you want to. So the first thing which I would do is that I'm going to be selecting my sidebar, and then sidebar, sidebar title, and I'm going to be providing a font size of 22 pixel, and font weight will be totally normal, and margin for the bottom I'm going to just provide 20 pixel right here, and then I'll just provide my sidebar items right here, and I don't know what the hell I'm going to close that. And now inside there I'm going to be providing a margin for a top of 20 pixel, and now I'll just go up a little bit down, and sidebar label container. Inside there we are going to be writing display of poly block, and we have position of relative because the other one was a fix, and then we have padding for left, and I'm going to just provide 35 pixel for the padding left. Margin for the bottom I'm going to provide 12 pixel, and then we have cursor and set to pointer. Then we have just one webcat user, what do we call it, select, there we go, and we're going to be set that to none. Then we have Moz for Mozilla, and user select will be now set to totally none. Okay, we want to just remove that. Then we have MS user, and then select, we are going to be also removing that. And finally we are going to be writing a user select, and that will be set to totally none. Save our file. We are totally getting there, but that will take a little bit of for a while or something. That will take a little bit of a while, so I'll just write a sidebar and then label container one more time, and I'm going to be selecting my input field. I'm going to be providing a position of totally absolute, opacity of 0, cursor will be set to totally pointer. And now let me get my check mark, which is, I guess, check mark, was that a check mark or something? Check mark, there we go. I'm going to place it right here for double checking. Position or totally absolute, top 0, left 0, height will be 20 pixel, width will be 20 pixel, and also the background color will be set to totally EEE, 3 times E. And border radius will be set to 50%. There we go. And we are going to be also taking care of that sidebar label container, and once we hover over each the input, we want to select or check mark. Okay, so then we are going to be also writing a background color of totally CCC. That's fine. Duplicate that. And what we are going to be doing is that once we checked, instead of hover, I'm going to remove this hover from here. And I'm going to just provide this checked on the input. So once we checked our checkbox, so we want to just change the color to 2109, what do we call it, 96 F3, kind of a blue color, but not that much blue. And we're going to be saving them. And here you can see this is how currently things looks like right here. So if you click on it, and yep, that's looking totally a-okay. I'm going to just go back. And now let me just select my check mark one more time, and I'm going to be using my After Studio selectors. So content, nothing. Position, absolute. And we have a display, and let's just remove them. Okay, and now I'm going to just use sidebar items, not sidebar items, but label container. I'm going to be selecting my check mark. Let me just get my check. If that's checked, so what do you want to do? You want to select our check mark, and we want to use our after selector on it, and we want to just provide a display of totally block to it. In this case, in this after case, we provide a check mark of display of none. And here we are just specifying, I mean, like once that's checked, like that input is checked, so you want to just provide display of block to it. If you save our file, I'm going to click on it. You cannot see that. You will see that just in a second, but let me just get it. Sidebar, label container, let me just get that. Let me get my check mark, and I'm going to be using my after selector right here. The top will be set to like here I'm specifying different kind of widths. You can increase or decrease that how you want. 6 point, what do we call it, 6.4 pixel, and then we have a width of 7 pixel, height of totally 7 pixel, and then we have a border radius of 50%. Just a totally rounded, so that's why we are providing that. And now if you save our file, and here you can see we are now getting that white circle right here. So if you click on it, and that's looking more than okay. Okay, so that's fine, but the final thing which you have to do is that we have to get this line right here from somewhere. So we are going to be just writing a line. We are not going to be using this line right now, so I'm going to just provide 3 rems, and border color will be now set to just like F7, come on, F7, there we go. And yeah, that's totally fine. Save our file, nothing is going to be changed. Alright, so that was totally cool. We are totally getting there, but the second thing which you have to do is that we have to take care of that price component and color component, and then we are going to be refactoring all of our project, and finally we are going to be providing our functionality to this project. Alright, so that's that. Now let me just take care of their price, and then we are going to be taking care of their colors. So it's not going to be looking that awful. We are going to be going into these colors, we are going to be taking care of their colors a little bit later. Or yeah, can we take a color? I don't know, I'm gonna go with this price, and price will be fine. Now I'm going to remove this price from there, and I'm going to just provide a class name of ML to it. Okay, for margin left, or yeah, margin left will be fine. And then we have h2 of that same title, sidebar, and title, and then we have a price title as well, because we are going to be just providing a little bit of styling to their price title. And now I'm gonna go inside there, and I'm going to copy a little bit of code from it. So I'll just copy this label from here, and I'm gonna place it right here. So this is going to be for one time, and then I'm gonna just duplicate this label, what do we call it, JSX, a few times. So we have for all, then we have for $50, we have for 100, 150, and we have a 200. Okay, so I'll just provide a test of like, I don't know, test of 2. So I'm going to just select one, hit Control D, Control D, Control D, or Command D, whatever, and I'm going to change the label, to a name, to totally test 2, and here this one will be set to all, and now this one will be now set to 0. I'm going to just provide $0-$50. Okay, so just $50 will be fine, and I'm going to copy their pattern, and I'm going to just duplicate it right here, and I'm going to just change the values to like $100. 100 will be fine, and this one will be now set to $50. Okay, and this one will be now set to $100, $1,000, and this one will be $150, and this one will be finally over $150. So save our file, and here you can see we are now getting all of these prices right here, totally fine. But I'm gonna go inside this ML, like this price styling, and I'm going to just select my price title like so, and I'm going to provide a margin for the top of 20 pixel, and I'm going to also provide, I'm going to select the ML, and I'm going to provide a margin for left of 20 pixels. Save our file, and that's looking a bit better. All right, so that's also done. So now the next thing which you have to take care of this color component. So I'll just close these files from here. I'm going to go into my color component. I'm going to select my color.css file as well. And I'm going to do that same copying and pasting one more time. And once again, I'm going to be refactoring all of that code from scratch. So, here, I'm going to remove these colors from here. And then what I'll do is that I'm going to just pass all of these JSX right here. Okay, so we have that same label. I'm going to change this all. The first one will be all. Yep, the first one will be all. The second one will be black color. Let me just remove these labels. Oh, we can't do that. So this one will be now set to black, and this one will be now set to blue. Then we have a red category like so, and then finally we have our white categories. We have white, but we also have a green one as well. So let me just write green, and then finally we have white. Save our file. And let's just see here. You can see we have all category: black, blue, red, green, and white finally. And here I'm going to be also passing my color title. So we have a color title right here. Save my file, and now I'm going to go inside this color title right here. I'm going to select this color title, and I'm going to just provide a margin for the top of 2 rems. And I'm going to also select all class, and here we are not using this class, but we will very soon. So I'm going to just use linear gradient, and I'm going to provide blue and crimson. Okay, so if you save our file, nothing will happen, except here we are getting just all of these components right here. So now it's time. Alright, so now we are totally done with these components. So now it's time to do a huge refactoring in all of these components, because currently our code is looking more than messy. Like, we have all of these components right here, but trust me, this is like totally a mess. We have to create a component, separate component for buttons, and we are just reusing that input again and again. And we also have this color, we are reusing it here, we are reusing it right here. And our code is like totally a mess. So now let's just refactor all of our code. So before we getting into the refactor, first of all, we have to ask ourselves a few questions, like where we are repeating all of our code. So now what I'll do is that I'm going to go inside this product section right here, and here we are reusing this component, not a component, but this JSX, like a lot of time, like more than a lot of time right here. Okay, so what do we have to do? First of all, I'm going to just select this one right here, and I'm going to just select it through this section right here. Okay, so I'm going to just select it and cut it. I'm going to just cut it, just right click on it and hit this cut button right here, or you can also use this shortcut, which is Control or Command X. I'm going to remove all of the rest of this content right here. So I'm going to just remove all of this content through this section right here. Okay, so now we successfully remove that content from here. So now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to go inside this component folder, and we have to find this car.js right here, and we have to just place all of our JSX which we copied right here. Okay, and this is also like really messy still. But now if you save our file, but instead of copying and pasting all of our JSX one by one, what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be getting this card, and we are going to be just rendering just this card. Okay, so I'm going to just save my file, and it will give us an error. That's because we didn't copy it and we didn't place this right here. So if you save that, and it will still give us error because we have to import that card from that card component card. So if you save that, and here you can see card is not defined. Card is not defined. Where is that? Let me just refresh it, and here you can see it will now just gives us one card right here. So instead of copying and pasting all of these JSX, now we convert all of that coding into one component, and we can just reuse this component like how many times we want. So if you save that, and here you can see it will now gives us all of that items right here. So this is just a first refactor, but this is also not a great refactor, to be honest. We will come back here one more time. So let me just refresh it, and this is how it looks like right here. So this is just a first refactor for this card component. So we just already created this component, and we are just reusing that component again and again. So this was the first refactor. So now the next refactor which we are going to be doing is this input fields right here. So that's going to be totally simple. And here, let me just open this category right here. We are repeating all of our labels right here, and input like label and input and all of that kind of stuff right here. And we are also repeating it inside these colors. We are repeating it inside this price component as well. So what do we have to do? We have to come up here, and inside this input tag, what do we want to do? We are going to be just going into one of them, and I'm going to just copy this single label from there, and I'm going to just replace it with this div. Okay, so I'm going to just zoom in a bit so you guys can see it a bit better. And now I'm going to save my file. So here you can see we are just getting like what do we call it, sidebar, and we are just providing a sidebar. And by the way, this is not going to be the final refactor. We are going to be still refactoring this component, but I just kind of want to show you like the second way of refactoring or writing this code. Okay, so we are going to be still passing a lot of props, and we are going to be doing that once we jump into state management and all of that kind of good stuff. But for now, here you can see we just specify this input and this label right here inside this input container. So what we have to do, I'm going to just get my input container, but before I do, I'm going to remove all of these inputs from here and this input from here as well. Oh no, we are not going to be removing that, but here we are going to be just rendering our input container. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are just getting all, and we can just duplicate that like a few times, like we have 4 times or 5 times right here. And here you can see we are now just repeating all of our component one by one right here. Okay, so that's totally okay, but we will have to take care of their labels and stuff, but that's totally normal. So now let me just use that component, like that input component. So I'm going to just use input, and I'm going to close it, and it will not import it because there was 2 level up above. Okay, so input like so, and then we have to go to the components folder, and then we have to go inside this input. So if you save our file, let me just duplicate that. We will take care about that in a few seconds. So here you can see we are now reusing that component right here one more time, and now it's time to go inside the colors, and we have to remove this JSX from here. So I'm going to select it, save a byte to all of them, and I'm going to get my input container right here. Okay, so not like so, but let me just close that, save my file, and here you can see I messed up something because I removed the label, and I shouldn't have done that. So we have this input title. You know, I'm going to leave this all from here. We didn't specify a color to it or label to it. Let me just specify some sort of a label to it so that we can differentiate between components. So sidebar, title, and then we have color title as well. So I'll just provide colors, save my file, and here you can see we have all of these colors. But now I'm going to just remove this label from here, and I'm going to just get my input from there, save my file, and we have different kind of inputs, and here you can see everything is now totally reusable. Anyways, so that was just a little bit improvement inside our code. So we just like really refactor our code like a little bit, but there is also going to be a huge refactor inside all of these input component and all of these button component and all of that card component. So we will have a huge refactor later, but for now I just kind of want to grab all of that code from one component, and so that we can reuse that component again and again. So now it's time to provide a little bit of functionality to our app, and then we are going to be then we are going to be refactoring all of our component to the final version of the refactoring. Okay, alright, so now it's time to provide functionality to our app. So here what I'll do is that I'm going to do a little bit of weird thing, which a lot of people won't like it, but I will do it anyways because I don't want to repeat myself again and again. So what I'll do is that I'm going to treat this app component as a store if you are coming from a Redux world. So which means like I'm going to be placing all of my state inside this app component, and then I'm going to be providing that state to these components by using a prop. So if you don't like this approach, totally a-okay. Like you can go to each of these components and then you can create your separate state and then you can change it there if you want to. But for me, I'm going to treat this app component as a store if you're coming from a Redux world. So the first thing which we have to do is that I'm going to just write, first of all, selected query right here, or not query but category. Okay, so then we are going to be just writing set selected category, and it will be now set to the use stat right here, and by default I'm going to be providing a null value to it. So I'm going to just provide a little bit of spacing in there, and now that's there. But now the next thing which you have to do is that we are going to be writing our input filter. First of all, we are going to be taking care of that input filter, then we are going to be jumping into the radio buttons. So what I will do is that I'm going to just create my query, and then I'll just use like set query, and it will be now equals to the use stat, and by default I'm going to be providing like totally empty value to it. And now what else do we have to do? I'm going to be creating a function which will be really useful for a lot of functions for a lot of things, to be precise. So I'm going to just write handle input change. So whenever this input changes, like whenever user passes some data into this component, into this search field, so what do you want to do? We want to get our event right here, like wherever the user type, and we are going to be passing it right here. So event, let me just write it, event, come on, event dot target dot value, there we go, target, there we go. So now we successfully create this one. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to get all of our data which we have inside this db folder right here. Okay, so we are going to be getting all of that data and we are going to be iterating over through that data. All right, so the first thing which you have to do is that we have to import it. So I'll just write like a data base right here, and I'm going to just import my little database. So we have a data, or I'm going to give a name of like products. Okay, so products will be fine, and I'm going to go one level and I'm going to go to my db folder, and then we have our data right here. You can give any name you want, but in my case we are storing a product, so that's why I give a name of products right here. You can give a data if you want to, but here we are going to be iterating over through all of these items which we currently have inside this array, and then we are going to be performing different kind of filtering on title, on what do we call it, on previous price, and also on a company, and also on a color, and on a category as well. Okay, so that's going to be awesome as well. So now the next thing which you have to do is that I'm going to just write fill third items, there we go, and it will be now equals to products dot items, not items but products dot filter, because filtered, there we go, because we are going to be iterating over through all of these items right here, each of these items. And what do we want to do with that? We are going to be just specifying over each product, and I'm going to just set that to like one liner, so that product dot title. In this case we are just iterating over through all of these data right here, like all of these items right here, and we are just taking care of this title, like we are just getting this title from all of these items right here which we currently have. Okay, so we are just using that, and then let me just convert that to lowercase as well. So it doesn't matter if you provide like uppercase, so it will just by default convert it to lowercase. And now I'm going to just provide index of, and then here I'm going to be specifying my query, like whatever the user type, and I'm going to be also converting that to lowercase as well. And if that's not equal to -1, okay, so I just messed it up here. Let me just cut that from here. I'm going to paste it right here. So if that's not equal to -1, so we want to get all of that items, and we just store that inside this filter items right here. Okay, so now underneath that, so that's going to be it for the input filter. So I'll just specify different kind of separators right here. I'm going to copy that, I'm going to paste it right here. And now let's take care of the radio filters. So we have these radio filters right here. Okay, so now let me just filter all of the data. Well, once the user click on these each what do we call it, this each radio filter. Okay, so what do we have to do? First of all, I'm going to be just writing const handle change, and it will be now equals to event. And here what are we doing? We are going to be just setting the set category, selected category, which we are specifying right here. So we have selected category, and then we have a set selected category, and by default we are just specifying the null value to it. Okay, so I'll just execute that, And here what you want to do, you are just specifying event.target.value right here. Okay, like whatever, like whichever kind of input the user selects, so you want to get the value from that each event right here, like whichever kind of what do we call it, custom radius selector user selects, so you want to get the value from that selector. Okay, so that's how we can get that, and we store that value inside this handle change event right here. So that's going to be awesome as well. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to create a filter for what do we call it, a buttons. So buttons, so once we click on each of these buttons, so what do you want to do, we want to provide a filter for that. Okay, so const handle, I'm just creating all of that functions right here, okay, which we are going to be passing into our components by using a props very quickly. So I'm going to just write set selected category. Once again, we are just selecting that selected category right here, and we are just changing that state, like when somebody clicks on it. So what do you want to do, you want to just get the value from there. So I'll just write like event.target.value. Okay, so that's simple. That was simple, like how to filter data. And this is also simple, like when somebody clicks on each of these items, so you want to filter through all of that data. Okay, so that's going to be totally fine. So now the final thing which you have to do, not a final thing, yeah, this is going to be the final function which you are going to be creating inside this app component. So I'll just write like function, and here this is going to be the main function where we are going to be doing all of our filtering. So I'll just write filtered data. So this is going to be the name of my function. And what are we getting? We are first of all getting all of the products, and then we are going to be providing a selected, like whichever kind of thing is currently selected. Are we selecting something inside this category, or inside this price, or inside this color, or we are clicking on something right here, or we are typing something inside this input field? Like what are we doing? That's why we provide this selected prop or perimeter or whatever you want to call it, and then we are specifying our query right here. Okay, so now let me just write like let filter data, I mean like filtered products. So filtered products and fill equals to all of our products. Okay, so this is going to be it for our products. Now here let me just write a comment for myself like filtering input items. Okay, so now let's just take care of that filtering item. So I'm going to just specify if we have some sort of a query, like if we selected something. So what do you want to do? We are just going to be selecting that filter data, not filter data, but this filtered products. I'm going to just specify it right here, and it will be now equals to filter items. So filtered items right here. Okay, so which we are getting from these filtered items. Let me just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. So here what we are doing, if we have some sort of a query, so we are going to be just setting this filtered data, like all of the product, through this new array which we are getting from this filter items right here. Like we are iterating over through all of that item, and we are just specifying it right here, and this filter data, like all of our data, will be now set to that filter data if we specify something inside this input. So that's going to be happening. Okay, so this is going to be it for the filtering items, filtering input items. And then underneath that, then we are going to be also writing a selected filter as well. So let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now here what I'll do is that I'm going to just write selected. Okay, if something is selected, so where is that selected coming from? That selected is coming from right here. We are going to be executing this function, and we are going to be providing our, first of all, our products. Then we are going to be specifying like whichever kind of thing is selected. Are we selecting something from a category, or from a price, or from a color, or like which kind of selector do we have? So this is going to be selected filter, which we are going to be writing. So we already have our filtered products, which is right here, and it will be now equals to filter products one more time, and then we are going to be using our filter method right here. So we are going to be iterating over through this filter method right here. We can specify just a singular thing right here, but here what I will do is that I'm going to use my ESX magic. So perimeter destructuring. So I'll just write category. We are going to be getting our category from this data right here. So we are going to be getting our category, we are going to be getting our color as well, like this color. From all of these items, we are going to be also getting our company, we are going to be also getting our new price, and we are going to be also getting our title. So now let me get all of that from all of this data right here. So what I'll do is, we already selected our category. Let me just get my color, and let me just provide my company. There we go. COMPANY. Did I spell company correctly or no? Let me just put it right here, and that's awesome. Okay, so that's that. Now we are going to be also providing a new price to it, and then we are going to be also getting my title right here. So we have let me just show you. So we have this new price right here, and we also have this title right here. Anyway, so that's looking okay. Oh, we are writing this curly braces, like extra curly brace. We should not have done that. We are going to be writing our equal to sign. And now what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be just writing category, and it will be now equals to selected right here. Okay, and if you weren't doing this, instead we are going to be just doing is like we were doing like product dot I don't know, category, and it will be now equals to that selected. So we will have to do that, but now we already destructure our data right here, so we don't have to provide this product dot category, product dot title, product dot color, and stuff like that. So I'm going to just remove excuse me, so I'm going to just remove that product, and we are going to be writing, I don't know why we are getting this error, I'm not sure about that. Now we are going to be writing our code like this, like category is equal to triple equal to selected, and then we are going to be also checking the other stuff. But if we weren't writing this code, like if we weren't destructuring our items right here, so we would have to write first of all products to be precise, and then we are going to be selecting our category, then we will write like products dot color, and then products dot company, products dot new price, products dot title. We don't have to do that. We are going to be just destructuring all of that. So I'm going to remove these products from here, and now we are going to be writing our or statement, and color will be now triple equal to selected. And now let me just write one more or statement. Then we have a company, and company will be also set to selected. And then we have a or statement, then we have a new price will be also set to selected. Let me just write one more statement of or, and title will be equals to selected. So now if you save our file, and I am still not getting all of that. I don't know why we are getting some sort of error or something. I guess we are getting some sort of error, but I'm not sure about let me just close it right here. Something was wrong in here, so I'm going to now finally paste this code right here, and now I'm going to save my file. And yeah, that's going to be it for a selected filter. So now the final thing which you have to do is that we have to return something right here. So that's going to be it for this if statement, and also for this selected filter. The final thing which you have to do is that we have to return this filter data, and we are going to be iterating over through that data. So we have this filtered products. I'm going to use a map method right here to iterate over through all of that items. And here what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be destructuring a few properties. So I'm going to just destructure that img, and by the way, we are destructuring all of their properties, and their properties are coming from all of these items. Like we are currently iterating over through all of these items, and we are getting the image, the title, the star reviews, and all of that kind of stuff. We are destructuring right here, and we are going to be reusing it right here inside this card component, and we will refactor all of this card component in a second. But for now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just destructure that stuff. So I'm going to just write image, title, star, and make sure the spelling is totally correct. I will also do my best to write the spelling correct. So I'll just write new price, and then we have a new, not new price, but yep, a new price. Yeah, the new price is totally okay. And then I'll go back from here, and I'm going to use my curly braces, but I don't know why we are getting this nasty error. And here we are going to be rendering our card component. So here you can see it will now just import it right here at the top of the file. So now it's time to provide all of these data into this card component as a prop, and then we are going to be reusing it inside this card component. So I'll just first of all start with the math.random, and I'm going to just close this component right here, and that's going to be fine. Okay, so here I'm going to just save this file so that I get that formatting. So that was it for the key. And do not write code like this, but in this case I'm not using any UUID and stuff, so I just write math.random, I'm going to just write image, and it will be now set to image. And now what else do we have to do? We are going to be also writing a title, and title will be also set to title. And I am going to also provide a star, and it will be also set to star, the destructuring version of that star to be precise. And now let me just get these reviews, and finally we have our new price right here, and we are going to be also providing a new price to it. Now if you save our file, so what are we currently doing? First of all, let me just review all of that stuff which we are currently doing. Okay, so now here you can see we are just first of all getting like these two. Let me just cut that from here, and I'm going to place it right here like so. First of all, we are specifying this state into this useState hook right here. So we have selected category, and then we have set selected category, then we have a query and set query, and by default we are providing the default value of null and empty string right here. So then we are creating that function for the input filter right here. So like when somebody, okay, so if price is not defined, we do have this new price. Let me just come in here, and then we have pre-price. Now I'm going to set that to preview price, and now let me just check him out. New price is not defined. Let me just refresh my browser. Still not defined. Okay, so we are going to be copying it from here. I forgot to include it. Save my file, and now new price will be defined right here. Anyway, so that's a great story. But hey, here you can see, now if somebody types something in the input, we are going to be getting their value. Then here we are iterating over through every single character of that user, like whatever the user type inside this input box right here, we are iterating over through that, and we are just getting our filtered items. Then we have our radio filter, and we are just iterating over through all of these filters. Like if the user click on this one or in this one or in this one, we are just getting the value of them. And then we have this handle click, and which will be responsible for these buttons right here. And then finally we have this function right here, and inside there we are going to be just specifying 3 parameters. So we have this products parameter, then we have selected and query parameter, and we are going to be specifying the values in just in a second. But here you can see we are just declaring a variable, and we are specifying it into the products, like whichever kind of products the user provide. And then what we are doing is that we are just providing that filter for our input item, and then inside there we have this filter products. So what is a filter products? Filter products are all of the products which we are specifying right here, and it will be now equals to filtered items. And then we are providing a filter for the selected items, like for these kind of buttons right here. We can just write this code without a destructuring, but I write this code with destructuring because I don't want to write like code like this, like product dot and stuff like that. Then we don't have to just write a product, so then we can just remove that, and we can just write like product. If you wanted to, we can still write this code, and that will be totally valid code, but I don't like this approach. I want to use destructuring, so that's why I destructure all of that code right here. Okay, so this might look a little bit confusing for some developer, but for me that's totally awesome. For me that's totally okay. And then finally we are just returning all of our filtered products right here. So now it's time to call this function. So we've created this function. I'm going to just call this function right here. So I'm going to just call this function right here, and I'm going to provide a few values to it. So I'm going to first of all providing a products, which is our database right here. So we are getting all of their products from this database right here. And now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to also provide this selected category, and we have this selected category right here. Okay, so like whichever kind of thing we selected, so we are going to be specifying it right here. And then finally we have our query, and we have this query right here for this stat right here. Okay, so now we successfully call this function. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to store in some sort of a result variable. You can give this variable like any name you want, but for me that's totally okay. So now let me just save my file. That was a lot of writing, and that was a lot of explanation. So now the final thing which we have to do is that we have to provide all of that stat values like these functions and all of that kind of data into this each component right here, so that we can reuse all of that data inside this component. So for sidebar, what are we going to be passing? We are going to be passing this handle change right here. So where is that handle change? We are going to be specifying this handle change for this sidebar. So like whenever I click on this button or this button or this button, I don't care, like whichever kind of button the user click on, we want to select and we want to get that value, and we are specifying that inside this set selected category. So what we have to do, I'm going to just pass my handle change into handle change as a prop. So now what I will do is that I'm going to come inside this sidebar right here. Let me just go inside this sidebar and I can destructure that. So I'm going to just use my destructuring method right here, and we can log that into our console if you want to. So I'll just write handle change, and now let me just open my console right here, and now let me just refresh it, and here you can see we are now getting that function right here. So we have event.target.value. We can execute that function, but we are not going to. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that from here. So now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to pass this handle change from there. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to place it in both of these area as a prop. So I'll just pass it as a prop right here. Okay, so now if we save our file, so we have that function available inside this category, we have that function inside this price, and we also have that function inside this colors. So like let's suppose if I want to go to the colors, I mean like that price, and we can destructure it right here, and we can also console log it, save my file, and let's just refresh it, open my console right here, and here you can see we have that function available inside each of these components right here. So I'm going to just remove that from here. And so now we have this function available in all of their components. So now the next thing which you have to do is that I'm going to remove that from here, and I'm going to remove it from, we are not going to be removing it from here, but now that you know that we are just passing that stat value, like whenever we change something, so we are just passing it inside the sidebar, and then we are also passing it inside each of these components right here. Okay, so now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to come to our input container right here, I mean like input component right here. So I'm going to just zoom in a bit, and here what I will do is that I'm going to specify a few items, like a few parameters. So I'll just provide like handle change first of all. So this is going to be the first case. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to provide this handle change right here. So the next parameter I'm going to be providing is the value, is like which kind of value we are going to be specifying inside this input container. Then after that, I'm going to be also providing the title, like which kind of title we are going to be using inside this component, and then the name and also the color. Okay, so a color, we are not going to be using it for that much reasons, but we will pass it right here. Okay, so we have this sidebar label container right here. The next thing which I will do is that I am going to use this handle change. I'm going to copy that, and now once we change something, so we are going to be calling this method like handle change right here, and we have the type of radio, that's completely fine. Now we have to what do we call it, control this component. So if you want to control this component, so we are going to be also passing this value to it. So I'm going to just pass this value right here, and now the final thing which you have to do is that we also have to copy this name from here, and I'm going to place it right here. So let me just place it right here as a name, and yeah, that's completely okay. But now the next thing which you have to do is that we also have to specify this color. So I'm going to just copy that, and I'm going to also provide a style to it. And then here what I will do is that I'm going to just provide a background color of this color right here. And now the final thing which you have to do is that we have to remove this all from here, and I'm going to copy this title from here, and I'm going to just paste it right here randomly. So if you save our file, let me just remove this space from here, save my file. And here you can see we are getting these things, but that's not working, and that's not cool, Hussein. So what do we have to do? We have to go inside, first of all, a sidebar right here, and then we have to go into the categories, and we are reusing these inputs right here. So the first thing which we have to do is that you know what, I'm going to remove all of them from here, and I'm going to just first of all write a label, and the first one we cannot change, so that's why we are going to be writing it manually. So sidebar label, you can check that in your spare time if you want to, but I don't want to check it right now. But we can change it, like I think of every possible way, but we can't change it right now. But I'm going to change that to radio. So the first all, we have to specify that to like manually. So we have this handle change, which we are getting from this as a prop right here. So we have access to their handle change, you already know that. And now what else do we have to do? We are going to be specifying the value of nothing, because we are going to be selecting everything, and the name will be now set to test. Okay, so that's that. I'm going to be also providing a span to it with the class of check mark, and now as a label I am going to provide all. Okay, so if we save our file and let's just refresh, so here you can see it will now gives us all right here. So now the next thing which you have to do is that we are going to be reusing our basic input. So I'll just write input right here, and now let me just close that, and here we have to specify all of our props. So I'm going to just provide like handle change, and I'm going to copy this handle change from here, and I'm going to just place it right here. Okay, so now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to provide a value for this input field. So we have a sneakers right here, and I'm going to also provide a title of sneakers as well. Underneath that I'm going to be also providing a name of like I don't know, man, test would be fine. And I'm going to just duplicate this component like 1 time, then 2 time, and 3 time. Okay, so we are not going to be changing this one. We are also not we will change this one, so we have to change that to from sneakers to flats, and also this one to flats as well. Okay, and test would be fine. So you will have to just change this value to just I don't know, sandal would be fine, and this one will be also sandals, and that's going to be fine. And then finally we have a hills, and we have a heels right here. Okay, so now if you save our file, and here you can see we are now getting sneakers and flats, sandals, and heels. So this component is now totally reusable, like we can reuse this component anywhere inside our program. Anyway, so that's done. Now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to go inside a price tag, so this price one right here. And first of all, I am going to just get my handle change right here, and I am going to just remove this component from here. Okay, and I am going to also copy you know, I just removed that right here, so I'm going to just copy this component, because we cannot do anything, we have to just specify it manually, value and stuff like that. So this one will be for all, we have a test and this one will be test 2, and we have everything we need, and that's cool. Anyway, so that's cool. So now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to just get our input tag right here, which we've been already using, but I just deleted that. But we are going to be first of all providing a handle change, and then we have our handle change right here. Then we have a value, and it will be now set to 50. Then we have a title, and as a title I'm going to just specify the string of like $0 to 50. Okay, so now finally I'm going to just provide a name of like test 2 right here. Okay, so now I'm going to save my file. I'm going to duplicate that a few times, so let me just go back, and I'm going to just duplicate that to like I don't know 3 times, so 1 2 3, and I'm going to just change the value inside them. So it will be now set to 100, and this one will be now set to 50, 100, like so, and this one will be now set to 150. This one will be set to 100 and 150. Okay, so then finally we have a 200 right here, and then let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to just specify or $150. Okay, so if you save our file, and now here you can see it will now give us all of that labels right here and all of that products. Anyway, so that's going to be awesome as well. So that's working the way we expect him to work. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we also have to go to the colors as well. So I'm going to just go to the colors. So I'll go to the price one more time, and I'm going to copy that from here, and I'm going to just replace it right here. Okay, so underneath that I'm going to get my input, and let me just close it manually. Come on, like so, and we have to specify these values. So we have a handle change will be now set to handle change, and are we getting it or not? We are not, so we have to destructure it from the top. And now what we have to do, we have to just specify value of black, and the title will be also set to black, and then we have a name of test1. Okay, so this is going to be the test1, and then we have a color of totally black one more time. And now I'm going to duplicate them, I don't know, maybe 1 2 3 4 times maybe. So I'll just write 1 2 3 4. So I just duplicate that component 4 times right here. So this is a black color. I'm going to just replace that to blue color, and also this color to totally blue as well, and also the color will be set to blue. And I'm going to also change that to from a black to, what do we call it, red would be fine, but the title should be uppercase. And I'm going to select it one more time, and this one will be set to green, and this one will be also set to green. And I'm going to finally select it to I don't know, white would be fine. So I'll just select it to white. The title would be white, but we cannot see the title. And you know what, I just realized that the final one we also have to create it manually, so like we cannot do anything for this one as well. So we have a label with a class of sidebar, and then label and container as well. Okay, let's just remove the HTML from here, and I'm going to just specify what do we call it, our input area right here. And I'm going to just change the type to like radio, and on change will be now set to handle change. There we go. And now after that, I'm going to also provide a type of radio. We already provided type of radio to it, didn't we? Yep, we did. The value will be now set to totally white, and also I'm going to provide a name of test1 as well. So now underneath this input area, what do we have to do? We have to write our span with the class of check mark, and we also have to specify some sort of a styling into it, so like an inline styling. So I'll just write background will be now set to totally white, and I'm going to also provide a border of 2 pixels solid totally black. Okay, so now if you save our file, and here you can see we are now getting all of these colors right here. So if you click on it, and all of that colors right here, but we cannot see that white one. We can change the label of that if you want to, but you know what, I'm going to change that color to something else. Like I'm going to also provide a color of white to it, not white but black would be fine. So if you save that, and you know what, I'm going to remove that from here, and as a label, where is that span check mark, and then we have a white. Where is our white text? Did we just put a white text or something? Okay, we have to put it right here. So I'm gonna just place my white text, and now here you can see we are now getting it right there. I didn't know, like, okay, so now it's totally working. So we have white, green, blue, red, and all of that, but we also have to specify our all right here. So I'll just provide class name of all right here. Okay, so I'm gonna just provide all right here. So if you save that, and here you can see it will now use that linear gradient right here. Why is that? That's because we already declared the styling inside this all inside this color.css file, and this is how we can specify, and this is how we can provide. Alrighty, so that was a huge refactor. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to take care of this card and render appropriate card, like based on the user selection or whichever kind of filter the user perform. Alright, so next thing which you have to do is that we have to pass appropriate data to each of these components. So what I'll do is that I'm going to first of all pass my query into this navigation. So I'll just write query, and I'm going to also provide like handle input change. So I'm going to just copy that, and I'm going to place it right here. So the next thing which you have to do is that we also have to provide our handle change event right here into this component. So I'll just provide it as a prop. So we have handle change, there we go, and not a handle change, but handle click to be precise, not a handle change but handle click. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to place it right here as well. So the final thing which you have to do is that we are going to be passing all of our filter data into this products component, and then we are going to be iterating over through that component, and then we are going to be rendering each of these items right here, like the appropriate image, the title, and all of that kind of stuff. So here you can see we just have our results right here. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to place it right here as a prop, but let me just show you like what is this result. So I've already write all of the code for it, but here what we are doing is that we are getting all of that data from that item, like from their database, which we have right here. So I'm going to just open there real quickly. So here you can see we have different kind of images, different kind of title, we have star, reviews, new price, previous price, new price, company, color, and all of that categories right here. So here we are just destructuring all of their data from each of that component, and we are passing all of their data to this card component as a prop. So here you can see we have image, we have title, and all of that kind of stuff right here. We are passing all of their data dynamically into my card component, so we will have access to all of their data dynamically inside my card component. So what I will do is that I'm going to just save my file right here, and now the next thing which you have to do is that I'm going to go into my product section right here, and I'm going to just remove all of this stuff from here. I'm going to remove that. The next thing which you have to do is that we already passed this result right here, so I'm going to just copy that, and I'm going to destructure it right here. So I'm going to just destructure that, and I'm going to just pass it right here. Okay, so if you just pass it right here, if you save our file, nothing will happen. So now the last thing which you have to do is that we have to go to this card component, and we have to just refactor the elements. So let me just show you that. I'm going to just remove that from here. I'm going to save my file, and now I'm going to go into my card component right here. So now here you can see we have like the same image right here, we have the same title, we have the same reviews, and all of their same and all of their previous price and all of their new price right. Like here you can see we have hard-coded data into all of these card component, and we don't want that. We want to render a dynamic content into these components, so like dynamic image and all of their title and rating and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm going to refactor this component from scratch. So now if you want to refactor this component, first of all, I'm going to go into my app component, and I'm going to just copy them like this destructuring. I can type it manually, but it will take a lot of my time. So I'm going to just place it right here. Okay, so we already destructure all of their data, which we are passing to this component as a prop. So here you can see we just destructure image and all of that kind of data. So the next thing which you have to do is that I'm going to leave this class and all of that alt right here. I'm going to just select my image, and I'm going to just remove them. And here what I will do is that I am going to just copy this img, and I'm going to just paste it right here. Okay, so now if I do that, and if I save my file, and let's just wait for it. So here you can see it will now just render all of their dynamic content right here, like all of their images right here. All right, that's cool. So the next thing which you have to do is that we also have to provide their title right here. So I'm going to just pass my title in here just for random data. And now the next thing which you have to do is that here I'm going to just remove this shoe, and I'm going to replace it with my title. Okay, so now if you save our file, so here you can see we have this different kind of titles right here. And don't worry, I'm going to change the fonts and all of that kind of stuff just in a second, but I just kind of want to provide different kind of data into it dynamically. So next thing which you have to do is that I'm going to just remove that star from here, like that icon, and I'm going to just replace it with star. Okay, so I'll just copy that 4 times. You can provide 3 or 2 times or whatever. So I'm going to just paste it 4 times. I'm going to save my file, and here we are getting this black color. What was that class I provided? I forgot the name of that class. Let me just go back. Okay, so it's this class. So I'm going to just copy that from one component. I'm going to delete it. Then I'm going to go into my data, and I'm going to select my, okay, I'm going to just select that, and I'm going to hit Control D, and I'm going to select all of these items right here. So we already provide this style, but I don't know why it's not working. Class name of that, let me just pass it manually. I guess I messed up something in it. Oh, I just write ratings instead of rating. I just provide S in here. So I'm going to just save my file, and I'm going to save this file as well, but it will just remove these stars. You know what, I'm going to just render it dynamically. So I'll just write star, not star, but just star, and 4 times. You can provide 3 times if you want to, but for me 4 star would be totally fine. Okay, so we are totally getting there. The next thing which you have to do is that I am going to also provide reviews right here. So I'll just write like reviews in here, and then finally as a label, I'm going to remove this label from here. Or you know what, I'm going to just remove this label, and I'm going to just pass my previous price, and here I am going to just render my new price right here. So if you save our file, and here you can see we have our previous price, and we have a new price right here for each of these items right here. Okay, so we have all of these dynamic content right here. You can provide more than that if you want to, but for me that's totally okay. So here you can see we already pass our what do we call it, or filter functionality right here. If I just click on a sneakers, it will just give us sneakers. If I click on a flats, okay, we don't have flats. Okay, so I'm gonna go into my flats, this component. Where is the category? So I'm gonna just go into category very quickly, and instead of flats, I'm gonna just change that to flats, flats, I bet. And I'm going to change this one right here as well. So if you save our file, and now let me just refresh that, I'm going to click on flats. It will give us flats, sandals, and I'm not pretty sure about, are these sandals, or I guess these are all sneakers, but I don't know. I just put a random data in here. I don't have any idea about all of these stuff. So heels, then we have all of the items right here one more time. Then we have from $0 to 50. Here you can see we are just getting the $50 items, then we are getting $100 item, then we are getting 150, and then finally we have $200 of items right here. So if you click on all of the colors, so here you can see it will just gives us all of the colors right here. If you just want a black color, so I'm going to just click on a black, and it will now give us black color right here. If you just want to get a blue, we have red, we have green, and we also have a white color right here. Okay, so that's looking cool, but now I'm going to just click on all of the products. So that's not working. That's not working. We have to take care of that really quickly. So that's in this recommended component. So I'm going to just copy the name, and I'm going to go into there. Did you saw like how much fast I came into this component? That's because you didn't take my Visual Studio Code course. So you gotta go into that course, and you have to take that course. Oh, and this is totally my guarantee that by the end of that Visual Studio Code course, if you took that course, you are going to be calling yourself as a sonic coder. I don't want to go that much fast in the recording, because a lot of people get confused, like, Hossein, how did you get this fast into this component, and how did you write this code that much fast, and all of that kind of stuff. So that's why I don't want to just go that much fast in my recording. So trust me, like when I'm working on my personal project, I just go like crazy. And if you're a programmer and you sit just with me, you're going to be calling me a crazy, because I type like a you know what, that's another story. I'm going to just leave that. Anyways, I'm going to go into my app component right here, and here you can see we just pass this handle click right here. Like whenever somebody clicks on this component, so what do you want to do? Here you can see we have handle click right here. So we are just getting their data, and then we are just filtering it right here. Okay, so you already know all of that stuff, but now let me just get that, which is handle click. But you know what, I'm going to just remove there. But first of all, let me just create a component, separate component for these buttons. They aren't looking that cool. We already built that component, but I forgot to refactor this component. We just write a button right here, so I'm going to just take care of that. I'm going to just provide a few what do you call it, I'm going to just pass a few values. Like I'll just pass these values like on click handler, and I'm going to also provide a value to it. It will take some sort of a value, and I'm going to also provide a title for this button. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to just replace it with this button right here. Okay, so now the next thing which you have to do is that I'm going to just write on click. Like when somebody clicks on this button, we just want to fire this parameter right here, this parameter event right here, which we are passing. And the next thing which we have to do is that we also have to pass our value, which we are getting dynamically, and I'm going to also provide a value to it. Okay, and then I'm going to just give them some sort of a class name, like buttons would be fine. Okay, that's going to be totally fine. And I'm going to just pass the title finally. So I'll just write title, title. There we go. Now we create this component right here. So now let's just reuse that. Instead of these buttons, I'm going to use my own. So what I will do is that I'm going to remove that. You know what, I guess I'm going to leave that first one. I'm going to just leave them, and now let me just get my own buttons. So buttons, there we go. And now I'll just provide on click handler, which we are taking, and then we are going to be just passing our handle click event right here. And I'm going to also provide a value of Nike. Okay, I guess I'm going to have to close that, otherwise it will give us is there buttons or button? Okay, buttons. Anyways, I am going to just close it manually like so. But why it's giving us this nasty error once we have our mouse over to it, identify unexpected. I'm going to close that. And yep, that's cool, but why it's giving us an error anytime I want to pass some sort of a value to it? So I'm going to pass some sort of a value like Nike. Now it's not giving us any error, and I'm going to also pass the title of Nike as well. Okay, so that's cool. So I'm going to just duplicate there for Adidas, Puma, and Vans, and I'm going to just remove this title. I'm going to select that, hit Control D, and add IDAS, there we go. And I'm going to just select Nike, hit Control D, set that to Puma, and then we have Nike one more time. I'm going to change that to Vans. Anyways, that's cool. And for this button, we cannot do anything with it. You know what, I'm going to also duplicate. Let me just remove this one from here, and I'm going to duplicate this one. So instead of a value, I'm going to just remove this value right here, and I'm going to just pass empty value, like empty string, and I'm going to also pass my all products as a label. So now I'm going to save my file, and now let me just refresh that. We are not getting any kind of error. Now I'm going to click on Nike, and then I'm going to click on products, and now it's working. All right, so now we are successfully done with all of our project, but we just have to provide a little bit of styling for this typography and stuff. Anyway, so I'm going to click on all of the product, then sneakers, flats, sandals, heels. Click on all of the product, then we have 0, 50, and 100, and over 100, and then we have all of the colors. Then we have black color, blue color, red color, green color, and white. Black color, blue color, red color, green color, and white color. Okay, everything is working. I'm going to click on all of the products. Then we have a Nike, Adidas, Puma, Vans. I'm going to click on all of the products one more time, and let's suppose if I want to get this one like Nike Zoom Freak, so I'm going to just paste the name of him like Nike. It will give us all of the product of the Nike, and then we have Zoom. Alrighty. So this one is not working, and I don't know why. You won't believe me, this error took me a lot of time to figure out like where in the world is I'm doing something wrong. Here you can see I just write this expression right here. I'm going to cut that from here, and I'm going to just place it right here. So I'm going to save my file finally. And now let me just search for something like Nike Zoom Freak. If I just write Nike right here, so it will give us all of the Nike products. I am going to just search for a Zoom. It will now just give us Nike Zoom Freak. And let's suppose if I want to get this one, like let me just copy all of the name, and I'm going to just place it right here. So it will now give us this item right here. So this bug took me a lot of time. You know what? So finally, what I'll do is that I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to select all of their stuff, and I'm going to provide font family of sans serif to it. And let me just refresh that, and why it's not taking all of that? So we have access to this index.css right here. I bet we didn't use that in here, so that's why we are not getting all of that stuff. Let me just use import, and then we have to write index.css. So now if we save our file, and here you can see everything is working the way we expect them to work, and everything is looking a-okay. So finally, let me just test this for a final time, and then we are going to be done for this project. And if you are watching this video in my React course, so then we are going to be done with our React course. Anyways, I'm going to just click on all of the products. It will give us all of the products. If you click on the sneakers, and then we have flats, sandals, heels, I'm going to click on a 0, 50, 100, and over 100. I'm going to click on this one, but I just figured out one more bug, and that is occurring right here. So we have to go into a sidebar, then we have to go to the category. So here what we are doing is that we are just providing a test right here, and test for all of them. That's cool. I'm going to go into the price, and here we are just specifying test 2 right here. That's also cool. But now I'm going to go into the colors, and we are specifying test 2 right here. So I'm going to just select that, hit Control D, and you know what, I'm going to just specify test 3 right here. I'm going to copy that. Now I'm going to just select my test 1 and all of them, and here I'm going to just specify test 3 if you save our file. And now let me just check that. I'm going to click on this one, click on this product, and now that's totally working. So if I want to just get like blue, I'm gonna get blue, then red, then green, then white. Okay, so that's also working. Let's suppose if I want to just get this product, so I'm gonna just copy that, and I'm gonna just place it right here. So here you can see it will now give us just this one product right here, and I'm gonna just click on the sneakers and stuff, and I'm going to just click on a Nike, then we have Adidas, Puma, Vans, and all of these products. Alright, so congratulations, we are now totally done with this project and also with our React.js course. So I don't know how to end this video, but so thanks for watching and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye.